screen?
I believe I'm streaming my second monitor to you guys. Would have been better if I could stream from OBS, but yeah, I don't want to hold the show back too much longer. Unless you guys know how to do that right in a Flash. Because I'm using the web version of Discord, and I'm trying to connect OBS to stream what's on my OBS to you guys through Discord, so you don't have to click on a separate stream and then deal with the latency.
I see. I see it. It's like a galaxy thing. Looks really cool.
Yeah, that's just my background. That's my wallpaper. It's
very nice. Very nice. I'll probably have my screen off most of the time because I want it to charge better.
Well, I heard you said that you're on mobile, so I probably don't have much to show.
We're actually kind of both on mobile.
Oh.
Unless he fixed his PC Discord mic or whatever.
Yeah, I'm all squared away on this end, but I have a tendency to pace, so I got to be mobile because I'm walking back and forth, burning holes in my carpet right now.
We do that same. We're the same in that we both fucking walk around when we're fucking talking.
It's because it keeps your blood flowing and gives your brain. I guess you get some vasodilation whenever you get excited in your cerebral vasculature, meaning your blood vessels in your brain open up. Look at that. So there's more oxygen to go through because your gears are turning. So that's good.
You know what's weird is like women don't really need to do that. I hate to say that because it's like they can do that multitask shit. I'm not like trying to like make myself sound stupid or whatever, but it's like I have to get up. Like it's like a nervous tick kind of thing. I'm not nervous at all. I can talk, but I just have to fucking do something. I don't know how TFM does that.
It's trained. So as you might know, his profession is many years in, I guess, Navy intelligence.
Military intel. Yeah,
he's probably spent a lot of time giving PowerPoints, very long lectures about analyzing the enemy behavior and how they move on a map, and then pointing here is like, this is what they're gonna do, this is what they're gonna do, this is what we should prepare for, etc., etc. So he's basically good at giving lectures, and when you train your body and brain to do something, then of course you adapt to that. Now, can I would say it's a slightly unfair. I mean, hate to sound like Tim Pool when I say this. I think it's slightly unfair to say that women as a whole do not do that, but leadership and public speaking, that takes courage, that takes skill, that takes practice. And a lot of women are just fucking lazy. So that's why they tend not to have that. They tend to display less of this behavior.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks, but if you want the scientific look in it, that's my sciencey 2 cents on the matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
you know it better than I do.
So, well, on that note, which probably got my stream. Well, I guess we'll see how that shakes out in terms of like me getting censored once again. But welcome to the AVC show. I was about to say TFM show. Fuck me. I'm your host AVC. Today we have two loyal co-hosts / guests, depending on how they will perform in later shows. AngryMormon and Keeper. Would you two like to introduce yourselves?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, go ahead, Keeper.
All right.
Just hello. This is Keeper. Next person.
Hey.
There's Keeper, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. How about AngryMormon?
Yeah, Keeper, what's going on? AVC, what's happening? Long-time listener, first-time participant. I'm just here to participate, really. I'm not sure if I'm even going to really be able to hang in the conversation. I mean, AVC, you're pretty...
Oh, come on, dude. Come on.
Oh, well, here we go. I'm all in, both feet. Let's go.
We've had this conversation already. I know you can keep up. Definitely.
Come on, if you're going to butter my butthole, at least pull my hair while you're at it.
Oh, shit.
Anyway, so...
All right.
Not me. Yeah. Hi. So, yeah. So, fuck. So
let the autism spigot flow.
Oh, shit. Right. The quote unquote sponsors today. So, I don't know what happened to David of Michelangelo. You can ask me about it. He's a marketing guy from Colombia. I haven't heard from him in a while, but I just still talk about him as a courtesy.
Okay.
He knows his shit. Go hit me up if you need a marketing advisor or agent. And the other sponsor for me today is just yours truly. I am thinking of some, of course, anime related project. I just recently got a huge hard on for AI. I've been using a particular AI service which I will not publicize because they already have plenty of publicity. You can probably guess which it is, but connect the dots. A I'm thinking of low key copying one of TFM's ideas where he uses like Celestina to read AI, like have conversations with like his Celestina like figure and like what Celestina persona. And I'm looking for a text to speech engine that also uses AI to derive it from, let's say, like a character from a movie. And
Dude, that sounds
yeah,
badass.
and I'm thinking of course, none other than Makima from Chainsaw Man because she kind of talks like an AI, and I thought that was just perfect.
Okay.
So if any of you
All right.
have any service or can think of something, let me know my Discord. I might even drop you a few bucks if it's really a hit, and let me know. So I think that's all. That's enough shilling for today. Do you guys want me to drop some topics, or do you want to start with I don't know, ancient aliens and Christianity or whatever?
All
I'd
right.
like to ask you a question, ABC.
Sure.
Kind of, you want to can you give an introduction of yourself again, just to refresh me and any maybe new listeners, and then also kind of what is your intent with your show and what is it that you're doing again?
So, well, title says all, except that I'm vegan with an asterisk on it, and I'm not really that angry anymore because I've kind of grown up in my life. But I like riding bikes. I like playing on my computer. I love technology. I love science. I have some professional and educational background in biology, technology slash engineering, and I guess digital arts, you could say. So I'm interested in a very broad range of topics, and I'm just kind of throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. But other than that, I mean, I'm just some skinny guy who likes riding bikes and eats a lot.
Cool
Awesome.
beans.
Yeah.
All right.
So, well,
Try not to add some dead space here.
it sounds like we're in a Mexican standoff, so I guess I'll throw something in the fire. Tell me
Right
about
on.
either of you. Tell me about ancient aliens and how we was aliens and shit.
We was aliens and shit.
Yeah.
So lately, I've been getting onto this. Oh man, it just gets brought up in random conversations with people. I mean, I'm interested in the sciences too, even though it's far beyond my fucking knowledge in a lot of areas. But I was recently watching. There was this tech that someone created, and it was like frequency, and they were using this tech to pick up an object, and this object is literally being picked up by just two frequency generators pinned at each other and picking up the object. And I'm like, fuck, that is so cool. And we've had this technology for a while, but we just haven't really used it in much of anything. And then I thought, I mean, I've watched Bob Lazar talk about how these things fly, or in interviews that he's talked about in all these, and how these things fly. So he couldn't figure it out back at the time when they had him in their fucking.
And sorry to interrupt you again. Do you think there's anything I could pull up in like an image search to give like the audience like a visual reference if they're watching?
Fuck. I just uploaded a video on MGTOW TV
Hmm.
that actually talks about how these things fly, but I can't. Oh shit.
If you want to send a link, I can play the video like muted while you continue talking.
All right,
If you want.
let's try
It's up to you.
that. I'll try doing that.
Okay.
But they have these like fucking. Oh, what the fuck is this? It says this stream has ended. Cricket noise. What the fuck?
Can I ask you a real
Hmm.
quick
What?
question, just kind of wet the palate type thing in
Just
regards to aliens? Can we actually mean with our understanding here?
Sorry about that. I
Shit.
have
I
my own
guess
Boomer
we're
Tech
live
moment.
now.
Ah, shit.
Oh shit. We thought we were pretend live, I guess.
No,
Okay. I'm sorry,
I'm
dude.
still streaming the audio to YouTube. It's just the Discord server crashed because I'm an idiot. I talked shit
Okay.
and I got hit.
Okay. Son of a
C'est
beast.
la vie, right?
All right. So I'll try to fucking open it up. I'm not as good at multitasking and talking about this, but I'll try. So the army or the military have been picking up these crafts for fucking decades, right? And I mean, I don't know if Angry Mormon saw any of this shit when he was in Iraq. I don't know if it. I have no idea.
Hmm.
We just get reports from fucking government agencies seeing these things, and for years and years, it was on the cover up, down low. It was never talked about, or people were like the soldiers or Air Force people. They were just like they were afraid to bring it up or whatever. I don't know if it's real, dude. I don't know. I've never personally seen this shit myself, but it's been talked about throughout history in various different locations. I mean, from anything from like hieroglyphics to in Egypt, they've had these pictures and all this kind of shit happen, and they show up. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to the frequency generating thing.
Hmm.
Okay,
Good.
so we can pick up any object so long as we're using frequency. Now, the way that it's described through how this technology works, basically, is they're using two frequency generators, and they're basically repelling each other. Kind of like how when you get a magnet and they're the opposing side magnet, right? And they repel each other. Kind of like that, but not quite the same kind of frequency. That's obviously how magnets work in that location or situation. But frequency generating. Now, I was thinking to myself, okay, these crafts, they're described as something that makes zero noise, okay? But they're also explained as something uh, that doesn't have any noticeable propulsion. Like there, no heat comes off of them when we see them in our sensors, and they don't make a noise. Oh, here we go. Let's load this video, and I'll just send it your way so you can look at it. And hold on a sec here. This is gonna. I'm using a very old phone, so I apologize. It's kind of laggy and slow and whatever. All right, so I'll put it in the live chat. Hopefully, this is the right one. I'll just tag you in it so you get. Okay, paste. Okay. All right, it's sent. All right. You don't have to watch my literal video. I mirrored it from YouTube. The reason why I use MGTOW TV is because I couldn't remember what the fucking video was called or whatever on YouTube, so it's easier this way. Anyway,
I'm sorry.
in the video,
where'd you
there's
send it? I can play. I mean, I can play it if you want.
sure, if you like, go ahead.
Where's the link?
But I mean, I would probably play it in like mute. I'm talking about of how this of how these things fly, essentially.
Did you put it in? I'm sorry. Where's your link? I heard ding somewhere. Where did
Oh shit! It went to stream schedule something.
stream
I can't
schedule and
read the
updates?
rest.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
Let's load it up.
All right.
Oh shit, my privacy cover's on there. Fuck me.
What now? It doesn't matter. Yeah, I would play it in mute, but just have it in the background, and because like there's parts of the video where they're showing this disc object flying in a certain way, and it's really quite interesting to watch. Anyway, look, I'm no scientist, I'm no expert in this field or whatever, but just based off of another piece of footage, not this footage, anyways, that I was watching that was talking about the frequency generator tech, I was thinking in my own head of how something could be created. Excuse me. Something could be created where you have several different frequency generators in multiple different directions, uh, possibly all coded or what's the word? Used to like a controller, like you binding the controls on buttons on your controller. Sorry, I'm just fucking I can't. I'm so scatterbrained. I'm sorry. While I'm trying to explain this shit. All right, so if you were to bind these keys in these directions into whatever a computer, I don't know, you could control which direction you were going based off of the frequency generator tech, right? Um, so that's my assumption of how this could possibly work, and that's possibly what the propulsion is in these disc shaped objects. Now, I know we our conversation kind of had to do with when it came to like the Bible or the scriptures and stuff like that. Maybe, just maybe, uh, it's not God and angels and demons and all that shit. Maybe, like I don't know. I'm just throwing it out as a concept. It's possible that it's fucking advanced technology, and these things that we're seeing, these beings that we're seeing, they're just highly intelligent, highly advanced people, and they're using technology in order to do these amazing things that would appear godlike to people, right? And not only that, but if you consider the time periods of where these people exist in the Bible or whatever, they're they're at a time where they wouldn't believe the concepts of technology. They would believe something like a god or angels and demons and shit, right? So my understanding or my the concept of what I'm talking about here, it might not be aliens. I mean, it might just be exactly what they say it is. But um, in this direction, I'm just thinking that that's more than likely of what it could be. Now, Angry Mormon, he has a completely different response and understanding of what this might be, and that's fine. Look, I don't know. What do you have to say, Angry Mormon? I'll send this to you.
Well, I would begin this conversation by defining terms.
Uh-oh. Go ahead.
Oh shit!
And the
He's
reason
hitting us
why
with a dictionary. Brace for impact.
yeah, yeah. Well, it's just so important to define those terms up front so that there's no confusion.
Right.
For example,
Mm-hmm.
in the in the general broad Christian teachings, we understand angels to have wings, right? Are you guys familiar with angels having wings?
Yeah, or a halo on their head or whatever.
Sure.
Go on.
I have not found any evidence that angels have wings. And
Right.
Aren't angels
so,
supposed to be like
because,
just like kind of like this self-orbiting amalgamation of gold rings and eyeballs?
What?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's important for the participants in the conversation to define the terms so that when they go through and say things like, okay, they think it's God. Well, when I hear you say God, I think, I wonder what he means when he says God.
Okay.
So I think it's important to consider when we say, oh, they thought it was God. Well, what did they consider God to be? Was God a person or was it a power? Or was it a person with the power or vice versa, right? So the idea that the gospel of Jesus Christ has to do with a species or being or beings that are outside of this planet that use technology and they're very intelligent, I have a hard time dismissing that argument. Only because the way I understand what an alien is just outside of Earth.
Okay.
Well, we're told in the scriptures that we don't come from Earth. So that makes us aliens. And so, are you guys tracking so far?
Yeah.
That's really all I have to say so far. I mean, I have a lot to unfold, but really, just what do you think about all that so far, AVC?
Oh crap!
Maybe he's
Did
gone.
we lose him? Did we lose him? Oh no! Shit!
Oh, sorry, my mic was off. I was looking I was just looking at. I don't know if you guys can see the stream. I was just looking at quote unquote biblically accurate angels, and again, eyeballs and gold rings. Apparently, that's what those things are.
I haven't even looked at your screen yet. I gotta look at your screen. So I can...
Other than that, last time I thought about angels was angels trying to blow up Tokyo 3.
What? I have no idea.
It's a Neon Genesis Evangelion reference.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I had to. I don't know. As you can tell, this isn't exactly my specialty, but the only thing I can really contribute to the conversation is that I don't know if you guys have played Halo, but it sounds like the Forerunners were built, or at least the lore surrounding the Forerunners and other, I guess the Flood prior to that was inspired by this idea of like the ancient aliens thing, and I think that's reality is stranger than fiction. So fiction is just an attempt to encapsulate the strangeness of the reality. So that's our way of understanding it. And I think a more contemporary example, if you want to reach out to your audience, is to kind of use like Halo, because as we know, Western culture is loosely built upon the constructs of the Bible and Christian dare I say folklore or storylines. So
I have something to add to that, sort of, because I like a lot of these things. Like, I mean, I've played Halo, but maybe not to that extent. I mean, I played a Halo back in the day, and I didn't really follow it. But I mean, I could jump onto almost anything else. Like, there's a show that I really love called Stargate SG-1, right? And it's got a really cool story. And there's these aliens who specifically are they're considered as energy. Like, they died off like 10,000 years ago in the story, but the concept of them, when they died, they basically turned into these energy beings, right? But they're not gods in that sense, right? They learn to somehow ascend to this energy state of being. So I don't know. There's a lot of like little things here and there you could just use I mean, when it comes to entertainment or our entertainment understanding of stuff. So I totally get to use those examples, and I totally could from a lot of different series. But yeah.
I guess it depends, like the age and the sex of the people you're trying to communicate with, because obviously you'd imagine like the Halo fan base is. Pardon me, I got a bagel in my mouth.
Fine.
Is mostly probably under 40 and male, English speaking, etc. So I don't know, just throwing it out there. That's all I've really got to.
That's fine.
Sorry.
It's completely relevant. Like, there's like a lot of kids now that are, or not kids. I guess they're adults now, but there's a lot of people that are maybe in my generation, maybe a little bit younger, but still in my generation, that they're totally in the fucking anime now. That's something I'm not into, like, at all. I don't like having anything like really against it. It's just not a genre that I'm into. Right?
Well, East meets West, right? What can we say?
Yeah. So I mean, if I could bring up those examples, I would, but I'm just not into anime. If I was, I would have brought up something, right, to associate with from something that they understand. So.
Well, hashtag not sponsored, but I did a video talking about talking about AVC's 4 rules of communication. The first being knowing your audience. So, yeah, come check it out. Hashtag still not sponsored, but hashtag totally should be.
Oh boy. So, oh man.
Anyway,
sorry. That sounds rough.
Sometimes that AVC guy is a fucking dickhead, man. He doesn't want to cough up money for shit. Yeah.
I think that exists for all of us.
Yeah,
A lot of
yeah.
us are cheap bastards, including
Fucking
the audience. I'm
yeah.
just fucking around. Okay.
Anyway,
Now,
so uh, closing thoughts on Ancient Aliens, Stargate, and I don't know, Halo.
closing thoughts. Oh, we're gonna close. We're gonna go to the next thing, are we?
If you want to keep talking, you got more. It's. I mean, it's you
Well,
the guests.
Angry Mormon has a lot more to say than I do in
Hmm.
this area, and he has so much shit that he could just add that I can't even touch, honestly. So, Angry Mormon, we're gonna throw it at you. Whatever you want to say. Autism
What?
spigot flow.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, I'm not so much interested in trying to preach at or tell them my point of view to everybody as much as I kind of want to just support the show. Kind of,
Hmm.
I was asking ABC before the stream cut out about what he thought of the fact that the creatures in the Bible in the Book of Mormon in religious context that they are possibly considered aliens, and I was just curious what he thought about that.
Well, first of
And
all,
I feel all kinds of shit. I mean, I don't know whether to differentiate um, which one's the truth. Um, I'm presenting possibilities of what it could be because we can't explain it. This is just shit that's been talked about throughout the ages, and it's put in a book that's created a fucking billion religions out there and counting, right? I mean, every fucking church out there that exists, they break off from each other. Everyone has their own idea of what it is, and they create their own fucking religion out of it. And I don't know, like it's just so bizarre to see this. And so you're thinking to yourself, is this true? Is this just an ancient people that didn't understand what they were seeing and they just turned it into God? Because there's a story that I ran into, and I don't remember who I told this to. I think maybe I told Angry Mormon, but there was like this point in history where they were surveying some land somewhere, and I don't know if it was Africa or wherever the fuck they were, but there were these two men surveying in a plane, and so there's a guy that's driving or flying the plane, and then the guy behind him who's like drawing a map of what there. He's like a cartographer guy, right? And so he's mapping the land below, and they fly over this like isolated village area, right, where there's like some people in there. They're just primitive, whatever, and they get done with their surveying, and then they come back like a week later because they need to recheck to see if they got their surveying right. And suddenly they discover there's this object on a hill somewhere with a bunch of people worshiping beside it, and this object looks exactly like their plane, except it's made of trees and sticks and rocks and all that shit. And so you're thinking, is this how religion starts? They just see something that they can't explain, and then they start fucking worshiping it. That's
so TFM talked about this. He talks about what's called as a type 2 fallacy. Let me see if I can find some diagrams of it.
okay.
So, straight from the horse's mouth, he says that so scientists discovered that birds, whenever in a box, that, for example, okay, let's say you have a crow, very highly intelligent bird, and it is looking at a box with a piece of food inside of it. Now, the scientists kind of watch the behavior of the bird,
ritual.
and they pull on a string to open
I know what
the
you're
door.
talking about. I remember this.
Yeah.
It was the ritual of the bird.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Sorry, you're better explaining than me.
So, completely regardless of when the scientists open the door for the food to be released, the birds start to falsely associate correlation between a dance or a certain movement and the door opening to get food.
Yeah.
So whenever there is, and when you kind of like extrapolate this kind of cognitive process to a more complexly minded animal, or at least an animal that's more capable of expressing the complexity already within its brain, for example, a human, It starts as like
They're
rituals, for example, rain dance. People, the primitive group of people in early human history, they think that the rain falling to water their crops so they can grow is triggered by a dance or something they do because there's some kind of an
dude.
anthropomorphization of
I
the
have,
sky,
I have something
the
to
water
add.
cycle. So,
I'm sorry for interrupting. I
and
have
as
something to add.
I'm sorry,
So
go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm such a fucking autism spigot. All right, so
Like I said, you
I have
need to give me
something.
a run for my money, man.
I have something to add to that. It's just
Sure.
it's more of a theory though. Okay. All
Okay.
right. So there's this thing that's called fibromyalgia. Okay.
Okay.
I have this problem.
Hmm.
I can literally fucking tell when it's gonna fucking rain or something. I know that sounds fucking nuts, crazy, whatever. But there's a lot of people out there who can tell this. And it's a lot of people, it's also based off of their, like if they have carpal tunnel or some sort of arthritis, right? They can feel literally when there's a fucking storm coming because it's through pain, right? And they know if they
Okay.
like move around, if you move around, you're feeling the pain too when you're moving around. So I'm thinking to myself, maybe it wasn't just a rain dance. It was the way they're feeling the creak in their bones, and that's what's going on. It's not necessarily the dance itself that's making it rain. But they made it some kind of ritual, right?
So
In order for that.
right, it's an ad hoc or propter hoc fallacy, the number one fallacy in any field of scientific research, or even just daily life observations and behavior. Which, in some sense,
Right.
life itself is kind of a science experiment where everything is a theory, and you just test the hypothesis of that theory, and then in order
Mm-hmm.
to absolutely validate you did it correctly, then you make another hypothesis, and you test that by doing something, and then you learn from the success or failure of that activity, so on and so forth. That's one way to look at it.
Right. Right.
In regards to fibromyalgia and quote unquote predicting the weather, is that whenever you can feel a storm coming together, what I suspect is going on is that I don't know if either of you, and especially Angry Mormon since he's ex-military, if you ever get like a fancy watch that has like a barometer, the I guess early means of computerized meteorology involved reading a barometer to detect if it's going to be a clear day or if there's going to
Yep.
be
Yep.
precipitation. So as air
Yep.
pressure
And
decreases,
yep.
and temperature changes, just
Yep.
like different types of metal in a car or an airplane. Whenever there's a
Absolutely.
drastic change in temperature and air pressure, some things expand and some things contract. So whenever your bones
There you go.
expand in during warmer periods or lower pressure, that can cause pressure on your cartilage, which causes fibromyalgic pain. So,
Exactly. I've looked this shit up, and I forgot to bring that up.
mhm,
But yeah, it definitely you can get a barometer and you can scale it, sort of.
mhm,
The problem with the barometer bit is it depends on how sensitive the barometer you're using. It may not show that anything happened. Like it'll say like a 40% on your barometer, and you're feeling this fucked up pain. You're like, oh shit! But it's a clear day. What the hell's going on? You're feeling this shit. The
mhm.
weatherman's saying, oh, it's gonna be sunny for days. Like several. It's gonna be sunny for several days, and you're going, I don't trust that. I don't. I'm feeling this feeling. I don't know what's going to happen. Something's happening. I'm not sure what. And the thing is, it's not necessarily that I'm sensing a storm. I'm feeling the quite literal changes in the barometer. So
Mm.
I'm feeling it when the clouds are moving in, and I'm feeling it when the clouds are moving out, right? And so, yeah, that's what I have to add to it. You can continue.
I guess what I can add to that is that I've been long been as you anyone who's been part of my server have long noticed that I am a strong proponent of this really smart thing that my cycling coach told me is that your body is smarter than you. And to add on to that, and what I added on to that is that you look at the human brain. That's about 20 to 22 billion different cells. So you can really haphazardly say that is it's a system of logic gates with it's a processing I guess it is a meat computer consisting of 20 to 22 billion logic gates. Now, your brain and your body are obviously connected. Now, how many cells are in your body? Trillions, to say the least. If you want a specific number, I would say 7 to 20 trillion, depending on how big the person is, how old he or she is, etc. Now, your body is clearly an intelligent system. There's many different things. It communicates with your brain through, not English, unfortunately, but hormones, feelings, neurological sensations. So even though we as a human race have a pretty good understanding of many different systems, there's still many more things to find out. And we don't know what exactly our bodies are trying to tell us. Because they just speak to us in this kind of neurochemical mumbo jumbo that no one can really make sense of. Sometimes it's interpreted incorrectly, but clearly there's something going on that our brains are yet able to understand. And that, I don't know what subdivision of biology that applies to, but I think it's just really fascinating. I guess cybernetics in some sense. But in any case, yeah.
Well,
so
your knowledge base in this area is far beyond mine.
But
I do appreciate
it'll go straight to my head.
I do appreciate it because, like, I mean, I learn about this stuff all the time.
Yeah, curiosity is something you should never stifle. That's one of the many things that make life beautiful.
What was that? Say again.
Curiosity is something you should never stifle. It's one of the many things that makes life beautiful.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree with that.
So,
AngryMormon, do you have anything to say on this?
No, so far I'm just kind of chilling.
Straight chilling.
Come on, man. I know you got stuff. I know you got stuff to say, dude.
Come on, push harder. You can do it.
I'm definitely trying to just kind of follow AVC's lead, only because I don't want to make him uncomfortable if I start, pushing a subject that demands attention, kind of thing. So I don't want you to be like, all right, let's cut this shit out.
So I kind of run the show on the ethos is that I believe there's opportunity to learn in basically every moment of life. And even if it's something that I'm not initially interested in, for example, like religion, it leads to tangents and subtangents and all kinds of diversions that eventually makes something interesting for all of us. So,
I'm tracking. So you mentioned religion. So my contention is that you already are religious, right? So you religiously seek after truth. Would you agree with that statement?
Well, then we're playing like games on the definition of religion. So I firmly believe
that's exactly my point.
Right. So I firmly believe that even though I'm proudly a fedora tipping neck bearded atheist, I realize that a lot of the Christian people I've interacted with in my life, in spite of us having completely different interpretations on I guess life and reality itself, our behavior ends up being the same. We have very surprisingly similar lifestyles. Because of that, I'm able to get along with Christians quite well. And moreover, telling me you're Christian really doesn't say that much about you. It doesn't tell me much about your character, your values, and life as a mortal being on planet Earth. And people, and at least where I'm at, like, church is becoming more and more casual. And you don't even have to like read the fucking Bible just to be there. It's just like a hangout thing just to like share pizza or something. It's just I
totally agree with that.
Short answer, I think religion it's kind of bullshit. But at the same time, I think life is when you look at life purely from a like biological or scientific reductionist policy, it can get dry. And what keeps human life going is, in my opinion, the desire to turn fantasy into reality. And whether your fantasy is something from a religious scripture or just a product of your creative will, or just something entirely spontaneous, that's what I believe is something that's beautiful in life. And in any case, it will take work, it will take diligence, it takes motivation, fortitude, whatever. That whole spider web of different words, but that's what I would rather look for in people rather than just say, oh, we're part of the same culture or religion or we speak the same language or whatever. Like, that's just all fluff. That's all bullshit. And
I actually
fulfilling a vision, whether it's God's vision or Allah or Yahweh or your own artistic aspirations or your business idea. I think that's what I believe is something closer to like a calling or self-actualization for most people.
Right. And the only thing I really have to add to that, because I can't add much to it, the ironic thing is that each thing that you're saying rings true, except for my understanding of your terms, right? Because you said religion is bullshit, but then at the same time you used it to define something. You said, "Oh, well, religion is this," but it's a bullshit term. And I'm thinking, okay, I accept that. But what do we replace religion with? How do I define a lifestyle without using the word religion if I believe in God? Does that make sense?
Well, we all believe in we all. Let me think of a clever way to put this. A lot of times, whether we deal with nature or we deal with people, we either dazzle them with our brilliance or baffle them with our bullshit. So, I dare I contradict what I just said to myself earlier. Like, fantasy is about a delusion you make into reality, or a delusion you desire to make into reality, and that's what actualization of a creative idea is. You start with something in your mind, and then you work hard in real life to turn it into something real. And even if it's not 100% of what you expect it to be, well, that's okay, because that's just how things shake out. What can you do about it? So
right. I mean, is it possible that I could accept what you just said fully, 100%, and apply it into my life? Would it be appropriate if I were to explain that to a stranger and they said, "Do you have a religion?" And I'd say, "Well, I religiously do these things that AVC just mentioned." So
I think
I guess
a
you
better
could say,
word to well, again, I think the better word to be using is like fantasy, passion, a desire, a creative will. I don't know. I wish I knew one word to consolidate all those ideas into one, but that's about all I can offer. Because clearly that's what I and my Christian or Muslim or Jewish friends all have in common, is that we we value something greater than ourselves, greater than just the material existence of being human, and we aspire to be part of it. So
I have a hard time hearing you say that and also believing that you're not religious.
well, then
And I guess
again,
that's all I'm saying.
you and I have very different definitions of the word religious. So
Sure, that's precisely why I go straight to that at the beginning. I mean, I have had so many conversations with specifically these Christian, quote unquote, kind of like you said, it doesn't define anything, and that's exactly my point.
right,
People
there's
of the same religion can't even speak, let
like
alone somebody that's not of the religion.
like for example,
And that,
shocker, I used to be vegan, and I don't regret doing it. But the organization of people within for example, like a vegan meetup or a group of a vegan group on the internet, I mean, the way they interact with each other is just like it's almost a splitting image of the conflicts between different sects of Islam, different sects of Christianity, different sects of Judaism, Buddhism, you name it. It's just like human behavior is just still predictable in the exact same pattern. It's no different. So
yeah,
we all have our own echo chambers of information.
we all have our own safe spaces,
Even in the fucking
we're all snowflakes waiting to melt in hell. So,
oh shit,
cool,
I gotta
man.
do something.
Well, I know Keeper's trying to get it out of me, but I'm just going to let it ride over time because I do have a lot of passion,
where the white
if you
women
will, regarding the subject. If we don't want to use religion, we could say my passion for the concept of passion. Yeah, I'm happy to go ahead and let it go. I'm pleased just to have this discussion because I don't really get to even hear it, even just to consider it for a while. Because usually I listen to, MGTOW types of content, and immediately I start to get angry. I either get angry or I get jealous, usually right off the bat. Mostly, I would say, because my emotions get turned on immediately once I see some hot thought on TV or on the screen, But anyways, I'm just ranting. Go ahead, guys.
Thought lives matter.
So I guess okay. So I see. I can, and you're not the first person to tell me about this. I can see how religion really played a role in giving, dare I say, lesser-minded people something to some roadmap to structure their lives for their own sake. And as we start to see, and I know this is another shot waiting to be fired. You start to see a secularization of the world that's kind of slowly whittling down at the traditional model of religious organization, and what's a good way to put this? And as people are kind of left to their own devices on determining, okay, what is my life other than just eating, breathing, shitting, and pissing? A lot of people draw a blank, and then they just kind of they desperately look for something right in front of them, and then they become criminals, they become slobs, like the Nietzschean last men, as if any Nietzsche fans out there. They resort to hedonism, or they just say, well, fuck it, I have nothing left to lose, and I'm going to die eventually, so I will do something crazy like start a ridiculous business idea, or God forbid, become a YouTuber. And in the end, like, what really changes? So you fool these, really for the most part, NPCs into thinking that, okay, well, here's your little plata o plomo, here's your little silver or lead deal. You do what I say, you go to heaven. You die, you go to hell. Heaven is infinite pleasure, hell is infinite pain. So you better behave yourself, otherwise that's the consequences. That's kind of like, carrot or stick, same thing. That's kind of what held society together for many decades prior. But sounds like things are changing, are they? What do you think?
Well, yeah, I hear you. I think it's ironic because in the Book of Mormon, it tells the readers, specifically only the readers, right? It's not to the whole world to read, because they're not going to read it. We already know that. But specifically speaking to the reader, that I believe that were prophets that saw our day, they happen to have said that all the churches are going to be corrupt and all the leaders are leading them all astray. So it's just interesting to add that concept in there, because it's kind of, again, we're in agreement. And I just think it's interesting to see how it plays out, even though I still believe, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's no time like the
present.
No time like the present. We are pioneers of reality as we speak.
You know what I take from that? Now, this is just another theory of mine, that we're just we are a second. How do I put this? Let's just put it this way. Let's say we were far more advanced at some point in history, but something took place and destroyed fucking everything. Okay, and
Flood.
we had to start over. Hold on. I know. We had to start over from fucking scratch, and we're just slowly figuring out the stuff, and we're finally getting to the point. And let's just say a lot of that stuff was put in scriptures, in the Bible or whatever, and it was just like a blueprint of what's going to happen when we reach this collapse point again. So
right, maybe something
literally repeating itself.
Right, I've heard the theory out there that like every X amount of years, there's a planetary shift of some, magnetic or whatever. Basically, we have these records or these ideas that the Earth makes great changes and there's great destructions, and I theorize that maybe this has been going on for a long time, and I mean longer than what we think. What if the idea of the Bible is so much, in Book of Mormon or whatever, ancient scriptures, hieroglyphics or whatever, carvings. What if we are doing what everybody's been doing for just forever? And then at some point, there's going to be a great catastrophe. We're going to lose our knowledge. We're going to desperately try to help the people that will come from behind or come after us, even after we've lost all things. So let's just say the ancient people were really, really technologically advanced, right? Whether it be from alien technology, whatever. Well, let's just say that because of their wickedness, it was all destroyed. And that God's like, all right, we're starting over, because he has a tendency to do that. Well, what if this has been going on for so long? Like this idea of Adam and Eve. Maybe that's just not an Adam and, maybe it's literal, but maybe there's more to the fact that maybe it's just like the idea of a planet being seeded again, because the people don't fucking do shit right. They end up killing each other, hating one another. And that, I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
I agree. Actually, there's some texts out there that suggest. I can't remember what they're worded as, but they're basically other versions of the Bible that don't say Bible on them, but they talk about a lot of the same stories, but the names are changed, and there's the same concepts, but the locations are changed, and the names of the locations are changed.
Exactly. Exactly.
So
How in the world?
it's starting to sound very much like that's the possibility of what's happening. Anyway,
I think God is just a boomer, and tech support just keeps telling him to restart the computer to fix the problems.
You might be right.
Well, there you go. There you go. That's what the world is. It's just a fucking computer.
It's just God's fucking computer program while he's streaming.
The Great Reset happens over and over. God damn it.
Yep.
All right, go on.
Well, that's fun. Anything else you two want to bring up, or should I just open up another spigot of my my own topics that I prepared for throughout the week?
You can open up another one if you like.
Yeah, take us on the journey.
Let's crack up a cold one with the boys. All right. So, what should we start with? I guess I kind of already talked about AI, so we can go with the next topic.
AI is fun. Oh balls!
I can't believe how good those pictures are of women online from AI.
Yeah,
kind of like what you did, Keeper.
Yeah.
If you like those, by the way, hashtag not sponsored, but hashtag still should be. Vertamate is a. And I can't show pictures on this on the stream because it's just immediately gonna get it shut down because it's just that good. Vertamate is like a let's just put it this way: it's an adult 3D modeling game / animation software. It's kind of in between like game and like it's between game and like animation studio. It is very technical, but holy shit, the graphics is just the customization is endless. It's just like the world of animated adult entertainment is just infinite. It's your oyster right at your feet with this
Holy
program.
crap.
That's definitely and it's not really, I guess it's only not really directly related to AI, but it's just another example of just the power of computers. And if that's your thing, go check out this. It's made by I think this guy or studio named what is it? I can't remember for the life of me. But yeah, Vert-A-Mate, Vert-A-Mate. And I think they're on version 1.9 now. They give a free version, and it's a subscription based service, but
oh my gosh.
Yeah, go check it out.
That's insane.
But yeah. How about okay? Here's something. I guess here's something interesting I heard on the news throughout the last week. Republicans subpoena big tech for something.
Oh, okay.
So let me pull it up real quick.
All right. Shit, I'm gonna make some food while we talk.
Hey, you're welcome to eat on my show. I don't care. I'm not TFM.
It just this is such a fuck up. I'll put this in a funky spot. Hopefully you can still hear me. Hopefully I don't have to yell.
I mean, if you get too loud, we might turn you down. That's all I'll tell you. But if you manage it, then shouldn't be. I can deal with quite a bit.
Okay.
So.
Well.
In any case, so in other news, House Republicans subpoena Apple, Facebook, and Google over content moderation. So, I really should be moving away from politics, but I mean, this is like it's related to so many other things that are relevant to all of us in our daily lives, especially as like someone who just repeatedly gets censored, just for casually talking about quite interesting things that everyone could possibly utilize. Anyway, so. I guess I'll just read. The Republican-led House Judiciary Committee on Wednesday, subpoenaed the chief executives of 5 major tech companies seeking records and information on their content and moderation practices. You know, this is hearkening to the 2020 election. Chairman Jim Jordan of Ohio sent the subpoenas to the CEOs of Google parent Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Facebook parent Meta, and Microsoft, requesting documents and communications for, quote, referring to and relating to the moderation, deletion, suppression, and restriction or reduced circulation of content. The subpoenas also demanded documents stating specifying the employees responsible for developing or executing content policies and any communications with people outside of the executive branch regarding policies or decisions on content moderation. In letters accompanying the subpoenas, Jordan said the requested documents will be used as part of the committee's investigation into alleged collusion with the executive branch to suppress conservative voices online. Yeah. So Jordan also praised Twitter for an effort dubbed as the Twitter Files by its CEO, Elon Musk, that released internal documents showing how the company handled a news article about Hunter Biden in 2020. He said Congress must now quote, engage the extent to which, unquote, similar actions took place at the 5 companies subpoenaed. The letters to tech CEOs stated the documents should be submitted to the committee by March 23rd. A Microsoft spokesperson said the company was engaging with the committee regarding the request. Quote, we have started producing documents, are engaged with the committee, and are committed to working in good faith. NBC News has reached out to the other 4 companies for comment. The subpoenas come as the House Republicans move forward with investigations both directly and indirectly into the Biden administration. Earlier this month, Jordan sent subpoenas to Attorney General Merrick Garland, FBI Director Christopher Wray, and Education Secretary Miguel Cardona, asking for information linked to school board meetings around the country, as courtesy of NBC News. So, what do you two think is going on?
My first comment is more question is: do you think that anything will come of this?
Probably not.
So, okay,
Likely.
regarding if any of you bothered to listen to Sleepy Uncle Joe mumble on his State of the Union address. So what I think is going on is the Democrats are starting to see that in order for them to keep their jobs, which is, again, the first imperative of any government employee, whether you're the president or just someone sweeping the floor at a government building, they're seeing that people are getting kind of fed up with woke shit. And that's not what the crowd wants, right? So in order to keep the show going, they have to placate to the fans to some degree. They can't do completely their own thing, and after all, their own thing is really a government official. In the end, is to serve the people in order to get the tax money in return, right? So when they see that, okay, well, people are kind of getting pissed off, and the woke group is not really that sizable percentage of the people. So they started to, okay, well, let's back off a bit on the Democrat stuff. And they start to move a bit closer to the center. They're moving slightly away to the left from the left, and trying to kind of like teasing, like tickling the balls of like the old boomer Republicans. Hey, you like your Social Security, huh? Oh, you like that? You like that baby, don't you? Here, let's give you a little nationalism just to whet your appetite. And the old Republicans are like, oh man, I miss the days of American glory. God bless America. And they're kind of, I think that they're getting the inkling. They're tiptoeing in that direction. Is this going to solve the critical issues, economic, social, political, you name it, of the United States? No, because the GOP, like in the 80s, there was dare I point the finger at Angry Mormon here, there was Christian cancel culture. Like, if your coworkers found out you're gay, then, you're fucked. You're going to be removed from the company. And then, I guess, just within a matter of, 30 to 40 years, the pendulum kind of swung in the other direction somewhat. And then now we have, leftist cancel culture, depending on where you are within the Western world. Now, as the pendulum moves in one direction, that builds a potential energy and momentum, potential energy. And then it starts moving in the other direction as it starts to build momentum. So, are we on the onset of swinging the pendulum the other way? Maybe. I
That's
hope
hard
so.
to tell.
But
That's hard to say
so
because what's happening is a lot of these leftists are infiltrating like churches, which were right wing before in previous decades, and they're turning everything in these churches into this fucking communist utopia, like fucking shit. Like I was just talking about this with Angry Mormon the other day.
Hmm.
Uh, and he actually agrees. It's embedding everything, and we don't know how to fucking stop it.
well,
We're like, you know what, Angry Mormon, you're better at this. You talk about it.
I'm not ready to get in that just yet. I'm still trying to fill out AVC.
Oh, damn it, you! Damn you! I thought you were better than. Oh, I'm just fucking with you.
So
Yeah,
You know what?
I'm smoking a lot.
Hmm?
Go ahead.
Oh.
AVC,
now I'm curious what you said you smoke a lot of.
I can't dox myself.
Well, don't dox yourself.
Hope. I'm smoking hope.
You're smoking that good copium, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, you helpless druggie.
Yeah.
So tech companies, they're not. I think maybe a more useful and partially relevant idea to give to my loyal audience is that tech companies don't really believe in anything other than money. Like, what is a business for? It's to make some fucking money. Like, ideology, morality, that's all fluff and bullshit to a business.
I'm not sure about that because
So-
this whole thing with Susan Wojcicki or whatever, they brought her in, and the moment they brought her in, she turned the old YouTube free speech, everything, almost everything's pretty much allowed except for copyright stuff. She turned the platform into a censorship, fucking everything censorship.
Right.
And I mean, before people could make money off of YouTube, off of almost anything. Now it's like, oh, you said naughty words, you don't get money.
I think blaming
You don't get
Wojcicki
ads.
for the shithole that YouTube has become is kind of like blaming Joe Biden for America's problems. So
Right.
Wojcicki's just a face of it. Like, a leader is just the sum of his advisors, or her advisors in this case. And
Right.
if the leader,
Obviously, it's not her by herself.
yeah. So
She has a
if
group of
Wojcicki wants to continue pushing her ideological views, well, if it goes so far in that direction where it just destroys the entire business model of YouTube, then why would anyone tolerate her as like the president of YouTube? So
Well,
if she
every company's doing this,
continues
though.
driving it down to the ground where there's no more money coming in for anyone, then where's her bottom line, right?
The thing is, it seems like every company is doing this, especially big tech one.
Right.
You're seeing it on Amazon. You're
Mhm.
seeing it on fucking Facebook,
Uh-huh.
Twitter, and YouTube. They're all censoring. They're all like big time censoring,
I think
and
the chief thing,
they're all losing money by doing that.
well,
But
are they really though?
the problem is most people are using these platforms because they're the best. Why
Yes.
would anyone leave?
It's because their user interface is the most accessible. Which again, it's much more pleasant to use the YouTube interface to conduct your
I agree.
business as a content creator or as a viewer.
I agree.
And their algorithms, their viewer analysis. Yeah, obviously they're the best game in town. They're kind of a monopoly in that regard. But
Exactly.
YouTube's failure is that they're trying to turn into the next Hulu or HBO. They're trying to become like a television company where they cater to like the biggest content creators, whether it's Mr. Beast or Tim Pool or
I agree.
television casters. So that's why there's like they have a very very blatant rules for thee but not for me policy. So if you, let's say some small nobody like me starts talking shit about, I don't know, the politician in power, and I get the stick for spreading misinformation, or God forbid, like the COVID vaccine, which of course we're not going to talk about here since we're on YouTube. I get the stick for that. But if someone bigger, for example, like Tim Pool could say the exact same thing, word for word, but he is much less likely to get censored because he's rolling in the big bucks for YouTube. Well, bigger bucks than I'm making. and
Yep.
he is below, let's say, I don't know, Mr. Beast or PewDiePie. If Mr. Beast or PewDiePie say the same thing, well, they're still making YouTube money. And even those guys are still smaller than like the big media companies like NBC, HBO, Fox News, etc. So it's still a hierarchy. It's a business covering its bottom line. So, and if Wojcicki just like really fucks everybody in terms of YouTube's like business sustainability, they're gonna get rid of her. Like, period. Because
I also think that it's a push. You can't just give someone communism right away. You've got to slowly implement it into society. You've got to slowly do that to your platform in order to get people to conform and apply and follow. You know, so I mean, we're seeing that happening everywhere in the culture. Seeing it on fucking online spaces.
right.
You know?
Because I've got a better way to put it, but it's not safe for YouTube. It's because
Okay.
the weak men are creating hard times, obviously, and whether or not it
Yeah.
keeps going that direction, we'll see. But whenever people become lazy and complacent, and they lose the entrepreneurial or dare I say masculine spirit to be dissatisfied with something and then do something about it, then of course people of higher acumen will take advantage of them for profit, for their own personal motives, listed in order of magnitude, of course. And that's what we're seeing. That's what we've been seeing for many years right now, especially around 2016. And another thing I cannot stress enough is ESG incentives. So whenever you have an ESG incentive, for example, Strava, pardon, I butt in with my cycling again. Strava, in case you didn't know.
Hold up. What's ESG?
ESG is environment and social governance incentives.
It's basically the woke shit.
So basically,
right.
well, the woke bullshit is one product of it, but it has all kinds of. It's like Tesla. Tesla would just be the roadster if it weren't for the ESG incentive, and obviously, California is the biggest offender of dishing out this ESG incentive. So, if you like EVs. Yeah, I mean ESG was really is a lot of cannon fodder for that industry to pull up. But if the negative byproduct is that you get a bunch of woke shit, and it's a disruption to capitalism because, for example, Hollywood is pushing out a bunch of like woke nonsense that everybody hates. It's really not making money.
Everybody hates. Yeah, I know. You know what's so weird about that? We like to say that they're trying to make money, right?
They are making money.
Okay,
they're getting money from the government.
Well, what I mean is, like, okay, so they're making a lot of these woke shows, and movies and games and whatever. Yeah. Now, there might be one or two of them that's doing real great with the woke message, but the vast majority of them are just fucking dog shit, and everyone knows, and they're losing money, and they're going broke, and you're going, why won't they learn the definition of insanity in this case?
Well, it's because they're getting
doing
paid
the same thing over and over. I mean, really, doing the same things over and over again while expecting a different result, definition of insanity, but they keep doing it.
Because they're still making money. They're probably making more money than if they didn't cater to the ESG incentives.
Oh, well, I guess I never really considered that.
Yeah. No, remember, reality's stranger than fiction. On the topic of fictional work, right? So
I mean, it could also be that the government are giving them the incentives.
Don't fucking underestimate how much money the American government is printing to push this kind of ESG bullshit. It's another.
I remember when. Hold on a sec. I have something to say about this. So, I remember when the TV show Stargate. It's my favorite show. Okay, it is my favorite show. But when it first came in, it had some of that messaging in there. It was a little more subtle back then, though, because everything was more subtle back then. But it wasn't until I heard like one of the directors or the creators of the series say, "Yeah, we got this payment from the U.S. government when it came to like the army, and they wanted to incentivize women in the military, and so they wanted the show writers to write in a woman in the role of like soldier, scientist, and all these other things." And you're thinking to yourself, wait a minute, seriously? They actually did this. the U.S. government or in the military, because they were trying to push the agenda of getting women into the military, but they had to create it through a show to sort of propagandize that idea of putting more women in the military by offering this woman, this character in the show. And I've seen the comments of people that love the show who said quite literally they joined the army because or whatever because of this show. I know that sounds fucking ridiculous, but it's true.
Was it like the army recruitment ad with talking? It was like this really low effort animation of like this
No.
army recruit with two moms.
That's more recent. No, that's more recent.
That shit is so fucking embarrassing.
This TV show came out in early 2000s. Okay, this show came out in the early 2000s, so this was long before that fucking old animation that you're talking about. I'm sorry, what did you say?
I was just like salute our brave men and women in green or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, like today, it's the message is so in your face. It like you can't. It's not as subtle as it was before. I mean, I remember watching Star Trek and enjoying that show. I didn't realize that there was like subtle messaging in it, but there was definitely some progressive shit in there, you know. And at the time, it was normal to me because, dude, I'm a fucking 90s kid. I didn't realize it was propaganda. It's the same thing with kids today. They don't look at it as propaganda. They don't look at it as... I'm sorry. Causing echoes over here, aren't I? All right. They don't realize it's propaganda. They just... It's the world they grew up in. It's normal to them. And you're a bigot if you think otherwise. The propaganda machine works so fucking well, based off of where they're growing up, when they're growing up, to that message, and so that's how you change the culture, and that's why we're seeing this shit over and over. All right.
Oh, by the way, Alcoholic Gaming just popped in. Welcome, AG. You just jumped into the fire. Hope you're staying warm. AG, you there?
Yeah.
There you are. All right. So, yeah, we were just talking about ESG incentives, cultural manipulation through the government, and the Republican-led House Judiciary Committee subpoenaing the major tech, the Silicon Valley giants, major tech companies for fucking with the election, I guess. So...
Oh no, Susan's gonna get on you. Oh wait, she's gone. Actually, you know what? She's being replaced by someone else. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean,
some of this
it
just.
goes to my point earlier. So, like, if your hypothesis is more true than mine, then they're just gonna find some other dipshit to keep it circulating. So, if the Susan leaves or gets she goes on pregnancy leave or whatever the fuck, then they're just gonna find some other moron to do the same job that she is. It goes bottom up.
According to some videos that I've been watching, it is quite literally someone she's been working with for 8 years straight, and he's been in the trust and safety team, and he has the exact same stupid ass politics as her.
Blah blah. They're all the same.
It's going to be the same
people.
shit.
Like their behavior is just pretty much. I can almost guarantee.
They're NPCs. They all the same fucking dialogue. The same.
Well, that's the irony. You think that being in a highly authoritative position, whether it's you're a government official or you are the president of YouTube, you think that that's really being in power, but really you are the biggest slave of all the people directly below you, because those are the people that you're accountable to. I mean, take a look at a CEO's life. Is that really freedom? Sure, there's power, but with great power comes great responsibility, and sometimes the responsibility is greater than the power. So
I know they have a fuck ton of money. That's all I know.
But what can they do with the money? They're working, 80, 90, 120 hours a week?
Allegedly.
Is that even wealth anymore?
Allegedly, they're working that. Well, hold on a sec. How do we know? How do we know that's what they're working? How do we know they're not? They have a group of people doing all the fucking work, and they're just coming up with ideas. That's it. How do we know how many hours they're working?
So... I mean, but of course, at that point, the answer is always we don't know. And if we know nothing, then we will do nothing. So then, what do we do then?
Like, you could train a class of thousands of people online right now to all follow the same bullshit, right?
Okay.
I'm talking about the ESG woke crap.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And they all, as so long as they all do that work, they're doing all the work for you. You're just that CEO that can, I don't know where the hell she is or what she does exactly, but she's been given the role of CEO, and that's her life. I mean, I know you're saying that 50, 60, 70, and 90 hours or whatever, but maybe that's just some CEOs in some positions. I don't know what the hell she does, but I mean, if you're that kind of, like Elon Musk, for example, I know he fucking sleeps at his factory, right?
So he claims.
Well, I mean, apparently, according to, it's not just a claim. Like, his
Well, he's
people
also
he
doing it
works
for PR. So he's been photographed a couple times, like walking around like Tesla factories and just like talking to his coworkers, like wearing a hard hat, just like his coworkers. And that's just whether it's
that's
bullshit
true.
or not. That's just a good way to at least establish that kind of relationship with your employees.
Okay. Yeah,
the
I
people
see
watching
that.
you. So PR is just pretty much half of your marketing budget. Duh.
Well, apparently, though, there's a lot of people who fucking hate him that work for him. Certain things that he does that they don't like. Like, a lot of people want there to be some kind of a union, and he doesn't like fucking unions. He doesn't want that shit
Mm-hmm.
in his business. Which, in some respects, I kind of agree. Unions are kind of
Well, like TFM says, like a union is completely redundant when you already have a bunch of legal protections for employees.
right,
And then when you have
right,
too much redundancy, too much force at one end of the decision-making process of the company, then they're the ones that are running the company. And of course, what does the average employee know about running the company? What is good and bad for the
right,
company's bottom line? Not that much.
right,
So
right.
there's, and of course, in my and TFM's opinion, without labor unions, there's already an adequate balance, like a checks and balance system between employees and leadership. So, yeah.
Uh,
So,
it's kind of weird thinking about the whole Elon stuff. I know he's like been in the news a lot. It's so weird because, like, I remember when he was just like, he was the voice for the left. you know, it's
well,
so bizarre.
it's because the Overton windows shifted further left. So, my current political position, what I believe in, what I like and don't like, what I subjectively believe is right and wrong, is
Okay.
quite similar to that of a Democrat in the United States in the 90s. So,
Yeah.
like
There you
Donald
go.
Trump. Donald Trump was a Democrat in the 90s.
Yeah.
But as
Yeah. A lot of
politics
people are
moves
like,
towards further as Cthulhu always swims to the left once again as the Monkey
Changing
King
sides.
exactly.
well, I guess I look at that from other people would just call that a classic liberal, and those liberals technically aren't. They're not with the new liberal. They're not the fucking communist left. They're not. It's like there's a fucking million shades of gray here,
Mm-hmm.
and it depends on
But
what generation you came from and what your beliefs and value system was at this specific time. And I'm honestly feeling that same way, especially with like when it comes to the right or conservatives.
well, the word
We're
liberal
seeing them.
also
We're seeing them
means.
starting to
Oh,
embrace
sorry.
fucking transgender shit. And you're like, what the fuck is going on here? It's
It's
happening all
because
over the place.
that's what they need to do to stay politically relevant, and they
That's
are under the
you're right.
perception. They under the
You're
perception
100% right.
yeah, and they are under
And
the perception that. Go ahead.
it's we're turning into the UK. From my understanding of the UK, it's you're either left wing or you're far left wing, and you're like, well, that's what we're turning into.
So, in the urban areas,
Well, what is left wing?
well, that's all relative. So, I have a very old video. This is like fucking classic shit right now, where I talk
Okay.
about the political trichotomy model as brought up to me by Mr. Monkey. But
Yeah.
my theory is that okay, the split between left and right is a dissection of the triangle that rotates 60 degrees every few hundred years. And
Yeah,
let me see if I
pendulum.
can hold on. Let me see if I can play it on the stream real quick. And I could show you the diagram while I'm talking about it.
Oh shit! That means I gotta open my phone.
So,
Oh, I got full power. Cool.
So, with every, I guess, every quote unquote rise and fall of a civilization, the triangle rotates 60 degrees, and then, yeah, that's just how that's. Let me find the video. It's been so long since I've done it, but I just now recalled it.
There we go. Now I can see.
Trichotomy. Fuck it. Okay, I'll just find a political.
Hey, it's Doug. He's a cool dude. Sorry.
Oh wow. Brave is looking out for us.
What did it do?
Brave
Oh
is
no.
just, okay, so if you search this on Google, okay, I guess I could show you on Google real quick.
Okay.
Political.
This is kind of hard to tell, but
There's a political trichotomy test. Looks like it's already there. Anyway, I'm a police car now. Ooh.
I remember when he was bringing up the trichotomy. I remember him showing us the diagram or the digraph.
By the way, hashtag should be sponsored once again. Brave image search is pulling up whenever I search political trichotomy on Brave image search. TFM is like the second result on there.
That's good.
Look at this. Check out this. Look at this shit. Fucking Brave's looking out for us. Meanwhile, Google, of course, you get Now, let's try Bing.
Yeah.
Let's try Bing too. Let's see what Bing comes up with.
I've been using Brave for before I suggested the idea to Sandman. Yeah, I was the one who suggested that to him.
Yeah, well, my dad will beat up your dad.
But I don't want to.
Anything
I wasn't
your dad
like
can do, I can do better, or mine can do better. My dad can do anything better.
My dad is super boomer.
The unfortunate bit is Brave didn't pay him what they owed him because I guess he couldn't tell him his identity or something. That sucks, man. I don't know if he's still in that boat or not, but that was a shitty move. For all the I mean, God, his video was hilarious too. Or I mean, his sponsor for Brave was hilarious. Zuck the Cuck. I still remember that. It just flows off.
Anyway. Oh wow, even Bing's pulling up TFM too. Fuck, man, it's just
oh,
Google.
That's good.
Google, they think they have a monopoly on the image search, but there's like Yandex, there's Bing, there's Brave Images. Man, it's gotta love all tech.
The only problem with Brave is they don't load up a lot. They load up a little bit, but not like Google. It just loads up this giant ass list, and everywhere else is you're limited only to 20 items or 20 rows, and you're like, come on, show me fucking 50 rows or 100.
Well, they don't have that Silicon Valley money to increase their API and their interface.
Well, is it money or is it I don't know if
money can buy manpower, and they're short on both. So
that's true.
Anyway, so I guess back to what I was saying about the trichotomy. I have this really old fucking video. I can't find it on Big Title TV right now. But my theory is that, okay, for example, during the I guess the French Revolution or whatever was going on in the United Kingdom at that point, or excuse me, England, those who stood to the right of the king were loyal to him, and those who stood left of him wanted to depart. Now, the left, of course, contained both libertarians and communists. So the line between those two was kind of split this way. So here's the left, here's the right, here's the line where the line to which the king stood, and those who did not like the kingdom left the kingdom, and that's where these two groups came to, I guess, the Americas, and in the case of the Revolutionary War. And then after that, you had the liberal left and the liberal right, because they were both liberals. Oh, yay, we're in Jamestown, we're all hunky-dory. Oh, no, someone's eating all the bread. Well, how should we solve this problem? Then we had groups of people that disagreed. One believed that, we should adhere to the, again, sorry to point the finger at Christians. We should adhere to the words of Jesus to suffer. We should suffer the meek, for the meek shall inherit the earth, and thus they should eat all the bread. Whereas other people were like, no, bro, fuck that. We need some bread too. And I think we should establish a merit system about who deserves the most bread based upon who farms the most grain to process into the bread. So then you have the separation of the red and blue on this graph. And that's where we have the conflict of liberal left versus liberal right. Ergo.
There you go.
Yeah. And ergo, the liberal right is probably where we, all three of us, stand, because we believe in building one man must build himself through his own merit, through his own toil in the struggle of nature, in the struggle of capitalism, in the struggle of the free market, in the struggle of whatever economy lies before us in the future.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's liberalism 101. If you think monarchy bad, then congratulations, you're a liberal. Everybody's a fucking liberal.
Liberalism, find a cure.
Do you really want to cure that? Do you want to go back
liberalism.
to? Do you want to go back to kings, queens, and monarchies and their
No,
incestuous products?
no, of course not.
Exactly.
No, of course not.
I don't think so. So accept that you're a liberal.
Let them eat bread.
Let them eat.
Hey, I'll load up. I love my carbs. Give me the bread.
Oh, my lovely subjects shall only have baguettes.
Yeah, right now it's like eat the Soylent Green, bitch.
I've eaten meat. I've eaten
heading
soy.
into that direction.
I'm not. I've. That's not the craziest thing I put in my mouth. Let's put it that way. No homo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Insects for ye.
When I was a kid, my dad taught me how to cook a grasshopper. So we catch some in our backyard.
I was wondering where that was going.
Yeah. And we fried it, and it turns red. It turned red like a lobster, and it just got really dry and crunchy, and it's just really bland. Like it's.
Yeah.
I would try eating bugs just for the hell of it, and if you ground it up into like a little like bean patty, I mean, fuck, I just slather some barbecue sauce on it. I'll eat it up. I don't give a shit. If I don't like it, I won't eat it. I got plenty of other things to eat. So.
Well, like, I mean, I remember like a decade ago, we'd see these people in China, and they were eating bugs in like a popsicle, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? What the? I wouldn't want to see the food in that form. You know, it's kind of like ground beef. We have our ground beef, and it's not in the shape of a cow, right? And so you're like, oh, that's good. That's good. I don't want to see it in the shape of a cow or a bug or whatever the fuck I'm eating. Because that grosses me out. So,
Now look, plot twist. I'm not vegan anymore. But.
I know.
But wait, there's more. If you can't handle. So that's clearly like this is really something shocking. Not really shocking to me. It was a revelation for me. And being vegan and really, I guess, understanding the following of I don't know, our Lord and Savior Muhammad, dare I say, excuse my shitty humor. It pointed out to me, and well, being part of this quote unquote veganism cult, elucidated me to first my education in biology. And then my own curiosity has driven me to figure out, why do people asking me, okay, so why are people offended whenever I tell them, oh, I'm vegan, you shouldn't be eating meat because this, and this. So, and the fact you just told me,
like,
well,
it's because a lot of fucking vegans, like, they create their own religion out of it, and then they're like,
I mean, that's what
you
it
should
is.
be vegan or else you're gonna die, and you're like, fuck you too.
Sure. On the other hand, well, as you just pointed out to me, you don't want to see that. You're trying to forget that the cow was probably got a steel bolt in his head, and it was like chopped up into pieces with a huge fucking bloody mess, and then through many steps of processing becomes the hamburger on your plate.
There you go.
So
yeah,
I'm asking,
suddenly it's good.
If you love eating meat so much, why does that bother you?
Well, let's see here. Hunters, people that hunt for a living or something like that, they don't have any issue with it because they've been doing it from the beginning.
All right.
But for someone that's domesticated, like me,
A pussy.
you go to the store
right.
to get your meat. You go to the store to get your packaged meat,
Yeah.
and so you're not used to the fact that how the process of killing that cow works.
Okay.
And I remember, I can't remember who it was. It might have been you actually 2 years ago. Somebody showed me a fucking video of cows being slaughtered, and it did gross me out. It fucking made me disgusted. And actually, it made me kind of have the behavior of a vegan for like a month. And I just the thought of the meat and then the blood and it just grossed me the hell out. I'm like, fuck.
Oh, you think
I don't wanna
you think
touch
the
that.
blood grosses you out? Wait till you see how much time the pig spent. No, not the pig. Well, pigs too.
Well,
Even more so pigs.
it's not just the blood. It was because I was watching this cow.
Also, think
like,
about
they
how much
slit-
time these
they literally
animals spend
slit its
walking
throat.
around their own shit.
Well,
Yeah.
it was watching the cow suffer as they slit its throat and it's slipping on its own fucking blood as its neck opens up.
Yep.
Just like, oh my god,
Yummy,
that's fucked.
isn't it?
That just seeing that was fucking, man. It affected me for a while. Eventually, I was able to get back to eating meat.
So what got you back to it is basically like
He got
the reward
hungry.
circuit. So
I got-
whenever you
what's-
see this especially finely processed meat, it's highly bioavailable. So you can sort of, well, I guess you can kind of taste the protein, at least the texture, the chewy texture, not too chewy, so it's like gum, but not so soft, it's just mush. The fact it's like it holds together after you fry it in the pan, along with the fat. There's a lot of saturated fat, and saturated fat produces a similar, I guess, dopaminergic or serotonin or some other similar pleasurous neurochemical response that sugar does. Everyone likes to point the finger at sugar bad, sugar equals diabetes. Well, fat causes a lot of problems too, but no one wants to fucking talking about that because they love eating fat. So,
Well, there's also a fat that you have to eat in order to survive.
yes.
Because you've heard of what was that bunny diet that can basically kill you because the bunnies don't have enough fat on them or something.
No, it's because they're not eating enough calories. And nobody fucking counts calories because it's too much work. Even though there's like MyFitnessPal. So
it is.
It's
too much work.
Duh, if you eat, especially if you're an athlete like me, if I eat the bunny diet where I just eat like 100 calories of lettuce a day, yeah, I'm gonna starve to death in a while, and pretty quickly too. What will happen if I take on that diet is just severe calorie restriction. Let's say if I eat nothing but vegetables, yeah, my vitamins and minerals will be in check. But then my body has nothing to burn for energy other than itself. So then insulin will stop, first of all, which causes everything to try to flood back into the blood because your body says, oh shit, we don't have fuel. We need to go scrounge around the scrapyard, known as the rest of the body, to find something to burn for fuel. So the first thing that goes is skeletal muscle. You will start to lose a lot of muscle mass, even if you exercise regularly. If you have nothing to build the muscle with, and then the body says, okay, well, brain says, central command, brain up there says we need to keep moving. So we need to keep the muscles moving. We can't rebuild them. So we need to break down the muscle to produce glucose to burn as energy. So as the muscle starts to waste away, that's about it. So as the muscle starts to waste away, then if that's still not enough energy, then you start burning fat. And then you start to go into the single digits of body fat percentage, which means testosterone, gone, reproductive functions, gone, male or female alike, they all suffer the same symptoms.
So when an activist that goes on one of those starving, whatever the fuck that
hunger strike,
they just starve the hunger strike. That's what it's called. When they do that, it's first muscle that it eats, and then it's fat, or is it the opposite?
It's so your body at any given moment, contrary to what the keto dipshits tell you, at any given moment you're burning a mixture of sugar and fat in your blood from your blood, and whatever is unused is going to go away first. Now, let's say if you're very athletic, you can deliver a lot of oxygen to your blood. Only then do you have the resources to burn fat, because fat is very oxygen intensive. It's like diesel. It requires a lot more air and a lot more, I guess, input. But in the end, it produces a more efficient fuel source. But again, we humans can only burn so much fat at any given moment because it requires so much oxygen. So whenever you lose weight, you tend to lose a little bit of muscle along with the fat. And again, the more athletic you are, the better vasculature you developed in your muscles, the more fat you can burn. So, in short, for intents and purposes of this conversation, they go away together. So people just start to become really skinny. They become very lean, but they also lose muscle mass. That's just weight loss 101.
Okay.
Keeper, you're echoing, by the way. Just let you know.
Is that me? Is that happening when I hit the mute button?
I hear feedback. This is why I tell you guys to wear headphones.
I'm wearing headphones right now, and I just hit the mute button. I'm not sure if it's me or not.
No, it's probably Keeper then. Keeper
probably
couldn't get headphones in time. So.
Boo.
So yeah, I guess if you want to keep talking about like vegans and their childish behavior, I'd love to tell you all about that. But if not, I mean, I'm not afraid to. This is just my opinion. I'm not afraid to try insect burgers. I've eaten crazier food. I've been places in the world, and I've met certain people. I'm not afraid to try new things. And in case you guys haven't figured out, the vegan at the end of my username is kind of a vestige of where I've come throughout my time on the internet.
Yeah.
And life too.
It's kind of like a tattoo that you put on when
Yeah.
you're young and stupid.
A vegan tattoo, perhaps.
Then when you got older, you're like, shit, I don't apply to that tattoo anymore. Unfortunately, too many people know me as this. So I understand.
I half-assedly support the ideology in the sense that it's a type of out-of-the-box thinking that taught me, at least me, certain things that I would have never considered had I not went down that route. And I think for a health standpoint, I think especially in a society full of obese people, it is definitely...
We live in a society.
We sure do, Joker. It's definitely something... It's not another one of the options to fix the common causes of chronic illness. And as once again, so many medical professionals, me included, tell people to eat more fruits and vegetables. Duh. Mm-hmm. So... And furthermore, like when I also examined the own reasons why I was fervently eating meat and initially opposed to veganism when I was first exposed to the idea, I kind of realized that the reasons people ate meat were just really kind of stupid and childish and kind of like emotionally based. And all the arguments against veganism, most of them, were logically fallacious. And that being said, yeah, PETA's full of shit. Vegans are stupid, just like the rest of us. Vegans really aren't that different from any other religion or cultural organization.
What if we just ate a little bit of everything?
Yeah, including dick. I mean, what can go wrong?
What the fuck?
What if I gave you a plate of a little bit of fish, some veggies, some fruit, and maybe some orange juice?
I mean, how hungry I am. How hungry am I in this hypothetical situation?
You're just gonna have to eat a bag of dicks.
I'll do that if you put enough money on the table.
Oh fuck! I'm sorry.
Anyway.
Go back to the conversation.
Yeah. So I encourage you to stop being a pussy and put the meat in your mouth, so to speak, even if it's insect meat. If you're struggling with weight problems, try veganism, try a vegan policy, or count calories, or I don't know, just stop being a lazy piece of shit. Not to call you out, Keeper.
Well, just stop eating.
You know, I didn't
That's
gain
what intermittent
weight.
fasting is. It's literally stop eating. And then people are like, oh my god, we found a breakthrough in science! Woo! Like, yeah, duh. Calories in, calories out. Mind blown.
So, before I was fat, I was a fairly active person.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just say I got injured, which I did.
Okay.
And when I got injured, I kept injuring myself and re-injuring myself, and it got to the point where I fucking couldn't. I couldn't do anything. I just kept getting worse, and it kept taking a lot longer to recover. And I just said, "Fuck it." And I probably shouldn't have said that because when I did that, I started gaining weight.
Mm.
And so I wasn't as active. I'm even worse now. I'm even worse now. And I've got some issues that go along with that. So, I mean, I agree with you. Eating right is good, and intermittent fasting is good. And that would probably help me in some
It's
situations.
it's just a really lazy way to restrict calories, but it apparently works. So give it a shot if you want. I don't care.
Well, no, I mean, I would love, fuck, man, if I didn't have like my fucking nerve issue in my back, my disc in my fucking back wouldn't fucking stop slipping out of place all the fucking time. I wouldn't have a problem losing all my weight. See, back at the time that this happened to me, I was working as a custodian in a school, right? And I was really fucking active. I was doing shit all the time. Well, anyway, I fucked up my back, and I couldn't be as active. I know this sounds ridiculous, but I was losing weight constantly. I couldn't eat enough
It's
to
exactly
hold
the position
weight
I'm in right now.
to gain weight.
Mm-hmm.
I but when I hurt myself, suddenly I just couldn't do anything. Right now I'm walking around because I don't know, I can't stand the sitting right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay.
why I'm breathing a lot. So
I think the most important
I
question I have for you is that what got you to do the sport back when you were physically more able, but before this injury?
sport.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I hurt myself on the job, so
Okay. Do
that's where it
you
happened.
would it would it be too much to ask you what sport specifically you were doing?
Sport. You keep saying sport, and I'm confused.
Well, you said you were physically
All right.
active. So like, what was your
Oh,
activity?
I see what you mean. Well, physically active to me can mean anything. I could be
Sure.
cleaning and I'm physically active. I could be throwing shit away and that could be physically active. I could go hiking and that's physically active. I've gone
Yeah.
hiking though.
Okay.
I used to hike a lot. Hiking was a fun activity for me.
Mm-hmm.
I've also played like it's not like a sport I like. It's just something to do when other people are doing it, like volleyball, something stupid like that. Can't even do that anymore.
Okay.
I used to play street hockey. This was when I was a kid, though. Rollerblades and everything. I used to skateboard.
Okay.
I kind of hurt myself quite a bit doing that, and it's probably tied to why my back has got so fucked up in the first place. But that was when I was a kid, mostly.
Gotcha.
Um, let's see, other sports. I was into basketball for a while. I was pretty good at it. Um, and I enjoyed it. But I just kind of lost the appeal for it. And something that was more commonly played in my state. I don't know if anyone plays this shit anywhere else. I really loved Ultimate Frisbee until I fucking rolled my ankle and destroyed the ligaments down there that made it so you can stand on fucking grass and uneven ground that your ankle just fucking rolled every time you hit a wrong angle. And I said goodbye to that when that happened.
Mm.
I really love that sport, but oh well. I wasn't really into football or anything like that. There's a lot of sports that I didn't really care for, like fucking golf.
That's
Although,
exactly what a Fed would say.
what? I don't understand. What?
Golf is more like it's more a test of like motor skill and strategy. And it's not really.
Yeah.
I guess that's why you see like a lot of chicks playing it. is because it's not something that requires a ton of muscle, right? A muscle
We see
or
chicks play?
cardiovascular strength. You know,
Well, I don't watch golf in general,
oh,
so I
yeah,
don't.
I don't give a
fucking
shit
know.
about golf either. But that's just at least from my observations from I don't know, whatever kind of person you think I am. So
Okay.
I think you really need to continue asking yourself why you were doing these kinds of sports, and if you want to get back into reaping the benefits of physical activity, whatever form it may take.
Well, some of them were fun, you know, and that's why I did them. But
It sounds like you didn't really find anything that stuck, so you're just trying all kinds of different things. And then
no, I just
Once
tried
it-
a lot of different shit.
so whatever sport you choose to do, and really what I guess defines a sport is kind of a competitive. It is the competitive nature of it relative to your other competitors. Is that once you started to go into the and again I wish there was a nicer way to say this. It seems like once you started to get into it and you saw that there was that in order to move to the next level you need to put in way more work, or you need to do way more research or way more practice, and you just thought that's a little too much, and then you just kind of backed out, and then you just started trying the new thing and somehow expected something to be different.
Oh well,
that time
that wasn't necessarily the reason, but I mean, it just depended on what was happening, what I had access to.
yeah, fair enough.
And all that. It wasn't, but you're kind of right when it comes to that same viewpoint. Like when it comes to like computers and stuff, I learned how to mod a video game, but it took me fucking years to figure out how to do it. So somewhat to an effective rate. Problem is, I do get because of my mental disabilities, I get fucking what's the word? Discouraged while I'm learning something. I get really fucking, and it happens quite quick too. And I notice it's quick. And the problem is, it's one of those things where you try for a while and then you're like, fuck this. I'm gonna go and do something else for a while,
yes.
because this is pissing me the hell off.
Right.
And then you come back to it and you go, okay, maybe I can do this. And so you come back and you try to practice it again, and then you run into the same fucking problem or another problem, and then you're just like, shit, fuck this shit, I'm out. And I just keep this process of coming and going. But when it came to sports, it wasn't necessarily like that. When it came to like exercise, I kind of did get into the whole exercise thing, but I found out that I would lose more weight or I would gain more muscle when I was just doing something that was monotonous, like something as simple as cleaning windows or mopping a floor or something like that, or throwing out trash. And when I was doing these activities, I was kind of like in my own head, like there was there you would be in this zone. You'd be in this, like, I don't know how to explain it. You'd be in this zone mode of thinking, and you'd just be in your own head. And it was like this very nice and peaceful place that you could be. Your happy place. Happy. And while in this happy place, I could just think things through effectively. Didn't matter what it was. If I had some sort of issue that I was thinking about, I could fully think things through, and I would just be doing this monotonous exercise or thing that I was doing, and I didn't have to really think about the workout itself. I could just do the workout. I would be on autopilot doing the workout, and I wouldn't really be paying attention to what I was doing, other than I would just keep doing that motion, whatever it was. And it also helped to have like some kind of podcast in my ear.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
Anyway.
Okay. This might shock you.
Hey,
Guess what?
hey, if I could jump in real quick.
I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry, AM.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I just might maybe just recommend, just for listeners or for Keeper, to research Pilates.
Oh my God.
I found that. No.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. But I'm gonna disagree.
Oh.
You guys.
Oh, really? Oh, I was just saying that I found that because I've got pain and injuries.
Oh,
I found that Pilates.
Yeah.
Pilates is really helpful when you're, you don't want to run around, but you can still lay on the ground and work out.
So
What is the difference between yoga and Pilates? Is there any difference?
I'm kind of drawing a blank, but I'm under the impression, and correct me.
Yoga is
AM
more for stretching. I mean, it's just advanced stretching. It has benefits. It makes you more flexible.
Okay.
But
Flexibility
Pilates
is-
is more of like an assisted kind of workout thing for if you're injured, and it can
Okay.
actually help some people recover.
Okay.
So flexibility, by the way, is the number one most underrated aspect of fitness. Your ability to develop force, whether it's for strength training, whether it's for endurance sports, whether it's for, like, I don't know, jumping over, doing a high jump, or like the track and field type sports. Your ability to develop momentum in your limbs is pretty much mostly limited by either your joint motility, which is something you don't have complete control over, or your flexibility, which is you almost have complete control over. Now, the more flexible you are, the bigger motion you can make, the harder you can throw, the lower you can get on your bike to be in more aerodynamic position, the wider you can make a stride while you run. Flexibility is just basically like a huge boon to any type of sport performance, regardless. Except golf, because, golf is for pussies. So,
Dude, I remember so many guys. In my high school getting into that. And I thought, what the fuck is the appeal?
3 big guys.
and they bust my eyes.
What?
It's
What?
Oh, you
a-
guys
it's
don't
a-
know?
It's
I don't know that rep.
I'll send you a link to the video. You're gonna love this. But
Okay.
what was it? Okay, let me type that real quick. Dig bar, gay raps, 4 big guys.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, go
Oh
check
my
this out after the show. You're gonna love it. So, all right.
God.
I guess enough teasing. So, I'm just surprised you guys are missing this. But you say, okay, Keeper, you say that you love some kind of repetitive exercise that gets your heart pumping and your body moving.
Yeah, but it
And-
has to be something I actually can do.
And you like, right. And you like to let your mind wander, and you can just kind of like
Yeah.
go in depth with all the information that is in your brain. Which, again, don't underestimate that. You think that you don't have anything to say on the show yet. Here you are. I mean, you just laid down a lot of content. Clearly, there's a lot going on. upstairs.
Exactly. Keepers.
Take a look at my
Keeper's
username.
a freaking.
Take a look at my username. What sport do you think I'm going to recommend to you?
What? your username?
Yes.
So you're gonna suggest some angry sport, I guess, or some
It
vegan.
can be angry, especially if you're competing at a pro level. But
Okay, cyclist. God damn you!
there you go.
I'm just fucking with you.
You hear that? That's my applause for you. What I recommend for you is actually, this is what I've been doing too, since this is what the coaches told me to do. Is that
Oh, okay.
I got I have something called a smart trainer. It is specific. My specific model is a Garmin TAC-X Neo 2T. And what it is that I can take one of my bikes and I can take out the rear wheel and then I mount it onto the thing. And then it gives me a certain amount of resistance to pedal against. And meanwhile, my coach sends me like pre-written, I guess, how do you say this? Curated workout plans that tell me how hard to pedal for how long. And he sends me like a schedule, like, okay, you're going to do this one this week. You're going to do this one this week. You're going to do this much this day. And this days are your rest days. And that has been really the kind of like a night and day difference. Because what I used to do for a while is that I biked as transportation. And what I ended up doing is that I thought, okay, well, I don't need a coach. I could just figure this stuff out myself. And what I ended up doing is that I rode for way more than I should have. And all I did was just overload my body with chronic stress. And I was not able to recover and build the adaptation to the stress, which is literally like training by definition. So training is stress plus rest, right? If you take out the rest aspect of it, it's not going to carry over. So yeah,
Right
so
on.
if you can find some cheap indoor bike, and I can show you some I can show you how to get like training plans and similar to those I'm getting for free instead of paying like I do since I'm a sucker. That I think is perfect for you because you can. I mean, to take it a step further, I even put a laptop on this like really tall table next to my like indoor bike setup, and I kind of just like play on that computer and manage my Discord server and what the fuck not while I am training indoors with a fan, of course, and a bunch of snacks and a bunch of water bottles. It's a whole mess in and of itself, but I highly suggest that to you. And whatever money it's going to cost you, I can guarantee you it's worth it.
Okay.
So
yeah, someone was actually going to give me a bike like that. They're gonna just give it to me. But and I said, yeah, sure. But I have to have a place to put it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can't help you with
Which
that
I didn't.
So
we got a bunch of shit. But I could probably do that. At least part of the time. The problem with the nerve is it kind of just it hurts when I sit too long. It hurts when I stand too long. It hurts. I can't even fucking sleep in a bed. By the way, I have been literally sleeping in a fucking lazy boy for 2 years straight.
mm-hmm.
My neck hurts all the fucking time, but my back and my leg issue isn't so bad.
Your neck, your back, and your pussy and your crack. I got it, Megan Thee Stallion.
That's fine.
Anyway,
but yeah,
so
it sucks, but that is what it is.
I think okay. So your body is smarter than you, but sometimes, first of all, it thinks it's a very powerful intelligence that thinks a bit slow, and even then, it makes mistakes. Sometimes it misperceives things. Now that's what pain was intended to be an alert system. For example, this system A is damaged. Therefore, we need to send an alert to central command. Okay, well, system A, something wrong with system A, and then only central command can do something about it, which is your conscious thought, your brain, right?
I also don't do drugs, by the way.
Well,
I probably should do drugs, but
yes, it can be interpreted.
I know.
It's
a lot of people throughout the years have suggested like have marijuana or whatever, but that's just not an option right now. Anyways,
it can be expensive, and especially since it's not like an established medical practice, you can't use insurance write-offs to pay for it. I understand, but the reason why it's suggested at all is because, at least in my personal experience, the painkiller effect of marijuana is kind of like it's really poorly understood because of the illegality of it. Nobody can do any like federally approved research, but from what I personally learned, because that's all the information I can have to work with right now, is that the pain goes from like an alarm constantly going off, disrupting your ability to focus on anything else, to just like imagine like a really beautiful woman just like gently tapping your shoulder and say, hey, don't forget about this problem. That's what pain is like whenever you are under the influence of marijuana. That's the only way I can describe it.
Really? Oh, okay. So you're getting the pain, but it's not.
But you find it
not as loud.
Yeah,
it's not as
it's not as disruptive as it normally is. It's just again the beautiful woman tapping on your shoulder, speaking to you.
I was on a drug that was very similar to that, but this one, unfortunately, my doctor had me on, and I told him, "Look, dude, I don't want anything that's gonna make me fucking addicted. That like I become a fucking drug addict." And he's like, "Okay." Well, he wouldn't allow me to take that because regulations in my state. So,
well, pharmaceuticals can fuck you up just as bad. I mean, that's what the whole opioid crisis was about, right?
Yeah, and that's another issue. I mean, obviously, I could, if I wanted to, I probably could find someone that deals the stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to run into the issue that someone might put fucking meth in there and lace it in there, and you're like, now I'm addicted to this fucking other stuff. What's that?
It is weed.
Lace meth and what? Well, you won't run into anything like that as long as you're buying it from a dispensary.
That's what I meant.
I guess he doesn't live somewhere where it's legal, so.
Yeah. Yes. That probably tells you exactly where I live without saying it. But
the shining light for you, the white pill here for you, is that clearly there's a lot of political momentum to legalize it all over the United States, which is where I assume you're.
Yeah, so. and I would actually trust it being more regulated in that sense than just buying it from the guy fucking down the street, the creepy guy that, hey, you want some shit? You're like, no, I don't fucking trust that guy. Fuck him.
Hey Dolan, I got this bomb ass weed. You need to fucking take a puff, man.
I only cut it up with a teeny bit of fentanyl to make it stronger.
Gooby. Actually, I can't do a Donald Duck impression. Gooby, this is just shit in a wad of paper. What the fuck are you giving me? And then Dolan, please. That's the end of the comic. I don't know if you remember that.
No.
Yeah, let me find it real quick.
That's okay.
Dolan, please. Gooby bomb ass weed.
I guess I have to turn on my screen again. All right, let's do it.
Dolan, please. Comic. You guys remember these? The typical story is that like Gooby, you can guess who that is asking Dolan for a suggestion whenever he has a problem, and then.
Can you make the image bigger? I'm on my phone.
Here. What's a good
or
one?
Just maybe shift.
There it is.
Zoom in.
So.
Okay.
Yeah. So Gooby has a problem, and he comes up to Dolan for a suggestion. Dolan gives him the solution, and Gooby says basically, "It's like, wait, what is this?" And then Dolan responds, "Gooby, please."
Okay.
It's I don't know. It's just. Yeah, it's
So
my autism telling me what's funny and what's not. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just don't get it.
Yep.
My autism can't even pick it up.
Oh man.
Honestly, look, I don't know if I have autism, but I was looking up these videos of this guy talking about autism, and he's like, "You might have autism," and then he brought up this list of.
Not gonna lie, I'm kind of retarded.
That's what happens when you take too much super male vitality, bro.
Kind of retarded. Anyway, as he smokes a fucking, as he sniffs in some fucking white stuff on the ground there.
Oh my god.
I'm good. Super male vitality. It comes in this white powder. I'm sorry. I'm fucking around. All right. So, what the fuck are we talking about, damn it?
You even got me to forget. Fucking good job. Fitness, health, pain, drugs. What else? And then we got to, Gooby, please, smoking a wad of shit, thinking it was weed. Yeah. So yeah.
Well, there you go. So you'd rather go through
like,
some sort
regarding like legality or illegality of marijuana in your area. I mean, to gather the money you can, and I suggest don't be afraid to move. Yeah. You change your environment. Like humans, like any intelligent organism, will try to adapt to its environment. You change your environment, you change yourself. So that's the way I look at it. Like I used to fucking hate where I lived. But and that really affected my life attitude. But once I finally pulled my big boy pants on, got up and moved very far away from where I originally was.
Okay.
All the anger, the first word of my username just melted away. And it was elucidating. And people
without giving away where you live. Did you like the area you're living in when you first arrived? Or is it something that
I spent most of my life there, so I didn't really understand much better. when I was a kid, because I was just fascinated by the novelty of things, I had like unrealistic expectations.
Okay.
And what's a private way to discuss this? I had unrealistic
Shit.
expectations, so whenever for example, I don't know, like a bike shop I went to, I first thought
Okay.
it was cool because that was just the first bike shop I'd been to, and
Right.
as a kid. But then as I started to, as the honeymoon phase wore off, as I started to become a regular visitor of that bike shop, and I started to see, well, okay, well, it's a bike shop. I mean, they got to make money. They just want my money. They don't really care that much about anything else. And the bike shop there wasn't as engaged as the bike shops in my local area right now.
Right.
And that's because of, again,
That-
cultural differences from the place where I was compared to the place I am at right now. And again, it's night and day. And being in a culture where people have certain common values with you, that is very important for more than just maintaining your sanity, but also in hard times, like the ominous collapse that is among us, waiting to happen. Having something in common, having a good bond with your community is pretty damn important. And that's exactly, and I hate to air my dirty laundry out, but that's kind of what TFM's failing to do. And I guess he has enough respect for his audience that he's telling us the advice he can't follow. He's refusing to follow himself. But he's a man of means. He can move, but he's just not moving.
You're right.
The only conclusion I can come up to is that he's just being a pussy by choice.
So he still lives in California.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And he keeps preaching to leave, but he
doesn't do
still
it
hasn't. Right.
And I, like him,
unless he's just making everyone believe he's still there and he's already gone. That's possible.
Right? Possible, but I think it's less likely than our first hypothesis.
Okay, well,
because like, and again, hate to badmouth him again, but he talks about his work experience is mainly white collar background, and he thinks that his plan was to move to Singapore, but then that's too much work. So then his second plan was to move to Alaska, and that was too much work. So now he says, okay, maybe I'll go to Florida, which is just California from 10 years ago, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's moving the goalpost when you go to. For right now, it seems great in Florida, and I agree. Like in many ways, I want to move there, but in 10 years, it's probably going to be the exact same thing as California.
Yep, it's because
it'll be
good times make
Florida.
weak men. It's too comfortable there.
That's another good example. Leftists seem to typically go where it's nice. It's not always like that. I'm just saying that in most cases, the vast majority of people you're going to find that are on that political spectrum, whatever you want to say, you're going to most likely find them in where the weather is fucking amazing, and that's where everything is. It's also the same for people that like to live in cities. Like, they don't want to live in the outskirts of the city. They want to live in the downtown area because everything is super close. Everything is nearby. Everything they fucking could ever need is downtown. And for me, I've never lived in a downtown area, and I don't ever want to. I've worked in a downtown area, and I fucking hated it. I'm like, how do people fucking stand this shit?
So,
you know?
I don't know if you've noticed that leftist groups tend to be, just like how TFM is recommending to us, they are very community oriented. They organize from grassroots because that's kind of leftism in a nutshell. It's about power to the people. They start at the bottom of the hierarchy and try to move upwards. That's what an uprising is, right? It's a revolution. It is a challenge of the status quo, which is by definition leftist. So, whenever And that's why they're powerful, is because of their numbers and their concentration in a small area. Like a no-go zone, right? And Chaz and Chop, right? So
Yeah.
they are comforted by the sense, if not a actual community, the sense of a community, which is built. It's much easier to build whenever you're in a very large city. There's a high population
Right.
density. There's a lot more people you can talk to, network with within your vicinity.
That's essentially what the Chaz and Chop was.
Exactly.
It was
Mhm.
they were trying to build something that was already in the infrastructure of where they were already living.
Mhm.
And I'm going, why don't you just go out and fucking butt fuck nowhere and make your fucking dumb ass? Because nothing's out there.
Well, it's because then whenever you disperse. Jesus. Okay, hold on.
Hold on, let me mute myself.
Okay. Yeah, well, push to talk. Anyway, so last week, AG and I covered a news article talking about this guy with the last name of Kelly. He was just some rancher in, I think, Nevada. And some illegal immigrant just kind of like stumbled on his property. And Kelly shot the rogue immigrant. And even though he was rightfully defending his property, the feds went after him, he's fucked. He's just one guy out there. Now, even if he wasn't just one guy, let's say it was like what was that guy who ran like the cult where he went in like in the middle of the sticks and brought a bunch of like fucking teenage girls with him and basically like of course had sex with them as any cult leader would, and then got them to drink like poison Kool-Aid. I don't know I forgot that guy's name, but if you have some like your little like prepper compound in the middle of the sticks, the feds can still go after you.
Are you talking about that story that was like in the 70s?
Well, there's all kinds of stories in that kind of vein, but I guess I'm thinking of one particular one where we get like the drink the Kool-Aid idiom from.
Oh, okay.
I guess like Charles Manson or whoever. And again, you gotta fact check me on that one. But if you have like your little compound, whatever, whether it's a cult, whether it's a prepper group, well, if the feds see that you have land or something valuable that they want, they could just surround you. They could just line up their SWAT vans, and you're fucked.
They most certainly could.
Yeah. So then, okay, I'll ask you. Okay, well, if you're that afraid of the government, what can you do? Why not just talk to your neighbor? Establish yourself in the community to the point where the government has no reason to see you as a threat anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't win. Why would you fight them?
Well,
you don't have to join them either.
I'm under the impression that they're not going to leave you a choice. I believe, and it's just a belief.
Okay.
It could be totally wrong, but I don't think the government's going to want you to speak the way you speak, AVC, eventually, because what is that study that showed, everybody will do the one thing. But as soon as one person speaks against it, they all start to consider for themselves. But you need to have that one voice.
The ASH
and
study.
You are a voice.
The ASH conformity study.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that you, even though you're small,
not
are
only dick
invaluable.
Size.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think that your opinions, that your independent thought, your critical thinking skills, are essential to principles of freedom, and eventually they need to make sure that nobody's got access to those thoughts. So you can hide or be irrelevant, you think, but eventually they just don't want you to. I think that they're going to come for you because you speak your mind, and we just can't be having none of that. I think.
So,
I don't know.
Okay,
I mean, it's kind of like. Go ahead.
I guess
it's definitely leading to that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Keeper.
I'm sorry. It's definitely leading to that in many cases.
Right.
They keep stripping our rights away, and eventually we're just not going to have any. They're going to just go after anyone for everything.
So, okay. There's a lot of examples. God, there's so many examples in history I can draw from. So, like, the oldest example would be like Galileo Galilei. He either he or maybe what is it, Christopher Copernicus. These people proposed the theory that, okay, well, maybe the church is full of shit. Again, not to attack Christians. Maybe the church is full of shit, and the Earth orbits the sun and not the other way around. The heliocentric model. And of course, they shut him down. They told him to shut the fuck up, and he didn't shut the fuck up. So then they just killed him because he caused too much disruption. Even though what he said was, and at least to our current understanding, quite likely to be true. Dare I say,
Right.
the sun actually orbits the Earth.
Well, I get your point. I get your point, especially because we saw much of that when it came down to the witch trials.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who had any idea of what's happening, they were accused of being a fucking sorceress or some shit, or a witch, and because of the politics at the time, where if you had this kind of explanation that nobody else understood, it's suddenly fucking, you're a witch, you're a warlock. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
I guess, yeah.
She was a sorcerer with that poon, though.
That witch Poonie got me acting unwise, bro. Man, okay, all right, I tried. Anyway, so I guess the Salem witch trials would be the next example of it, but the Salem witch trials is more like a good demonstration of proto-cancel culture, where once there was a paranoia, people would abuse the paranoia to strike down anyone they didn't like. But then once everyone became a criminal, then no one was a criminal. And that's how witchcraft. That's why white girls love witchcraft and like Satanism now, just to be fucking edgy. That's just history repeats itself, right? And the way I see it is that whatever I do, I guess that's just a curse of being an intellectual, especially being an intellectual that's really in touch with reality. And deep inside my heart of hearts, I don't have very good things to say about the federal government. Like, fuck the federal government. But do I really feel the same way about every single level of government? Like, I have a very good relationship with my local government. Oh, jeez. AM, yeah, I'm sorry, AM. The echo's coming from you. So if you...
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've got some puppies that won't shut the hell up, so I don't know how to mute. So I'm just trying to run away from these damn dogs. I apologize.
Doesn't sound like you got headphones on either, but anyway, and this goes to like what I was saying. Okay, learn from your enemy. So if you decide leftists are your enemy, they are able to meet these needs through community, through government subsidies, through welfare, through sucking dick, whatever, you name it. And because of this, they actually have the headspace or the faculty to entertain the self-actualization, which requires esteem, love and belonging, safety, and physiological needs as a prerequisite. So I've met all these the first four levels of Maslow's hierarchy through my own means, which is why I'm not a leftist, I guess. And now I ask myself, I've reached the apex of the pyramid. Now I'm asking myself, okay, what is truly going to what defines my life? What sets it apart from other people's life? What is my self-actualization? And for me, that is not fighting the government. The government is just kind of, well, depending on what level of government is, it could be an obstacle, or it just could be something that just kind of sits in the background. Or in the case of my local government, my local Ministry of Transportation is great because it keeps the bike paths running. And I love bike paths. And riding my bike is one component of my self-actualization. So long as there is a intact contract between citizen and government, me and you, me and my prospective romantic or sexual partner, you and me in this show, you and your friends, me and my family, so on and so forth. Every human relationship or human to group or relationship or organism to organism relationship is bound by a contract in some sense, a system of mutual gain. I give this to you, you give this something to me in exchange, and then we can we can work together towards a common goal. That's what synergy is, right? And I know this is a bit tangential, but I think on I've heard about this guy named Richard Haas, and he talks about the Bill of Obligations as a proposal alternative to the Bill of Rights. Because whenever people talk about, oh, my right this, my right that, me, mine, now, well, that inevitably steps on someone else's right. So then how do you delegate between, okay, we have the scarce resources of government protection for this, and this person's rights. Now, who takes precedent over the other? How is this decided? Well, we try capitalism. Capitalism to say, okay, well, those the highest bidder to me, mine, now, will be the winner, and that person's rights is protected. And then you have the quote unquote inequality between the haves and the have-nots, and then communism still is a problem. So I think Richard Haas was really onto something whenever he said, okay, well, why not look at this system not from a rights perspective, but an obligations perspective? Because that's a much more realistic model of like the relationships, again, between you and me, us and the government, us and our families, us and our friends. There has to be mutuality in contracts, otherwise the contracts fall apart. So because of my understanding of this, then I was able to first remove my anger, because I noticed that, okay, if I just walk around pissed off all the time, if I just bike around pissed off all the time, it doesn't do anything good for me anymore. So, which, by the way, anger for the most part is a lot of cases a byproduct of fear. In many instances, not all, but most instances, it is a byproduct of fear, anxiety. And anger is a defensive response to a threat, or a perceived threat, or a rationalized threat. And I was angry because in short, most people around me did not have common vision on what is a good society. And I tried to change the society there by influencing people, by leading by example, by becoming healthy, fit, riding my bike everywhere. And all that really led me to is that people just hated me more because they were resentful of my success, or they just didn't care, or they were too busy being fucking losers for the most part. Yeah, as you can tell, I really hated where I grew up. And once I left that place and I went to a new location where I had more in common with the people around me, then what was I afraid of? I was no longer afraid of people being oppositional to what I want in my life. And I started to decide, you know what? I have something in common with these people. Let's go chat about, hey, let's talk about bikes. Let's talk about, I don't know, nutrition. Or let's say if it's someone I'm a bit more familiar with, let's say, oh, he's complaining about weight loss. Say, hey, you don't have to trust me, but I've got this, and this tip for you to help you lose weight, to get back into exercise, get back into just being healthy. So then we could both, I mean, well, that's ultimately what I want. I want to see the world improve, of course, to as I see fit. But with this selfish intention, I would, in effect, it would improve most of people's problems. Either help to mitigate or completely ameliorate people's said problems in their lives. But of course, this only would be possible if people were willing to sit down and listen and put their egos aside and listen to just some skinny asshole on a bike, right? So, yeah. I don't know exactly where that started from, but that's just, I guess it's kind of it's loosely related to this Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And again, the appeal of living in a city is the community. And I know that word gets thrown around a lot, and I kind of cringe whenever I say the community, the X community, the vegan community, the libertarian community. Everything's a fucking community at this point.
Everything's a community, unfortunately. Even the MGTOW space. I mean, I understand why you cringe for that reason.
I cringe whenever I find myself using words that are abused. And
yeah,
I guess the other reason causing my cringe to the word community is that, like, for example, like an internet group, it's not like it's not like the group, for example, it's not like a quote unquote community like the one that Halsey English is in, where all the neighbors like they all know each other and they all cover each other's asses whenever things kind of go wrong, right? Whenever, maybe, again, just like the topic that Angry Mormon and I had, maybe we have very different definitions of the word. But I just, according to my understanding of the word community, it's just really, it's really getting misplaced. It's overused. It creates this false sense of like kinship between people who really don't care that much about each other. But on the other hand, obviously, I'm not going to go to the funeral of the guy at my local bike club, for example, who, I don't know, his grandpa dies or whatever. But that doesn't mean that it's pointless for us to, because we are not brothers or family or comrades, dare I say. That doesn't mean there's no point to get together and do a bike race and to just have like a party afterwards where we just like eat a bunch of food and talk shit. Like,
those days are long gone, bitch.
I don't know. I mean, where I'm at, I think people are
Well,
starting.
it depends on. I think it depends on if you're already in that location.
I think where I'm at, people are smart enough to see that that's kind of what's happening in society. So then what are we going to do about it? Well, let's get together. Let's have a party. Let's go have a bike race. Let's go start a Discord server and start talking about random shit and streaming it to YouTube. Right?
Right.
So.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
Yeah. So
from that concept, yeah. I agree.
So I guess perhaps then another theory as to like why I hated where I came from so much is because the people there were just so fucking lazy. Like they see a problem, and they'd rather just complain about it rather than like, oh God forbid, do something about it. And it's probably not limited to my hometown, but clearly TFM's dealing with a lot of that as well. So
yeah, so is Angry Mormon.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's why he was trying to be so damn open. But
well, Angry Mormon, are you satisfied with where you live? Do you like the people there?
Oh man, I almost don't even want to get into it right now. No, I don't. I'm just so disappointed. You know, and I have moved around, I would say, more than your average person, I think. And so I've kind of got a little taste of a little bit of everywhere. And I really, everybody seems to be the same. I keep having hopes of certain things, but really, I almost feel like the reason why we are gathering on Discord or gathering however it is we're gathering, I think like minds are being forced into seeking each other out. Wayside?
Yeah, they're forced to the wayside, and then they cash each other outside in the back, right?
Right, exactly. We're outcasts, is who we are.
God, that fucking reference. How did that come out of me?
Cash me
outside. Are we not cast out of society?
We are kind of exiling ourselves. So, okay, whenever we're facing the horde of gray faces known as the NPCs.
NPC.
Yeah, we can choose to, and we do indeed have the mental faculties to think beyond that level. We're given a choice, so it's either conform or leave. Like you go to a party with a bunch of fucking stupid people, like you just sit there and just go like, and like try to be stupid with them. Or you just be like, you know what? I don't like this. Fuck you guys. I'm leaving. So in reality, we're not necessarily cast out. We we see the deal. We're given our two options. We choose the second one, and then we leave. And then we then we go on our own way, so to speak. And then we realize that okay, I've got my money in order. I've got a good job. I've got a place to live. I got a roof over my head. All my bills are paid. Now what?
Exactly. So are you? I'm absolutely positive. You're sure. Is it Cohen's experiment with the mice? Utopia thing.
Mouse Utopia. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, I mean, I'm not saying that's us, but we could definitely glean some information that's maybe applicable to our situation. You know, there was a group of mice that just quit, and I imagine they quit for the same things that you're saying It's like these things happen, and now what? Exactly, now what? Our only choice, according to that experiment, if we liken ourselves to it, would be that we're just going to stay this way. It's just going to suck, and everything's just going to go into the
It's
trash.
just gonna get worse. Yeah.
But we're not mice.
True.
No, what's more important
And
about? No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead.
So what's more important about than anything in the experiment is that the biggest flaw was that the scientists didn't give the mice an option to leave. So if you were locked in solitary confinement and you have all of your physiological needs met, and all you have is literally each other. Oh, we're hanging out. Oh, we're one big family. La 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 la. But then there's nothing in the room, and you for whatever reason, you never get thirsty or hungry, or there's no end to the oxygen in the room, etc. You two would talk to each other until you knew absolutely everything about each other. Just talk all day, because remember, you have no physiological limitations. But then after there's no more new information to be gleaned. What people will do is that they still need to find new information. There must be new things to learn. The imperative of life is to be born, to eat, to grow, reproduce, and then maintain homeostasis. But for organisms who are the more intelligent an organism, the more likely that organism is likely to be addicted to new information. And this can manifest in all kinds of ways. It could be something constructive, such as, like, say, a curious intellectual mind that just must keep learning. Otherwise, he or she gets bored. Or it could be a drug addict who always is looking for a bigger high and will continue doing so down to his or her demise. Now, whenever you starve, once there is absolutely nothing else to learn from being in this room with a bunch of people, then you've got to fill the hole with something, right? Nothing can exist in a vacuum. So this is where the dark side of that theory comes along. So in absence of all pain, the pleasure cannot exist anymore, and vice versa. So pleasure and pain, at least from a psychologist's perspective, they're counterbalances. One cannot know the other without the without the presence of the other. Because how would you let's say, talking to someone, depending on how that person makes you feel, that could be a pleasurable experience, or it could be not, or it could be just something that's just, you got mixed feelings, right? Now, what determines on whether or not you deem that as pleasurable or painful? It's mostly, for the most part, it's your rationalization. So whenever you've already talked to all these people, there's nothing left to learn, which you'd be surprised how far that can go. Humans communicate with each other and construct new information all the time, just like how you and I are in this box as we speak.
Right.
Then, okay, well, if the pleasure has already been run out, you've already grown tolerance to that stimuli. You need to find new stimuli. And sometimes that stimuli may be kind of painful. So you decide, hey, you start to go to the next guy within this box and be like, hey, you look stupid, bro. What are you gonna do about it, huh? And then maybe he plays around and is like, oh, yeah, shut the fuck up, you dumbass. You two start play fighting, right? You just slap each other, little kids, and it's all fun, right? And then after a while, that gets boring. So you got to escalate it. Then you just kind of punch him in the ribs, give him a jab, and I was like, oh man, you fucking dickhead. And then you two just start playing at it like bros, right? And then this continues to escalate because, again, everyone's addicted to something. You always need a bigger high, and that can get to the point where you two seriously disfigure each other, and you're just laughing like, "I'll punch me harder, pussy," and then eventually you two kill each other, right?
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
They went insane.
Yeah.
So kill each other.
That's neurochemistry in a nutshell. Everyone's addicted to something. You always need a bigger high, or you need a different drug. So whenever you open the door up, neurochemically speaking, the mouse or the people, they would be able to hey, no, fuck, oh shit, the door's open, let's go. So there's a lot of dopamine going on. They're really motivated because they're so tired of this fucking box. Even though they got all of their water, their food, their sleep, they're physiologically they're intact. it's just so fucking boring in there. It's cramped. This dude's like Robert here. He's just fucking farting all the time. God, it stinks so. I love the guy, but God, he needs to stop ripping ass in my face. So they all come out, huge excitement, and then wow, it's like crawling out of the vault from like the Fallout universe. Oh man, like oh shit, it's so bright. Oh God, oh damn. But man, I don't care how much it hurts my eyes. It's a new world. It's so awesome. Let's go explore it. And then society. And then from there, society just rebuilds itself, just back to where it was before.
If you're in a closed loop or whatever, you're kind of stuck with what you have. But,
well,
yeah, you gotta have freedom, man.
Well, okay, and this is why. Okay, let's preface this by looking at the word animal. So the word animal, the Greek root is anima, which means movement. That's the clue number one. Clue number two. There are types of sea sponges that have a flagella. They're like, as you know, sea sponges are actually colonies of very small, like unicellular animals. They're classified as animals in biological taxa. And sorry, my throat's dry. Okay. So the what I've learned, did a video about this, talking about why exercise is so important, and they talked about kids do better on a test after they go jogging for 15 minutes, right? Now the sea sponge, back to the sea sponge. What does it do when it finds a comfortable rock to sit on and build its sponge colony off of? What's the first thing it eats? Its brain. Why does it not eat its brain anymore? Because it doesn't have to move. Plants don't have brains. They don't need brain, movement. Anima, animal, brain. Right? So.
Wow, that's some weird shit.
It's trippy, isn't it? This is why I majored in biology. So.
Oh, well.
Now, after the animal, so thus you see in the animal kingdom, the natural world, for whatever reason, brain equals movement. Animal must have a brain. And where was I going with this? So, in order to maintain this brain, you need to get new information. Because in order for it to facilitate your survival, you must move. Mobility is nobility, which was what I was kind of getting at. So if you stick yourself in the loop, keep in mind you're an animal. You are of the Greek word anima. If you keep yourself in this loop, it will eventually kill you. You're like a shark. You must keep moving in order to breathe, to keep the oxygenated bubbles to fly into your gills so you can inhale and do your shark stuff. So, and this may or may not mean you have to physically relocate yourself to a different part of the world, but you have to keep something moving. So you must eat, you must move, grow, reproduce, and maintain. Only then can you maintain homeostasis. But then again, homeostasis for an intelligent species requires growth, movement. Either of the two, maybe both. Both would be even better. So you need to find a way to develop yourself physically. You need to find a way to develop yourself mentally, financially, socially, or just move somewhere else. Because otherwise you're literally locking yourself in the box to become one of the utopian mice. Is that how you want to die? Is that how you want the rest of your life to be? I'd say no. That's why I took my course in life. So.
Trying to find something related to what you just said.
Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, that's some pretty deep discourse, and that's why I appreciate your show, AVC. And I know that it seems like we think that you have a small. I don't actually know what the size your audience is, but this material so much more informing and thought provoking than I think most material out there. So again, that kind of backs up my argument that some pretty deep. Though you seem to be insignificant now, there's not a lot of people talking quite like this. There's
only one person watching my stream, and that's me viewing my own stream. So.
All right. And you know what? And I'm open to I'm open to the idea that I don't know a damn thing, and so I'm just happy to participate.
Well, like if I'm here to teach you something, I mean that not only does that fulfill my goal of quote unquote changing the world to be better as I see fit, but also it's a way for me to review my own thoughts, and that's why I'm not able to put on such a consistent stream of speech like a lot of other YouTubers may, is because I'm kind of thinking about, okay, well, is what I'm saying really that correct? And sometimes yes, sometimes no. So there's mutual gain for me to just run my mouth on YouTube and better yet talk to real people and hear what they have to say in return. And it just, I mean, it's just interesting. It's a way for me to grow. It's a way for me to reinforce my already established skills and possibly learn something new. So,
Right.
yeah.
There we go.
So anyway, yeah. I guess that'll be a nice clip to snip up, which I probably won't do because I'm lazy. Let me see what other topics we might have for today's show.
All right.
Yes, Keeper, that's a good example of the sea sponge eating his own brain.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought of when you. I was trying to find the GIF, but it doesn't matter.
Here, let me find what I've learned video about exercise. Here we go. I guess I'll put that in like health and fitness. It's kind of like a biology science thing, as much as it is like health and fitness. No, I'll just put in health and fitness for now. So yeah, not everything in your life is in your control, and obviously, don't worry about what you can't control, and focus on what you can. And
Right.
life will throw you curveballs, and I personally believe that there are no good or bad days, only how we respond to them. And what was the third thing? Damn it! The third thing is that you could like AI. AI is another good example of this. It's a beast. It's powerful. It can be terrifying. So there's going to be two groups of people. There's people who try to fight it, and of course inevitably lose. And then there's the people who try to ride the beast. And those people who ride the beast will become very powerful warriors. I mean, how do you think the Mongols kicked so much ass throughout history, right? Because they were on horseback. They were the cavalry. So what are you going to be? Are you going to be the pile of blood before the beast? Or the skilled warrior riding on top of it? It's your choice. And that's kind of how I see the government too. As I don't really, it's not my life purpose to fight them. And if they're going to come after me, what can I do to stop it? Realistically. And that's not my life mission. I'm not here to start a fight. I'm here to make friends and learn, develop my skills, and realize my creative vision, which not just for the most part, pretty much in every instance, really has nothing to do with fighting the government. And whenever, as much as I love TFM's content, as much as I've learned from that guy, I think he is unintentionally creating first a fear response in his fans, and then consequently of course, what people fear, they get angry at, and anger is how you develop rebellions, right? And that's what the feds are looking for. But in spite of my username, I don't really find myself angry in life anymore. Like, what would I get out of? I would get out of attacking the government. Oh yeah, government burned the government building down. Oh, look at me. Oh, I'm a powerful revolutionary. Okay, well, what's really improved in my life? I got blacklisted by the government now. Now they're after me. They're probably going to try to kill me because I burned down so many buildings. You know, like I don't know if you guys have ever played like I don't know if you ever played Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is, as you know, it's just like a repackaged form of repackaged remix of V for Vendetta.
Yeah, I played it this last summer. It was great.
Right, and don't spoil it to me.
I got bored of it though.
Well,
What?
It's a story. Don't spoil it to me. But I actually didn't complete most of the story. But I can already tell like most of the characters who were fighting against like the Night City quote unquote government, which really I guess was Militech.
The corpos.
Yeah. They just get squashed. Yeah. And the corpos don't give a shit about their own people. Anyone who goes against like the corpo or corpo/government, like corpo/shadow government system, gets squashed too. They just get like plucked out of Militech. Pew, bye. So the beast is there. The beast is more powerful than you. What do you accomplish by fighting it? Why not just ride him instead? Or better, just try to shake hands and maintain the contract. Ego, right? Ego's probably
like according to the character that you play as, named V.
Mm.
Yeah, V. He doesn't want to join the corpos. Well, I mean,
I guess it depends on like which
vanilla story. The vanilla story. Sorry.
Well, are you talking about the Nomad V or the Street Kid or the Corpo V? Like, there's 3 different like storylines you can take.
As far as I'm aware, well, I guess I would be talking about both the, not the Corpo one, but I'd be talking about both the Nomad and the Street Kid.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as I'm aware, the Street Kid is the canon one, as far as I'm aware. So, but he does not give a shit about the corpos. He doesn't want to join them. So he has his own thing.
Well, the Corpo V left the Arasaka company, right?
Right, but that was allegedly not canon, but whatever. I don't know.
I mean, it's a role.
I'm not as familiar with the Cyberpunk when it comes to the universe. I do like the game. It's like this 80s future version, you know. I fucking love it, but they're obviously they got some great storytelling in there.
I guess like the artistic style, like the way the cars look and the whole vibe with all the colors and shit. It's like it's a throwback to the 80s, but of course, 100 years in the future from it. It's just like history repeating itself, right? It's a remix of the 80s.
I guess that's true because some of the styles even come back to nowadays.
I mean,
what's with all these fucking kids wearing them skinny jeans?
Mm-hmm.
Like that was like a style back in, I don't know, the 60s or 70s. I can't remember.
Bright neon colors. The fact that like Night City is like SoCal, South Carolina. I mean, that's like a homage to like Hotel California, I'm guessing. So,
obviously it's based off of someone's novel that they made back in the 80s of what the future might look like based off of 80s style 80s, everything. Yeah. So
I guess that was just me like accidentally assuming genius when it really was just a coincidence. It was a coincidence. It was just written in the 80s. So then like the author was like, "Hey, I'm going to look around all this stuff here, and I'm just going to put it in the cyberpunk universe 100 years in the future."
It's like any other generation. I mean, you saw what they did with Fallout. Like, so the Fallout 4 kind of game, they had like this 1950s-esque look and view, but
that was the thing,
like
just like
300 years
like every Fallout installment, whether it was
well, that's true, yeah. But like they also changed the like. It seems almost like it was reinvented to a certain degree because like, well, let's just use for like the robot. The robots are different. First, they had wheels and TVs on them, right? Now they have this fire that keeps them floating in the air forever, apparently, and they don't need to refuel ever, even though they have this thing called Mr. Handy.
I think it's because at least the plot armor that the Fallout creators put is that in the Fallout world, for some reason, the integrated circuit was never invented, so you never saw the internet age or the computer age, and everything is on tapes and everything is on like tube, like what is it, vacuum tube computers. Yeah. And instead, what was invented was nuclear fusion. So the technology that is available in Fallout is all expressed on not integrated circuits, but instead nuclear fusion. And that's why like laser rifles, they had like microfusion cells, little canisters for I
Right.
guess hydrogen 3 or whatever isotope that they use for fusion. And yeah. So meanwhile, this Steam community discussion talks about how this guy says it's either a alternate dimension where lifestyle just resembles the 50s or 60s looked like in ours, or it's an example of the past resurfacing,
Right.
like how fashions, history repeats itself, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
They never invented the transistor, that's why. So I'm going with the technology theory. Technology is obviously limited by what is possible and what's already been invented. And apparently in their universe, apparently these geniuses could figure out how to encapsulate nuclear fusion into like an apple-sized battery, but couldn't figure out how to put a fucking circuit on a circuit board. So it doesn't make any fucking sense, but whatever.
Exactly.
Like nuclear fusion is way more complex
funny.
than a fucking integrated circuit. Like what the hell was Fallout thinking? I don't know.
Well,
I guess they just had to.
look.
Okay, maybe it's like there's like different kind of like punk genres. So cyberpunk, which is like cyborgs, upgrades, computer everything, right? There's steampunk, which is steam engines run the world. Diesel punk, which is where diesel engines run the world, which is like it's kind of like a Nazi thing. Like Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein is a good example of diesel punk.
Okay.
And Fallout, I guess, is like nuclear fusion punk.
Yeah. Nuclear fusion 1950s punk.
Right. So even
I actually like it. It's funny.
I love Fallout. No, but the latest I've played before I fell off the wagon was New Vegas.
So, New Vegas, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't even played that one.
It's
I bought it once and I was intending to play it, but then I found Skyrim and then I was just blown away, and then I never came back to the other one.
Oh, bro, I got lost. I think I lost a couple years at least in Skyrim.
Dude, I have like 10,000 fucking hours in Skyrim, but that's mostly because of the mods. Way too much, I know.
Hey man, Gamebryo. So like in Fallout and what is it? Fallout Oblivion, like the Oblivion series. Those are all Gamebryo games because the Gamebryo engine.
Oh, is it?
I think these games have the best nude mods. I'm just throwing that out there.
What? Gamebryo? What?
Gamebryo.
Hold on.
Here, if you can, I'll show it on my stream.
You're gonna have to show me what you're talking about. Because as far as I'm aware, I'm a little confused by that because I know Bethesda's engine to be Creation Kit, and I thought it was that was their engine, isn't it? Or is it the Gamebryo engine?
Oh, holy shit! Hold on, whoa. I don't know if it's. I'm pretty sure they're still using the same one for like the newer Fallout. I don't know. Maybe Fallout 4 changed.
Yeah. They've been using the exact same engine for the past 20 years.
Well, in that case, yeah, that's the Gamebryo engine, and apparently it's not just limited to Fallout. I guess it's licensed by whoever created the said software, and everything from Fallout to Morrowind to apparently Civilization, Bully, fucking Playboy the Mansion.
Haven't played that
for the Wii.
Wait, hold on. If that doesn't seem like it's the same engine, then I mean, okay, so Morrowind, we know it's Creation Kit.
Well, take a look at how many games run on the Unreal Engine.
I have no fucking clue.
Yeah.
That I mean, holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
That's a really long list. Let's just put it that way. So when it comes to like these like top-down RPG games, they don't have to be like, it doesn't have to be like a first-person experience like Fallout or the Oblivion series. You could just pan the camera up and watch the characters like fight like ants on the ground, and that's where you got like Civilization or Axis versus Allies or Warhammer.
Oh wow,
Warhammer.
I had no.
Yeah,
that's well. I'm not into those type of games, but I know a lot of people are into those.
Right.
Like I hear a lot of people talk about Warhammer, including TFM, and I'm just like, why the fuck are you playing that kind of game?
It's because he likes it's a game for history nerds. So instead
I
of
think it's also kind of a strategy thing. People like strategy games,
it's
and
it's super abstract, and again, this is why chicks don't like it. So the interactions with the characters are very depersonalized. You're looking at a battlefield and like in aggregation and in abstract. You see that okay, well we have this many units moving in this direction, and the
yeah,
enemy is producing this many units in this direction. So what should we do? So it's like playing chess. You're looking at the chessboard.
mm,
Compared to
that's
Fallout,
true.
or Oblivion, you are the character, either first or third person, and
Yep,
you're just
yep.
watching what your character does, interacting with the world.
Yeah. And to me, that's for some reason that's 100 times more fulfilling. I don't know why. Um, I really love first or third person games. I can't stand this eye in the sky fucking game where you're controlling everybody. And I'm like,
Diablo.
okay, look, I don't want to play. Is this God Simulator? What the fuck? I don't want to play this
I
shit.
guess some people are like that.
To me it's boring, but to other people that's like really highly engaging and they love it. I mean,
I think it's
I can see some aspects of that being kind of interesting. Like, okay, for example, I do kind of like games where you're managing shit. You
mhm.
know, you're managing this or that or the other, whatever it might be that you're managing. I do kind of like that that kind of monotonous game style, but
Mhm.
I also like to have a fucking story, and I like to experiment in other things, not just the monotonous and boring. Well, not boring. I don't know how to put it in words. I can't just stay doing the mini game. I've got to do the big game stuff. If that makes any sense, I like to be more of a part of it. Um, I don't know how.
So I think I
Eh,
don't know if this would be useful, but Dr. Huberman talks about interoception versus exteroception. So when you're, in case you don't know what the words mean, so interoception means you are paying attention to what's within your body, and exteroception means you are focused on your environment. So in I gotta I would imagine that the top-down kind of like RTS games, like
mm,
Warhammer, or in some
yeah,
senses Tycoon, Civilization,
yeah,
you are looking downward into something that's kind of like consolidated, which is like your screen. You're looking down at the ants below, and you're kind of playing like you're playing boss or manager or CEO or general, and
right.
your focus is kind of drawn inward and less sensory and more logical, structural, and speculative. Whereas first person, like immersive games, it's about the opposite. It's about being exteroceptive. You're looking at your environment, and it's all about
Mhm.
senses. It's all about it still can be like intellectually challenging and logic intensive and
Yeah,
speculative, calculative, etc. But instead of
right.
looking down into something small, you're looking outward into something big.
Yep.
And why would one prefer the other? I can't quite explain quite yet. But I don't know if that was something useful. So perhaps that's like
Well,
I mean, obviously it comes from personality. So some people they have a
yeah, I
more
agree. I agree.
exteroceptive personality, or they find
So
that more
the
emotionally
only
stimulating. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I've I've played a game like okay, let's just throw this out there. So when I first played Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, the game offered both of those game types. It had the where you can interact with the world when you're actually running around doing all kinds of shit in third person. But then they had this mini game set up for training your assassins thing. And I normally don't like the mini game shit when they put it in games. But in this game I fucking loved it. I fucking love training my assassins, making them stronger, making them better, and sending them to different places and then consolidating the money and other stuff like that in the city. And I've done this multiple times. I've literally beaten the game and then started a new save and then did it again and again and again. And it's so bizarre because they kind of like abandoned that mechanic in the later games,
Mm.
and I want it to come back, or I want to see in other games. I've even downloaded a mod that kind of adds some of that aspect back into games like Skyrim. And I love to consolidate and manage and micromanage kind of stuff,
Oh, okay.
right?
I think okay.
But I do like playing the game in general when it comes to a story as well.
So this is funny. This is really funny. So I call this, I guess another example of this kind of psychological mechanism, or really psychophysiological mechanism, is Call of Duty Zombies, or formerly known as Nazi Zombies. I could promise you, if you took away the money system from Zombies, nobody would fucking play it.
You're probably right.
You took away the money system and like the round counter, like the number of rounds of the zombies you've dealt with, nobody would play that shit anymore. Because that game mode is basically like a slot machine, a first-person shooter slot machine. You don't really care about killing zombies. You're just about it's like and it's the same mechanism that farmers experience when they see like they got all of these rows of crops and then they make this big harvest and that feels good.
Mm-hmm.
It's all the same mechanism. It goes back to like what the statement about a homeostatic law: to eat and to grow.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you maintain homeostasis. To continue eating more and growing more to become a bigger, more powerful farmer, a more powerful businessman, a more powerful colony manager in Fallout 4.
I also like the aspects of what is it called? Where you're just continually making the income. You're not necessarily just working for it. What the fuck is that called again? God, there's a word for it. It's continuous income, and it's not just
interest.
Idle RPGs where you just like you take care of something passively and then you walk away from the game and then it just continues.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's passive income. That's the word I was looking for. Passive income.
I don't know if anyone knows about this. The thing I can think of.
So you set up the system.
There's this game called Mopey Fish. I don't know if anyone's heard of it. It's like you take care of like a virtual fish in a tank, and it does, and the fish moves around and like eats and sleeps and shits and pisses and like in real time, even when your computer's off. And then when you turn it back on, like it times how long you've quote unquote neglected the fish. And if you neglect it long enough, like the fish will die. And then you're like, oh shit, my fish died. And then that was, I don't know. I thought that was just really, that just blew my mind when my
oh my God. That just reminds me of a stupid game when I was a kid. I can't remember what these things were called. They were like these really gimmicky items. Oh gosh.
What is it?
It's not Beanie Babies. It's it was similar to that.
This game is old. Holy shit.
No. It wasn't. God, I can't remember. It was some really stupid gimmicky game they were selling kids back in the day. It was like Giga Pet?
Tamagotchi.
It was some sort of something pet. You were taking care of it. You were taking pictures. Not. Maybe the Neo. Maybe.
Like an MMORPG.
All I know is you were taking care of some stupid digital pet, and it was on like a watch or some shit.
I'm pretty sure it's Tamagotchi. Here, let me see if I can show some pictures. Comment down.
Damn, I need to drink something.
Whiskey.
Oh.
Is this what you're thinking of?
Let me turn on my screen. Have a look. Come on, flip over. Yeah. That looks like it. Yeah, that looks like the thing.
Oh shit.
I know it's retarded, but
man, that's what embrace this stuff, dude. This is precious moments in childhood. You need to grow your tree. Like, don't forget your roots, right?
When I was a kid, I thought that game was the dumbest shit ever. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I don't want to play this. I want to play a real game. I think Facebook came out with something just as stupid. You remember Farmville? Jeez.
It's like, well, that just plays to the same, like, the eat and grow mentality of I guess, certain type of games. Like, so Farmville, I'm guessing, oh, no, Plants and Zombies is more like a tower defense game. I forgot what Farmville's about. Let me
I don't know what it's about. I remember other people being into it, and it was like some stupid Facebook game. And then I remember somebody making fun of it. A lot of people made fun of it, actually.
Does this classify as like a real-time strategy game? So it's like you set up the farm, you watch it grow, and you watch the numbers get bigger and bigger, and that's what gets people off. That's what tickles their brains.
Probably. It was a stupid gimmicky game so Facebook could get people addicted to staying on Facebook. So they're like, "Oh, I have to play this game on Facebook. Everyone's, it's free. Everyone, it's free."
Oh, okay.
So
I have reservations to whenever people say like, "Okay, well, Facebook is doing this to get them addicted." Well, who wouldn't want to make their product addictive?
No, I get it. I'm not. I understand. They were trying to keep people there, and that's why they did that. Other games did something similar. In fact, I think it was Assassin's Creed Black Flag. They had this companion app, and it was literally connected somehow to Facebook. Like they had, it's so weird, dude. I thought it was the dumbest thing ever. I'm like, why the fuck? I'm playing my game on my Xbox. I don't want to fucking go to fucking Facebook to play the stupid other half of the game. That's so dumb. But they were doing it to try to get people to, the addictiveness. Go to Facebook. Stupid gimmicks. Hey, I'm gonna go get something to eat, but I will keep the stream open, so I will be back. All right, you guys can just continue to chat up, and I'll mute my side so I don't make a noise.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, actually, since Keeper's going on, I might as well drop another commercial break. So yeah, I don't know. Is it even a point to shill him anymore? David Michelangelo. He's from Colombia. He gave me some pretty solid advice for marketing, and I think he wants to work with more English-speaking clients. So, drop some comments in the stream, or message me on Discord if you want a marketing agent, if you're a content producer. And other than that, I am looking for a text-to-speech engine that I can load a voice from a fictional character into to read long strings of text, because that's a new section I want to do as part of my show, either during stream or as curated content. And other than that, we can come back after a commercial break, maybe one more article, and then I guess we'll go from there.
Sounds awesome.
Listen, let me not lie to you, I promise.
Hello.
Hey, what's happening? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I heard a
All right,
cough. What happened?
Yeah, that was me coughing. I don't know if my I don't know how to mute. I don't know if that muting was causing all that reverb or what. We should do some tests later.
That's kind of weird. The reverb was happening on your side. It wasn't happening to me. Even though I'm the one without the fucking shit. Well, anyway, I'm making some food, but it's gonna take like a little while to make. So.
Yeah, what happened to ABC? Is he on a commercial or what happened? Are we
He said he was doing a commercial, but let me hold on a sec. It's almost like he dropped out or something. I don't know.
I thought so. I'm not sure if he's on other platforms doing other things and we're kind of on standby until he brings us back. I'm not sure.
Oh shit! What did I just do? Did I do that? Oh, okay. It appears he's still here, but I don't know. What the fuck?
I'm sure he'll figure it out. I think he's probably trying to sort things out over there.
I don't know. Where's the other dude? Did he leave? No, he did. I only see Angry Vegan, you, and me. So.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Looks like I just gave everyone the opportunity to leave.
All right.
Oh, man. Well, shit.
Hey, so since we're kind of like chilling and waiting, I've been working on that video.
Yeah.
Or that first podcast, if you will.
Okay.
It's been rendering all day and it's halfway done. Holy smokes, it's forever. Yeah. I think this one's going to be a bigger file than the last one, so I'm not really sure. I'll have to probably get some type of software to size it down.
Damn, I thought you were... Oh, I see what you mean.
And I'm not sure if it has anything to do with like the type of background, computer generated movement. If that's causing some major issues with size, and maybe I should just try to do something with a blank screen, and maybe that would help out. But
I have no
I
clue.
think it's the Free Loops program that's just kicking it out so big. But I'm not sure, or the video program.
Yeah, it might be the program. That's unfortunately.
I'll have to do some research because I'm that was my very first try. So, but what's going on right now with the way it looks and sounds, it's real nice.
Okay.
I've listened to it. I've listened to it a bunch of times. It's entertaining. I like it. Maybe I'm probably biased because it's me, but I'm like, fuck, dude, I listen to that shit while I was at work or something.
Well, I forgot what we decided on. What was it? The hummingbird or the bee or something?
It was the clouds. Movement through the clouds.
Yeah. Clouds
with our names on it, and then I think there's a little volume. What do you call that? A meter that kind of.
Oh yeah. The thing up. You just make noise and you can see it vibrate.
Yeah. So I got one of those in there. Got our names in there, kind of looking neat, and then a badass fucking movement through clouds the whole time. It looks pretty sharp. So it should be interesting. I'm nervous. I don't even really want to because I don't want to. I'm not trying to be. I don't want attention. I don't want attention.
Well, by the way, I believe we're still live, so.
Are we? Okay. All right.
Yeah. But, we can still talk, just I think we're live, so. Just wait. But,
all right, so I want to welcome everybody to the AVC show. I'm AVC Junior, stepping in for the big hoss.
No, don't do that.
No, just kidding.
I'm just fucking.
The master will be back. The master will be back.
Let's create a worshiping meme.
Oh man.
Oh shit. Fucking retarded.
So, what's going on in his stream here?
What's that?
Do you know if the stream ended?
I think. Hold on a sec. I think it'll say if I open this over here. No, we're live, dude.
Hmm?
It says live. It says
Oh,
live.
live. Huh. Oh, okay.
I don't know if he knows that it's still live or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if he's waiting on us to jump off and jump on another thing, or because can he end it? If let's just say, for example, he's made a mistake and it's just live, and he would just shut it down and start it up. Can't he do that?
I think so.
I don't know. This is live.
With him. Let's
What's
see here. Hey.
Hey,
Yo.
Okay. So my food is in the making, but I can't eat it right now, so I'll just hang out for a bit.
all right, cool. I hear somebody else in there. Yo.
Yeah. Yeah, it's AVC.
What's up?
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, brother?
So-
What are we doing? Are you back, or
Well-
did you just disappear?
I've got one or two more topics, and other than that, I think I don't know where AG went. I'm thinking of playing some Ace Combat with him.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I thought something weird happened. Like the moment I left and you started shilling your sponsors, suddenly I came back and it's silent. I'm going, what the hell? Did they end the stream?
Oh, I was doing some push-ups and grabbed a banana to eat. So.
Oh, okay. Cool. And I could hear Angry Mormon in the background coughing, and I'm like, oh well, he's still here. What the hell?
Oh, you heard that? I got to figure out this mute thing, so I don't echo or ruin the show. I just bought these headphones. Maybe they're junk.
Well,
Get some new ones.
Here's what I find weird about that is you had earphones and you were the one echoing. I don't have earphones and I haven't echoed yet. Well, no, I have. There were some situations where I did echo a bit, but it doesn't happen quite as often. And I don't know why.
I don't know.
Maybe it's something with Discord. I don't know.
Hate to
Maybe
be my
it's
test,
LVIX.
but you guys are welcome. I'll let you break the rule.
To what?
The
Break what rule?
Rule number
What?
2 on my stream. The headphones are required.
Oh, balls. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Well, I broke your damn rule.
And I let you break them, because I guess you're the Chad.
All right.
Yeah. Anyway.
Chat.
Well, I got two topics. One is a health topic, and one is one is about Epic Games. What you want to do first?
Let's go to the Epic Games one.
All right,
Let's
cool.
do it.
All right. So, let me take off the snack break. There we go.
Take the Epic Chinese-owned games store.
Ah, man, why are we worried about China, dude? We've got way bigger fish to fry, so to speak. And I'm saying this as a fake vegan.
Well, it's because what has China been all these years? It's a communist fucking utopia, right?
No.
And that's going to be us soon, and that's why we fear it. We don't want to be China. Well, some people do.
I think what people
Some
don't
people-
understand. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I'm just.
I know I sound like a leftist when I say this, but they do have a point when they say this. What people fear, they hate. No, what people don't understand, they fear, and what they fear, they hate. So.
Well, I understand it.
Mhm.
I understand what's going on.
Mhm.
I'm not fearing. It's not an irrational fear. I mean, we've seen like fucking stories where people in China who happen to be on a live stream or some shit in their country where they'll say something that's against the government,
Mhm.
and then when they do that, they just disappear forever, and you don't know where the fuck they went. You don't know if they're dead. You don't know if they're in prison. You don't know if a family member of theirs
like
was
a tennis player. She just kind of disappeared for a while when she was talking shit about China, and then she was acknowledging the presence of Taiwan, and like the CCP basically like abducted her and did who knows what to her, and then all of a sudden she came out. She's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. Taiwan is part of the I guess the great motherland of China or whatever the fuck."
Well, I guess she got lucky, but I doubt any guy would get out of that. Remember, and I know this wasn't China. This was fucking Kim Jong Un's fucking place. What the fuck
Peng
is that?
Shuai, I think it's what her name is.
I just remember there was like some American guy who went to, was it North Korea? Fuck, I don't even know anymore. Is it South Korea or North Korea that's the fucking psychotic one? I can't remember.
No.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry to
No.
cut you short on your story, but so Peng Shuai actually the reason she was kidnapped. The theory is because she tried to Me Too a CCP official, like accuse him of quote unquote sexual misconduct, and then yeah, it just fucking the story gets.
Yeah,
weird.
that's not gonna fly. That's not gonna fly.
Of course.
But here in America, absolutely that'll fly.
Every single one of them flies. We got so many fucking flies. They start flying circles around a pile of shit.
There you go. Hey, what do you know?
Oh my god.
That's a great way of putting that in there.
I say clever things every now and then. Anyway, so yeah, Chinese people aside, I heard about this.
I was going to bring up the other guy's thing. So he was an American guy, and he went to, I don't know if it was North Korea or South Korea. I can't remember, whichever one that belongs to the domain of fucking Kim Jong Un. Anyway, this kid did some retarded shit, and because he's an American and he doesn't fucking understand other countries' laws and whatever. Well, while he was there, he decided to pull down this propaganda poster that was meant for their people, right? Mm-hmm. But he teared it down because he thought it was cool and he wanted to bring it with him, right? He was ignorant to their laws, and they fucking arrested him and put them in like an internment camp or something where he would just be a slave. And
this guy sounds like Logan Paul, but with more balls.
This was kind of like a big story because the kid didn't really do anything wrong, but according to their values, he fucking, pulled that poster down. Fucking moron. He deserves it. And he was in a foreign country, and he thought he had rights, like so many fucking idiotic people do. They just do this dumb shit, and they just get themselves into trouble. And he actually died in that internment camp or whatever. And when he died, the U.S. government tried to get like his body for his fucking parents, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Why did we wait this fucking long? It wasn't that we waited; it's that our fucking government were fucking scared of Kim Jong Un because the threat forever now has been that he'll fucking use his nuclear powers to fuck us up. So,
what is he gonna? Was North Korea gonna shoot one of those like what is it? One of those like foot pump plastic rockets that you give your kid to shoot in the backyard?
I don't know. Obviously, they took the threat seriously, and they've been taking it seriously ever since. So, Obama wasn't gonna fucking do shit about it. But when Trump came along, he was able to fucking holy shit. Yes. We thought we were gonna go to war with these people because what Trump was doing. So people are like kind of afraid that Trump was just so fucking bombastic. But he found out some way to like reduce the trade in their area so that they couldn't fucking do shit. So their people were starving to death and they couldn't fucking continue. So he basically made it so that they would be in a position where they need help. And in order to do that, Trump went in there and got them to fucking dismantle their shit and all that.
Well, he did it by gently applying pressure, rather than fucking hitting Kim Jong Un in the stomach, verbally speaking.
Right.
And that's because again, what does he do? He's a businessman, so he understands. I guess he had enough brain to, I don't know exactly how dumb or smart he really is, but at least in that situation, he knew enough to not be a warbird like Clinton, like Biden, and approach.
He's the first president in the history of all of our presidents to fucking do something like that and actually succeed. I mean, fuck, man. People thought we were going to go to fucking nuclear war at that point. And it was over and, it was just done. It's fucking insane, man.
Well, as someone of dubious medical experience, yeah, some patients just don't want to be treated. Some people don't want to be helped. And a lot of people really want, that applies to like politics and diplomacy. Some people, they like to see war because they want to bang their fists on the table. We're America, or we're the West. We are better than the rest of the world. Therefore, we must swing our welfare-addled cocks in everyone's face and tell them to suck it. So, yeah.
Balls.
So it's like, and that's another concern with like this quote unquote right word, like red wave that we are supposedly going to see, just because Biden kind of backed off on like the leftist stuff, or at least Biden administration says that they will, and it can go wrong in the other way. Like nationalism causes just as many problems as like global homo and all the things that we're complaining about for the past 5 or so years with the leftist dominated government. So
yeah,
like you get your Salem bitch trials in the 80s about communist infiltrators trying to dishevel America from its roots, even though all these people were doing was just making some innocuous artwork, right?
The thing is, they've won. The communists have won.
Right, you say this now, but then once you start
we're
to
at the
see
end of an empire.
Right, sure. Right now, that could definitely be the case, and now it's kind of like it's. I remember starting around 2016 in the West, it became cool to be conservative because that's like the teenager rebellious thing to do, because the administration was, I guess for the most part, whether it's Europe or US by proxy.
Oh, because of I see what you mean, because of Trump or whatever.
Yeah, so like the young people always kind of rebel against it because that's just what young people do. That's how they learn, right? They fuck around and find out.
Yeah.
But then as the regime changes, then so does the definition of what the rebel is. You cannot, just like how you cannot know what pain and pleasure are. You cannot know who is the rebel and who is the status quo until you see who is in power, or vice versa.
That actually kind of reminds me of that video Tim Pool made. That was it was his song that had to do with whoever was the traitor at the time, and then the traitor, the other opposition won, and then they became the bad guys. And it's like the repeating of history where the good guys are good for a while, but then they become the bad guys because they become ultimate power. Or, I mean, they're the ultimately powerful ones at the time. And then the pendulum just keeps swinging back and forth. There's never really a balance. And some of us would like to believe that the balance is capitalism, and in many ways it is, but there's also crony capitalism. Mm-hmm. And so you run into that issue.
I think in terms of like quote unquote ethics and morality, and I guess this kind of goes back to like the games we were talking about earlier, and more broadly than just games like the storytelling. Like I think one of the many reasons why games like Warhammer and Fallout are very interesting is because in the story it's not really clear who's the quote unquote good and bad guy. Like this narrative of good and bad guy when it comes to storytelling, I think kind of streams somewhat from Christianity, but it may not be limited to just Christian cultures, and that's also what personally draws me to a lot more anime, or at least Eastern storytelling, because in Asian cultures there tends to be like a lot more nuance and a lot more vagueness to a lot of the plots, and a lot of animes. Sometimes there's just like it's not clear who's the quote unquote good and bad guy. Like there's a protagonist, but then the protagonist sometimes changes sides, and it's in terms of like fiction and entertainment, it's a lot more and at least I believe, in my opinion, that the story is much more interesting when you have to ask yourself, okay, who's really the bad guy here? And people argue about it. People disagree. and that's part of what generates the publicity for the story and adds more complexity to it. And I think that that's a much more realistic model of the world. And I think we, and in the West, need to break free from the idea of there's one good bad guy, one good bad guy. What the fuck? One bad faction, one good faction.
We're starting to discover that people in your own party, where you think it's the good people, are just as bad, if not worse, or they're just infiltrators.
Controlled opposition.
Supposedly, yeah, they're the controlled opposition, where they were on the other side, but they joined this side in order to make you believe that they're on your side, but really they're on the other people's side.
Sure,
but they've been slowly moving you towards their side. That's why conservatives now are kind of turning leftist, like soft core leftist.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, it's just like that whole thing in Europe. You're either left wing or far left wing. Stupid, I know.
Relative to the U.S., yes, that's exactly how it goes on.
But the far left wing will look at you like you're a fucking Nazi because you're not one of them, and you're like, no, you're the fucking Nazis. You're the pot calling the kettle black bullshit. And anyway, I'm gonna go check on my food. Oh, what?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go check on my food, so
okay.
You can continue to talk with Angry Mormon.
Heyo.
So, as a side note, so the Europeans are quote unquote more leftist. Mainly, ironically, I believe is due to geography. So, if you look at like the population density map of most of Europe, everyone's cramped together, and that affects people's lifestyle, and their lifestyle, aka their environment, which is part of their environment, affects their attitude. Or maybe a more accurate statement is your environment affects your lifestyle choices, and your lifestyle choices is the bridge between your brain body unit and the environment, aka your actions in response to your environment. And remember, as I stated earlier, change your environment, you change yourself. So, because of everyone being so close together, there is a necessity to reach out to others in order to get your resources, for example, your food, your housing, your money, so on and so forth. And this affects your political attitudes, as I just described why leftists like to hang out in cities, because it gives them a sense of community. That's their market. That's where they get everything they need for life. And because of that, environment changes the person. Different people have different political priorities because of differentiating self-interest. So, I guess we'll wait for Keeper to come back, and if you want to feed that back to him, then more power to you.
Sure. I don't have any feedback right now.
Oh. I tend to have that effect. I understand. Anyway, that was a big tangent from our original topic. Well, Angry Mormon, do you play any video games? Do you like Fortnite?
No, I've actually never played Fortnite. I stopped playing video games a number of years ago. Kind of went through this period where I basically canceled all media absorption as much as I could.
Yeah, there's a lot to be gained from quote unquote unplugging, but you can only unplug so much before you can get completely out of touch, and out of touch can be an impairment to your fitness as a organism in a changing environment. And
absolutely, very similar to my Discord experience. Feeling like a boomer on Discord is kind of a testament of that taking place. This is the new environment, Discord. This is how we socialize and communicate. So if you don't understand how this works, you're gonna have a hard time.
Well, the other thing is, like, I used to be Facebook addict. I used to run my mouth just literally hours a day back when I was in either, I think, a combination of both public school and in my higher education. I think that, and by the way, I've been diagnosed Asperger's since being a teenager. What a useless diagnosis. I've never been so unsurprised in my life for some reason. And I think the single biggest thing that got me out of that funk that supposedly being on the autism spectrum has gotten me was talking to people on Facebook. Even if it's text, I've been able to learn more social skills just literally talking shit on the internet with real, of course, real people at the other end of the discussion than whatever the hell public education could offer to me. And that's why I have a really nuanced opinion on social media. Like right now, it's like trendy to just shit on social media and be like, "Oh, look at me! I'm so much better because I can unplug from the matrix because I don't use social media like you." And then it just becomes like this really pathetic game of finger wagging about who's the superior person just because they abstain from using social media or consuming media or blah 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 blah, so on and so forth. And it just really makes me like, you can go to like yeah, well, I guess you probably don't use Reddit, but I guess on Reddit, like r/productivity, that's a good example of all this. And I really pity these
Yeah,
people.
well, I mean,
So
I definitely didn't unplug, from the social influence type thing
mhm.
for virtue. It was out of disgust. It's similar to trying to listen to a woman's argument about why MGTOW is ridiculous or something like that.
Well, it's like asking the fox what happened to the eggs, right?
right,
The fox just brushes its
right,
tails and flutters its eyes. He's like, "Oh, I didn't touch your chickens. What are you talking about?" Rrr.
right.
Right?
Yeah, and it's hard to use logic and reason when, somebody's in their emotion or in their defense type
Well,
thing. And for the most part, everybody seems to be either on defense, emotionally driven at the time. I mean, it seems like everybody's emotionally driven about every little subject. You ask somebody a subject, and there's just this powerful emotion, and it's almost like, do you really understand the subject to even have that great amount of I mean,
so
it's almost you walk into people out there in the public, and it's like everybody seems to know something. So how could everybody know something yet, you know, they're all disagreeing?
So I think I could elaborate on the theory that humans are emotionally driven, and I think that's a bit of an oversimplification of it. The way I put it is that emotion is the engine, and reasoning, logic, intelligence is the transmission. So
Oh,
in order for the car to move, you need both. So the engine provides the power, but the transmission is how the power gets to the wheels. Otherwise, the engine just spins and spins and does nothing inside the car engine or the car engine bay.
mm-hmm,
So
mm-hmm.
I think what I like to describe to people is I have a better clutch. So whatever my engine tries to do, I have a clutch that I can step on, and then it temporarily disconnects the engine from the transmission. So then, and only then can I actually tune the engine speed, like I could feather the accelerator to get the engine to move at the right speed before dropping the clutch and getting the car to go. Otherwise, like I call it a decoupling between emotions and reasoning. Now, a lot of people, they don't know how to use their clutch, so that's why the car just kind of just goes and does whatever the fuck it wants, and they don't really understand
Yeah,
how to drive it.
yeah,
So,
that makes sense.
and you like I think a lot of people are misapplying like the idea of stoicism, meaning like, oh, I will ignore my emotions. I will grab life by the horns and I don't know, do nothing because I'm a stoic. I do not desire anything. Well, that's a quick way to suicidal depression because what are you doing with your life? Your life is in I guess this is leading credence to the theory that humans are fundamentally emotional and not rational, in the sense that we do things for emotional fulfillment, like self-actualization, a la the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, is ultimately kind of an emotional thing. You want something, therefore you pursue it. But to pursue it, you must have the desire to do so. Then you must have the means of achieving it, or to get to to acquire the gratification. And reasoning is one of the tools used to fulfill that need. I want to build something. I want to build a business. I want to have a family. I want to, I don't know, travel the world, whatever the fuck. Your reasoning, your money, your body, like your hands, your feet, your mouth, your eyes, etc. These are all tools in order to fulfill these emotional desires. They are all the transmission for the engine to power the wheels and move the car forward. So, to try to fundamentally separate emotions and reasoning is not only like impossible, but it's kind of like stupid. Like, what do you accomplish by doing that? Because without emotions, you are just artificial intelligence. Like rather natural intelligence with no direction. A car without an engine. You've got the transmission, you got the seat, you got the steering wheel, you've got the three pedals. You step on the clutch, well, sure, the transmission decouples itself from what? Nothing. There's no engine in there. Your emotions are the engine, and you must have all three of these things in order for the car to move. So, people who, I guess in this case, as you described women, mysterious creatures as they are, quote unquote, they don't know how to, sexist joke, they don't know how to drive. That's kind of what's going on. And it's not just about literally driving a car, but just and it's not limited to women, but these kinds of people, however you may describe them, are not in control of things in general because they don't understand the mechanisms of control, or what they're trying to control. They don't know what they want. They don't want anything except for the fleeting instant gratification of their emotions, rather than something greater. These people don't have a greater purpose. They are NPCs. They are programmed to follow orders and then be rewarded with very animal bit level needs: food, water, shelter, security, sex, reproduction, etc. They do not pursue some higher level stimulation like what we are experiencing through interacting with complete strangers on the internet, or talking about something in extensive detail or listening to someone who talks really fast like Ben Shapiro. Right? So
okay, gang.
Keeper.
I hear you on all that. I definitely hear you on all that, AVC. And I wish, next time I talk to you, I'm going to need to have a piece of paper and a pencil down, because I had so many responses I wanted to touch on as you were speaking. I think it's important that we don't alienate, if possible, the people that do disconnect from media, not for virtue signaling, but because they feel like they need to, and they're trying to follow after what they think is right. So to say that, oh, they're just trying to say they fucking know, it's like, well, not always.
Well, what's partially related to what you're talking about, or talking, quote unquote, disconnecting from media, is the fallacy of dopamine fasting. So, like, there's this another stupid trend, like just like intermittent fasting, is dopamine fasting. Is the idea, okay, well, someone's entertained. So
I'm laughing at that because earlier you're like, you were talking about intermittent fasting as a good thing, but now you're like, another stupid thing, just like intermittent fasting.
Got him.
I guess okay. So I guess like the practice itself isn't necessarily stupid. I mean, I guess it's about separating the practice from the practitioner. A lot of people are bandwagoning on it, and they're just like they're like cavemen who just discovered fire. They're like ooh, 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 getting really excited over something that's really ridiculously simple, and then they're assigning all this false genius to something that's just not only exceedingly simple, but also has been done for many thousands of years. And then all of a sudden, oh wow, it's a new fucking discovery. Like some dipshit won a fucking Nobel Prize for discovering autophagy, even though the Belgians have known about it. In 2016, by the way, this Japanese guy, I forgot his name. Even though the Belgians have known about what autophagy is for the past 200 fucking years. So, I guess new shiny object. You gotta keep the monkeys entertained, right? Anyway, back to dopamine fasting. So, dopamine fasting is driven by the lack of understanding that dopamine only goes through the brain in one, like a linear pipeline. Whereas in reality, I mean, there's up to 20 billions, 20 to 23 billion cells in your brain. There's many different parts of the brain that can be different regions of your brain where the synapses can transmit or receive dopamine. Now, whenever, let's say, a certain part of your brain, for example, like I just experienced before the commercial break, whenever you think you're feeling tired, your brain actually still has the same amount of energy ready to go to burn in your brain cells. But whenever you start to feel like, oh, like I was excited about this for a few minutes ago, and then it's just kind of getting bland or dull, right? Well, that means that the synapses in that region of your brain, which is specifically activated while you are, I don't know, listening to me talk on a stream, that region of brain cells are growing tolerant to the dopamine that is being secreted in between the synapses. So, like, literally, you're growing a tolerance to dopamine in that part of your brain. Whereas if something else happens, for example, I don't know, the Kool-Aid Man busts through your house, and just like, boom, oh yeah, and then you're like, what the fuck? Yeah. The Kool-Aid Man's here. Well, then dopamine starts flooding another part of your brain that is trained to recognize the Kool-Aid Man busting through your wall. As if you've dealt with that before. Hate it when that happens, right? So that itself, like, you can quote unquote fast one, or really what it more specifically de-expose to reduce the tolerance of dopamine to that region of your brain. But you can't, like, quote unquote just like, I don't know, sit in a full lotus position and go and then just detoxify from dopamine. Like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? Dopamine is always active in some part of your region in every second that you are alive and not brain dead. So it's people, I guess the practice itself is not necessarily bad. Like, okay, if I'm getting tired of this, I should walk away and, like, take a break. Duh, right? But to assign this as something fancy called dopamine fasting without knowing piss all about neurology is it's stupid at best and kind of scummy at worst. God forbid you charge people, like, to learn this obviously, like, sloppy information, a sloppy interpretation of the natural phenomena known as neurology and neurochemistry. So that's just my 2 cents on, like, unplugging, de-exposing yourself to, like, the overload of information that we are facing in the internet age today, and so on and so forth. So,
if I could just tell you my experience, just real quick
sure.
with it, just to kind of almost just expound a little bit. I feel like I need to defend my point of view just a tiny bit, because I imagine there's somebody else out there like me.
Sure.
When I was absorbing years ago, and not having the understandings I have now, but over the years back in the day, I basically became angry no matter what I did. I couldn't look at anything without noticing some type of spin or propaganda that I would not agree with. And it was so overwhelming that I just didn't want to support that type of shit. And I thought, well, how do I do that? How do I stop this? The only thing I can do is within my own power, and that's just to not participate, kind of like MGTOW philosophies, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And the influence that all that shit had on me was really negative. And so it's almost like I was forced into making a decision. Do you want to voluntarily absorb all this type of information this way, or do you want to do something different? And the incentive for me was, I want to feel better. And so whether it was me fasting by nature and the natural course, biologically speaking, I'm not sure. And that may have a huge impact, if not the main influence, but I'm not really sure what's causal or what's correlated. I do know for sure that I purposefully, cognitively made the choice to stop absorbing as much of entertainment or media that came from a screen as possible, because I figured that was a problem for me. So, but here I am, right? Trying to jump into Discord with both feet. So that's that.
Regarding your anger issue, I think whenever you find yourself angry and not quite understanding why, well, obviously you should ask yourself why. And I guess you can take my theory as to, well, not just my theory. It's a very pretty well known theory that anger is just a defense mechanism against the perceived threat. So what is a threat to you in reality, and what is something you think is a threat that might not actually be so? And that's a good place to start when addressing anger. Regarding destimulating, or rather resensitizing yourself to something, I don't know if you've heard of like law of tolerance in terms of like biology.
No.
If you are exposed, continually exposed. So, well, law of tolerance is a branch off of homeostatic law, meaning your entire mind-body system will try to maintain homeostasis regardless. The more you expose yourself to stimuli, your cells adapt to it, whether it's chemical, whether it's like informational, whether it's emotional, neurological. Like simplest example, let's say if you work with your hands regularly, you're a woodworker, and you just rub your hands on sandpaper all the time because that's part of your job. Well, eventually your skin will grow tough and thick, and then it will grow calluses, right? Same thing with your brain. If you continually expose yourself to some stimuli, whether it's painful, whether it's pleasurable, whether it is frightening, or whether it's kind of boring, your brain will kind of get used to it. It will desensitize to it. Now, whenever you remove yourself away from that stimuli and do something else, you will eventually resensitize to that stimuli A, if you expose yourself to it again. But because you must be doing something at any given moment, unless you're brain dead, you are exposing yourself to stimuli B. And as you expose yourself to stimuli B, you grow tolerant, you get bored or fed up, or just kind of like, well, it's not as exciting anymore. Then you go back to stimuli A. And then stimuli A is interesting again, or scary, or painful, or pleasurable, etc. So, once again, with dopamine fasting, like, okay, well, in order to keep the news interesting or the world interesting, you must take some time to remove yourself from that stimuli. And if the stimuli is just a bunch of different kinds of stimuli, then you need to remove yourself from that environment by putting yourself somewhere quiet, dark, and not much going on, to relax, right? And then whenever you feel like you've rested enough, then you can re-engage in the stressor, or rather excitement, depending on stress and excitement, by the way, are kind of like cousins. And then you can finally enjoy it more, or enjoy it again. So, like tolerance, yeah, you might have heard that when people talk about drugs, but if you look at it, every single piece of information going to your brain can be interpreted as a drug. And you need to manage your tolerance by rotating your drugs.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, just a quick comment on the topic of anger.
Mm-hmm.
I was under the impression that anger was a secondary response to the threat. Like you said, it was a defense. It's a secondary response to losing something that you have or losing something that you want. Right. So the anger follows a belief system. So that's my contention, or that's what I've understood up to this point. Now it sounds like you're saying something different, like it's the other way around, right? What's the transmission and what is the engine? Correct. Which one is which? What is driving the boat type thing? So it's really interesting to hear you talk about that, because I was always under the impression that something else was going on, and I had learned that in the professional field, if you will, with some people. And so that's all I knew. So to hear it explained differently is definitely something to consider.
I'm glad I could do it for you. I think in even more broader sense, I guess a reductionist type of problem solving is you have a complex problem. And in order the problem's a pyramid, just like a lot of things are pyramids. Illuminati confirmed, right? In order to get to the apex, you must start at the base. So whenever you look at it, for example, you look at a very sophisticated calculus problem. You can't tackle that if you don't understand the four basic operations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. And then once you've handled the basics, I guess the 4 operations, then you can move on to algebra. And then once you go to algebra, then you have to learn something about like maybe like I don't know. My math has been sloppy, as you can tell. But I guess you get my point. So there's building blocks in order to build towards the apex of the pyramid. And the apex is where you want to be, but of course, a lot of people forget the basics. And even masters of a certain discipline or practice, a lot of times their mistakes is once again them forgetting about the basics, especially whenever they're very experienced. They're like, "Oh, I'm a master of this shit. I'm a veteran. I don't need to review that stupid basic shit." And then they fuck up, and then that's because again they forget the basics. So, like whatever discipline whatever practice, whatever industry, whatever the hell it is you're doing, it kind of, I notice it kind of follows the same structure. So take what you will from that. I hope it was useful.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, well, is Keeper back? Keeper, you there?
Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it.
No, I'm
Okay.
here.
Hey yo.
Cool.
I'm just making more food, I guess.
Gotta feel that hungry brain of yours, I guess.
Hey, real quick, AVC.
Hmm.
I don't know if it's appropriate to ask you, but maybe we can do this offline or whatever. But you want to help the audience that don't understand when you say I have Asperger's, like people that follow you or that end up listening to you down the line, they may not know what that means and how that affects you, or even your show. Is that something appropriate?
I guess I could touch on it real quick. I mean, obviously, an internet literate audience, you can search what Asperger's is. It's just autism
Right.
light. Duh. How has that affected my life is really kind of like not at all. That's why whenever I was first presented with this diagnosis, I'm like, okay, well, so what and now what? Like, what has changed? I've already known that I don't really fit in with people my age. And a few years after that, it finally solidified in my head, okay, I don't fit in, therefore I should just give them the finger. And by the way, ironically enough, after I did that, that's when I finally got laid for the first time in my life. And I had 3 girls after me at once. It was not very typical for being on the autism spectrum, isn't it? Not to brag, but so, I honestly, like, I never really saw it as, I would say it's like a blessing in disguise, but it wasn't really a curse to begin with. It's just, I kind of knew that, almost intuitively, I knew that what I wanted wasn't what most people wanted. I knew that I could explain in detail who I believe I am, what I want, and people would just kind of stare at me and be like, So, yeah, it's not really that big of a deal to me, and I don't really care if I catch flack for it, because what the fuck can I do about it? I mean, I was told I have it, and I think and now at this point, as a fully grown adult, I talk to people, and the only people that could figure out that I'm on the spectrum is people who have had autistic children themselves. And they notice that, hey, you're very particular in this way. You're very abnormally detailed in this. Are you autistic? And me, being completely unoffended by that remark, I'd be like, yeah. I've been told I have Asperger's. So, other than that, I mean, I just don't care. Fucking, my life is awesome. Maybe because of my autism. Maybe because I was autistic, I was able to like look at a crowd of people doing something that kind of seems stupid, and I think, I don't want to do that. I'm leaving. Bye. And then I go do something better with my life. Whereas a lot of people, like, they look at a crowd and they see the crowd doing something, and they just start doing it. They just can't even help themselves. And these are the people you kind of call sheep. Or they're smart people that are very afraid of sticking out socially. And that's just never been an impulse. That's never been a thought that crossed my mind. Like I tried to, during my high school years or adolescent years, I tried to conform. I tried to be the cool guy, right? And of course, that fell flat on its face. People kind of seemed to like me, but I guess I kind of figured out that they were just, for the most part, just trying to be polite. And they weren't offended by me because I was playing by the social guidebook of, I don't know, fucking high school. And they just... Did I really get anything out of that? No. I was being the nice guy. I was being the, I guess, the gimp, right? And then once I decided that that's like me being the camel. Like, I don't know if you've heard of Nietzsche's The Camel, the Lion, and the Child. And then once I discovered that being a animal to take everyone's burden and being unrewarded for it, I drop all my bags and then I became the lion. I started saying, you know what are you gonna do for me? Oh, you're not gonna do shit for me? Fuck you. And then, voila, I got laid. I lost my virginity.
Wow.
And I'm not here to like brag. Oh, look at me! No, I I had sex in high school. Like, yeah, everyone's fucking in high school. Teenagers are horny. Duh. My point was that I finally discovered what self-respect meant. Really, through a surprisingly not
It's
so
when you don't care.
tumultuous. Yeah, learning not.
It's suddenly when you don't care what others think.
Yeah, the subtle art of not giving a fuck, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So, and I discovered this all entirely just through observation of mundane things during my high school years. I didn't read the book. I didn't read. By the way, I don't read books. I don't know if you knew that about me.
Really?
Yeah.
You sound like you're fucking well read.
I read a lot. I watch a lot of videos. I listen to a lot of like podcasts and audio lectures, but I don't read. I cannot fucking sit down and read a book to save my life. It was really a headache in school, but yeah.
I'm kind of the same in that, but then again, you sound like you're fucking well read, so.
I get that a lot. And I have very, very well, dare I say, overeducated parents, and they give me a lot of shit for not reading books. And I'm like, nah, you know what? I don't care. Sorry. And here I am enjoying life anyway. So, yeah. Anyway, wow, I'm blown away that this stream is still going. Who wants to talk about Fortnite getting in trouble for spying on children?
Go.
Wait a minute.
All right.
We totally skipped the Epic Games.
Spying on children?
That's the headline, yes.
Oh, man.
All right, go ahead.
Go for it.
Okay, anyway, so, from thestar.com. How Fortnite maker Epic Games $520 million settlement in the U.S. shows Canada has fallen behind in protecting kids' privacy. And the subheadline says the Epic Games has agreed to the settlement in response to alleged violations of the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, aka COPPA. Yes, the thing that gets us all in trouble on YouTube. According to a Monday release from the United States Department of Justice announced alongside the Federal Trade Commission. By Omar Masleh, a writer for, I guess, the Toronto Star. Well, I guess I'll get straight into the article, unless you guys have other things you want to throw in real quick.
Nah, go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
So, a $500 million statement involving the maker of one of the world's best-known video games, Fortnite, illustrates how Canada is falling behind when it comes to protecting kids' personal information online, critics say. On Monday, a settlement was announced that the United States will see Epic Games, developer of the game Fortnite, to pay $520 million in penalties and refunds to address concerns about the collecting of children's personal information and purchases in its online store. Epic Games have actively, quote from the Star. This is the Toronto Star, not my statement, because I don't hate Epic Games. Has actively collected children's names, email addresses, and identifiers that kept track of their progress, purchases, settings, and friends lists without notifying parents that it was doing so, according to the U.S. government, thereby allegedly violating the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. The problem, says Ann Kavokian, who served 3 terms as Information and Privacy Commissioner of Ontario, is that Canada has no similar law specific for children. She praised the U.S. Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission for clamping down on how technology companies collect children's personal information. Quote, they've got the Children's Online Protection Act in the States, and for God's sakes, why don't we have it here, she said. It just defies belief. Gasp. Canadians' privacy is protected under the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, is PIPEDA, and which has rules for how commercial companies handle personal information. PIPEDA became law in 2000 at a time where internet was a vastly different place. Quote, it's as old as the hills. Look at all the changes that have happened since. All of the dramatic digital acceleration of information, the sharing of information, surveillance has mounted dramatically. And the government has done nothing, quote, unquote, she says. Quote, here is the end of 2022 and nothing. It is appalling. It is absolutely outrageous, unquote. In a statement, the Office of the Privacy Commissioner of Canada says PIPEDA does not distinguish between adults and children. The federal government is looking to update it through the Digital Charter Implementation Act, which was tabled in June. Quote, our office's position is that children's information is particularly sensitive and requires special consideration. We are aware of the recent Federal Trade Commission decision and continue to monitor the affair. At this time, we are not in receipt of a complaint and have not launched an investigation, unquote, she said, spokesperson Vito Pellicci. The U.S. government says that one of the mechanisms that Epic Games used to collect children's personal information was a default privacy setting that automatically broadcasted children's display names and put children and teens in direct, real-time communication with adult Fortnite players. Kat Koda, a cybersecurity expert and founder of Binary Tattoo, which helps companies, I actually thought that was a tattoo shop, what the fuck, which helps companies protect their data, said the finding was particularly concerning because voice chat can be used as a, quote, biometric or something that can identify a person's identity, such as a fingerprint. What the She said that it was not enough for companies to give people an option to protect their privacy, that they have to actively and proactively take steps to protect data, especially when it comes to children. Quote, it is not just that these game companies are taking the information, it is that they are taking it in a way where the average person doesn't realize it's being taken, Code said. She said she is too disappointed with Canada's laws protection children's personal data. Wow, peak journalism grammar right there, holy shit. Quote, we haven't had strong enough legislation to come in and say, hey, our Canadian kids are being essentially abused by the fact that their data is being taken, and so you need to do something about it. And the Canadian side of this is, unfortunately, we are waiting for our bigger, tougher brother to come in and beat the bully up, she says. One of the biggest concerns is where the data ends up, Kavokian says. Quote, this is the problem. We don't know what can happen to it, she says. There is a number of menacing things that can arise. Identity theft is huge. If I had children now, the last thing I would want is their identity to be compromised and accessed or accessed by unauthorized third parties, unquote. She said that while federal government has been slow, provinces can step in to fill in the gaps. She has pointed out to the Ontario government introduced Personal Health Information Protection Act to protect health data so provinces could enact child information protection data, and there is nothing that prevents them, unquote, she said. Epic Games said it will... Okay, sorry, that was all filler, I'd imagine. So Epic Games said it will pay $275 million to resolve concerns about how it protected children's personal information and separate $245 million for concerns about, quote, past designs of the Fortnite items shop and refund system, aka loot boxes, which the Federal Trade Commission will then distribute to customers as see fit. The $245 million in refunds will go to players who fell victim to so-called, quote, dark patterns and billing practices. Dark patterns are deceptive online techniques used to nudge users into doing things they don't intend to do. Oh, what fucking splitting hair issues, Jesus. In this case, Fortnite's counterintuitive, inconsistent, and confusing button configuration led players to incur unwanted charges based on the press of a single button, the FTC said. Players, for example, could be charged while trying to wake the game from sleep mode while the yeah, that's pretty scummy, not gonna lie.
Whoa, that's some pretty fucked up shit right there.
Yeah.
That's not something to send people to jail for, but that's something to call out. That's some like slimy game design. Fucking charge you to save time on the loading screen. While the game was in the loading screen, or by pressing a nearby button for when simply.
Oh no, that's not the part I was. That's not the part I was saying that was fucked up. The part I was saying is they can control the sleep mode. So if they could turn it on in fucking time, they can potentially spy on a kid. Like, say the kid's naked. Oh, they got him.
God. Well,
yeah, that's some fucked up shit.
Well, on the other hand, if you're playing Fortnite,
loading screen, yeah, I could see that too.
Well, if you're playing Fortnite, what part of Fortnite necessitates you show your face to it? Like you're playing a game, you got your avatar going, he's doing like his fucking flossing dance. What do you need the camera for? Like,
they offer it for gamers like the fucking Twitch streamer people, the people that like to put their face in there that are at the corner of the screen or whatever. And I don't think it should be automatic. I think that should be maybe an option, maybe choice. But maybe it shouldn't even be
at all. Like,
honestly, it shouldn't even be added to the game.
Like, okay,
because
like if
people
you're
have software that already does that.
But let's say if you're like a game, you're like a Fortnite game streamer. So you have your webcam going in like on your computer, and you're filming yourself with the webcam. Like, how the fuck is that like Epic Games problem? And then you're playing the game, and then the
game shouldn't have that.
And then you use like OBS to take like the footage, the stream coming from the webcam, and put it in the corner of your screen, so that your viewers can see like your facial expressions while you're like hammering away at Fortnite.
Right.
But then the focus of the screen is still your gameplay. So what the fuck is Epic Games done wrong here?
Features. They're adding unnecessary features that they just don't need. They can be done by other things.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, and also they can fucking turn on your fucking screen anytime they damn well please and just look at you. That's freaky.
I mean, okay, like, well, that's only an issue.
But then again,
go ahead.
I was going to mention, I thought something like that should maybe exist as like a doorbell function on a house, right?
Well,
someone rings your doorbell.
That's what the Ring bell is.
I know. We have Ring, but the other person can't see your face, right? So it would be kind of cool. I mean, like, I thought you can just embed your fucking cell phone in a wall. But obviously not your cell phone. I'm just saying something like it, where you could interact with the person on the other side.
So
maybe the seeing of the face doesn't really matter, honestly, though.
So I think really, again, the bad guy here is still like the federal government. So the only people who would ever, if anybody, has access to your front-facing camera if you were playing Fortnite on like a phone or a tablet is probably the federal government. Because the government has mandated that all these processors, like the three biggest manufacturers of computer processors, Intel, AMD, and ARM being ARM CPUs or ARM processors found in mobile devices, they are required by the government to have a backdoor. And I remember watching many videos about this. And backdoor to the CPU.
Edward Snowden was right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But
I said Edward Snowden was right. But, you gotta fucking block everything.
Well, I mean, I guess you can just go out to the woods at that point, but then you'll just starve to death.
Well, no. I mean, like, just cover your fucking camera, cover your fucking mic or something.
Well, the other question I got to ask you. So, okay, yeah, sure, that backdoor is spooky. Ooh, government can penetrate your CPU. But I got to ask you, if you know two things about, not to sound sanctimonious saying this, but in order, as I sanctimoniously say so, how much data do you think goes through a CPU? So, a processor does not store anything. Like, even on a very powerful x86 processor like the one you find in your computer, the cache is maybe a few megabytes at best. What gets stored in there and for how long? How do you and if, let's say, if I'm a government spy, I'm just trying to spy on you through your Windows computer. Mm-hmm. The processor has about 16 megabytes of information that's stored in there for like literally like probably a few billionths of a second. Like, computer processors are pretty fucking fast. how am I going to transmit that data through your shitty internet into my computer as an FBI agent? Like at that point, if you're that big of a target, what my boss
This
would
is
send me to
something
do?
I wouldn't know.
Huh?
I said this is something I wouldn't know or
Well,
understand.
In short, if you're that big of a priority or target, and if I were a government agent, I'd tell my boss, hey, you know what? If we really need to get this Keeper guy, why don't we just fucking send the SWAT team to go seize his computer and steal all of his hard drives? That's gonna tell us a lot more than this
Exactly.
stupid backdoor bullshit. So
Exactly. And if they want to set you up, use your imagination. I mean, there's no running, there's no hiding in my opinion.
yeah, so
Well-
that's why a much better strategy is just like ask yourself, why are you fighting? What are you afraid of? What do you really have to lose? The beast will eventually get you if you try to fight him. But and if you don't want to ride him, just leave him be. Leave him in the wild. And stay comfortable in your home.
Well,
What's
I
the
mean,
problem,
but
right?
you're kind of neglecting the fact that they're already in our lives now. And we already anticipate it's going to continue, right? They're
Sure.
censoring our speech. They're censoring the way that we're able to, or manipulating the way that we're able to gather.
Communicate.
It's nice to say, okay, I'll let them stay over there as the country falls apart, but we'll be good here as long as I just kind of think about my own whatever. But it's like, I think it's inevitable that the way that you are impacted by the so-called, bad guys, if you will, or whatever philosophy, it's just you're just the fact that you have this discussion. Nobody else is having this discussion quite, the same. But let's just say that somebody hears you, and then it gets popular.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You're now into a position to where you have to interact with the world or leave it. I mean, somebody like you is not going to have a choice. You're going to be forced into interacting with what you don't want to interact with, which is kind of what I was saying before. I wanted to get out of the media and all that influence. I just wanted to get away from it. But here I am. The reason why I'm here is because this is all we got. And so if this is all we have, and that the enemy is so powerful with all that we have, of course they're going to creep in more. Eventually they'll shut you down because of a label of hate speech or whatever else they come across to limit your language. I think it's coming, in my opinion. But maybe
it's
not.
already here, dude. Where have you been?
Yeah, I've been in the bushes, brother.
I don't know, just don't get pissed on. That's all I gotta tell you.
I guess you just do the best you can with the tools.
I mean, like,
that you have.
jokes aside, like, what are you realistically gonna do about it? I mean, yeah, like, you're always, no matter what system you go to, you are at the oppression of something. If you become Ted Kaczynski and you don't mail bombs, you are at the oppression of, you are answerable to this through your slavery to the existence of nature.
Well, I suppose a comment TFM always makes is every moment is a gift. Embrace every moment that you have left over, and I mean, try to make it last as long as you can through trying to keep away from that stuff. But eventually, they will get you. Okay.
Well, if you're a threat to them, then yeah, they'll get you. But if you're just
I'm not. Well, yeah, right. Like right now, you could say you're not a threat because your audience is small and whatever. Okay. But let's say, I don't know, fucking 10 years goes by and your audience grows in viewermanship, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, suddenly your comments have to be stifled down because in that period of time, things have changed dramatically. And so now you're just trying to talk about stuff, but you're essentially like fucking Better Bachelor, Joker. Remember him on fucking YouTube?
Yep.
He started having to censor every little word he said, and he's like using replacement words, right?
Uh-huh.
And eventually, I'm not even sure if he's still on YouTube. I haven't watched him in a long time.
He's
okay.
Doing pretty good, surprisingly.
Oh, okay, good.
So.
I know he did his locals thing as like a secondary channel kind of deal. And I think he has one on MGTOW TV, but I think Armor just fucking mirrors his stuff as a courtesy or something.
I mean, like Timcast. I don't know who started. Like, there's a Timcast IRL channel on MGTOW TV, which is kind of funny.
That was Armor. He did that.
Oh.
He made it so that it's just a clone. That's how he referred to it as.
He trying to bring YouTube content to his platform to try to compete against YouTube, right?
Yeah, right. But the content, I'm like, part of it I agree with, because he's just creating more variety of content that we can look at. Cool, that's a good thing. But the problem with that is he has a limited capacity when it comes to his server space, which is why he had to get a new server or like a higher, more expensive server,
right,
or whatever. But oh shit.
I think the way I put it, I think Amir was trying to alleviate homesickness from people who left YouTube and go to MGTOW TV. I know that sounds silly, but that's just the best analogy I can think of. So, and Timcast, like, Tim Pool is not dog shit content. I mean, he's established.
No.
He's quick, and he's quick in reporting and quick in, like, as in like a mentally sharp individual. Very high energy, unlike Joe Biden. What else? Yeah, so I don't know if I inspired that by spam uploading Tim Pool videos a couple years ago.
I did that too.
Yeah.
I did that too.
Oh.
It was both you and I doing that.
Maybe.
Like at separate times. And I still kind of upload stuff every once in a blue moon. It just depends on the discussion of what they're talking about. I don't just upload anything anymore because, fuck, man, the frequency and the stories, like some of the stories are just, I don't care. Like this whole Eliza Blue thing, I don't give a fuck about that.
I don't know.
Everyone else is making a big deal.
So I guess no one cares.
A fuck ton of people are making it a huge deal because they're all being banned on Twitter because of this dumb cunt. And I'm just like,
oh,
dude,
what was the plight of the carriers of the XX chromosome? I have been banned, therefore it is now contentious. Wow.
Well, I mean, it also kind of had to do with how Tim Pool viewed the subject or something, and because he's like highly regarded.
Oh shit! Oh, you meant like Eliza, like that girl that always hangs out with the Timcast, and she just like kind of tags along with the conversation.
She was there. She was there for a bit.
Oh, I thought. Oh my god, I thought Eliza was like some kind of fucking like OnlyFans hoe or something.
Oh,
I'm dating myself.
Yeah. Look, I understand that there's drama there, right? And I see the drama, and I see, because Tim, he is kind of a hypocrite in some cases, and he is a fence sitter, and everyone points that out. But they made this huge thing about whole Eliza Blue and Tim Pool and all this shit. And people were unsubscribing from it. This was all like last week's fucking story, or last week and the week before. And I'm like, holy fuck, guys, I don't give a shit. Like, don't get me wrong, that story is important, but it's nowhere near as important as any other fucking topic he's currently talking about right now. And you guys are fucking like bitching and moaning over this, and it's just not important.
Well, that's part of his brand. Like he points out a problem and he complains about it, but he doesn't really give a solution.
But the whole internet works this way.
Well, people work that way. And like in real life, is it any different? People like bitching about, oh, the local politician's doing this, and then everyone's like, yeah, local politician bad. Well, what the fuck are they gonna do?
Well, what I mean is, like, they'll do it over like things that don't really matter. Like in the grand scheme of things, they'll talk about climate change. You're like, okay, look, we can talk about climate change some other fucking time. Oh no, it's like a fucking flat earther, okay?
Okay.
Oh, I want to talk about flat Earth every day, fucking forever. Look, dude, don't get me wrong. I like that. You know, I don't personally like, but let's just say I did. Let's say I like talking about flat Earth like you do, but it's not important. I'm not gonna fucking waste my goddamn time on that shit. I'm gonna waste my time on something else.
So with like people who are freaked out about global warming, it's because they actually believe the theory that quote unquote climate change is caused by human behavior, which of course that's another topic for another day. Flat earthers Flat earthers, I believe, is something entirely different. It's an entirely different motive. So people, whenever there's this, so obviously flat earther kind of came along. Well, flat Earth has been a theory for thousands of years. People originally thought the Earth was flat, and that's why Christopher Columbus or whoever was worried about sailing his ship off the edge of the Earth. And nowadays, people kind of dig that back up, just like how they dug up the keto diet from like 100 years of dust and being forgotten. And people do that in an attempt to make themselves more relevant for attention or for an experiment to fuck with people and to like to try to. I don't know if you've heard about the dihydrogen monoxide scam.
No.
Okay. Dihydrogen monoxide. Can you guess what that means? What molecule has 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen?
Or water.
Water, yeah. So whenever there's this really funny joke. I think it's a joke, really, more than anything. There's this thing going around. There's like people like these rabble rousers were posting like PSA, like citizens a public service announcement saying that there is a potentially toxic substance in our water known as dihydrogen monoxide, and a small number of people have been asphyxiated by this substance, drowning, right? Mm-hmm. And people were freaking the fuck out about it.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Okay.
So
I'm
I
like,
think
what
flat
the hell is he
earthers,
talking about?
if the flat earthers really aren't complete retards, I think they're doing a social experiment. They're seeing how angry we're going to get about something that is so patently stupid and wrong. And they're playing this game where they're like, oh, you cannot prove that the Earth is round. Oh, the NASA, all those NASA photos, those are all doctored. Oh, the fact that you can see around you can't see a ship across the horizon, that's just an optical illusion. Things shrink whenever they're distant. You just can't see it, bro. Checkmate round earthers. Flat Earth for life, bro.
And then the next one's gonna be the whole fucking, we're in a simulation. Oh, that makes sense. Now the flat Earth thing makes sense, everyone.
The Earth is flat. Illuminati is real. The Matrix is real. Yeah, duh. Of course.
I think the Illuminati are real.
I don't know about that. I haven't done too much research, so I won't comment. So, yeah.
Okay.
So with no understanding all that, if you can't dazzle them with your brilliance, baffle them with your bullshit, right? And I think that's kind of what's going on with this like Epic Games scandal, quote unquote scandal. So, like, first off, the government is ultimately the figure with the most access to the information, and what the fuck would they gain from like spying on the majority of people? Really nothing. It'd just be a huge waste of their resources to spy on non-existent threats.
It sounds that way, but for whatever reason, they still justify it.
What the government is? The government,
you've got to
be justifying it for a reason. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Angry Mormon.
Oh no, go ahead, Angry Vegan.
So I think that now what I've read so far from this article, what I think is really going on is that someone got pissed off. Someone had a beef with Epic Games. And they either the journalist himself or someone paid the journalist to write like a slam article on Epic Games. Like they're trying to spin a huge scandal out of something that pretty much every tech company is kind of doing already. So there's probably like the end user license agreement. Like whenever you download a new game, there's like a long list of terms and conditions, and obviously especially for like multiplayer games, whenever there's like microtransactions and loot boxes and whatnot. There's a long list of bullshit that obviously nobody reads. They just go scroll. I agree to these terms and conditions and hit accept, and then they install the game. Kids do this, obviously, duh. And adults aren't going to read that shit either. But the companies put the EULA out there as legal, to cover their asses legally. So whenever people decide, well, you're spying on me, you're sending all this data, well, then the Epic Games can turn around and say, well, we put the end user license agreement in the game. Did you not fucking read that? Oh, wait, you didn't. So yeah, you can take your lawsuit and stick it up your ass. Bye.
Yeah.
But apparently,
they might. I guess there's always a chance they might fold and then change their whatever agreement.
But
Because
what's
if it gets
concerning?
enough of
Oh, I'm
a
sorry.
stink or whatever, like if enough people make a stink about it,
Mm-hmm.
then they might change. They might just bow to the mob, you know.
Well,
We've
that's their
seen it.
customer base, right? So I think the second
Right.
thing that's going on is that the kids, obviously Fortnite is what like fucking 12-year-olds play, right? Kids are playing
Yeah,
the
I don't
game. I want new skins. I want this for my character. I want that for my character. So then they beg their parents to say, "Hey, I guess
give,
Fortnite."
give me some money.
Yeah. And then the parents are like, "Oh, fine. All right, whatever. I'll buy you the fucking Spider-Man skin for your Fortnite character." And then Epic Games saves the credit card information. So then when the kid wants to
Shit.
he wants to, I don't know, he wants to switch to like a Deadpool skin. And then
Yeah.
whenever he wants the Deadpool skin, he has to, of course, it's not free, microtransaction.
Oh shit! I remember this.
He processes the transaction, and then the next thing you know, the fucking parents are looking at like a $5,000 bill for all this stupid shit.
$10,000. And you're like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
So the parents get pissed
Honestly,
off. The parents get
yeah,
pissed off,
yeah,
and then they start bitching to Epic Games. Epic Games just tells them to go fuck themselves. Go read the EULA, you dipshit. And then enough people do this to the point where Epic Games is like, well, look, we got too many of these fucking lawsuits. We need to pay them off to get them to fuck off. We've got the money. Let's just do it. Let's just get them to shut up. Because if we don't, it's just going to snowball into a bigger and bigger and bigger snowball of liability, which can send the whole company under. So that's what they're doing. That's what I think is going on. And this whole what this journalist is doing is some kind of slimy. He's like saying he's saying, oh, the kid, they're spying on children. Well, the reason why they're quote unquote spying by collecting data, like, oh my god, your IP, because it's an online based like multiplayer game.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah, nice catch though. That's a good catch.
I try to be observant. So
yeah, seriously. I mean, I emotionally, like I said, I went off emotion right away. I said, hey, they're fucking pedophiles. But it's like, no, they're stealing money. But yeah, if you want to think they're pedophiles, that'll maybe distract you for a minute. But the truth is, it's something else. It isn't what it seemed right away. And I wonder if they did that on purpose too. Maybe.
Well, actually, you made a really good point, and I actually agree with this, especially when it comes to games journalists. More often than not, especially nowadays with our fucking polarized culture issues, games journals just fucking make up anything to create a boycott for. I mean, if you've been paying attention to this stupid, what was it, the Harry Potter game, whatever the fuck it's called. Something Legacy, Hogwarts Legacy. That's what it's called.
Okay.
I mean, the leftists, the ones that hate J.K. Rowling because she doesn't like trans people or whatever. That's yeah, I know, it's fucking retarded because only like a few years earlier she was totally all for the gay people and all for the trans, and now she's just.
Oh my god!
She dug herself.
Oh,
she dug herself
man.
into that fucking hole. Every time you bow to that mob, they want more and more. And then if you say something they don't like, they fucking go after you. They want to destroy you. Now, here's the thing: it's backfiring. It's backfiring big time. People just don't give a fuck what these idiots want, and they're not going to fall for the boycott. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I think another good example of like the woke mob just trying to milk more and more money out of the like media companies is there's this movie, and this is just one example of the many things. So there's this actually really sad movie called The Danish Girl, which is based on like the story of Lily Elba, who was like the world's first transgender woman, or maybe like the second, I don't know. And whenever, so it's just a story. It was a remake. It was a film reproduction of a older book based on a true story. And you would think that, wow, okay, well, it's a touching, sad story that makes the transgender people more human by making you feel bad for, okay, well, and spoiler alert, Lily Elba dies because of the surgery complications, and it's a really sappy, like really heavy story. And the reception from the left, specifically, obviously, the transgender group of people, was mostly negative. They were like, "Oh well, no, it's still objectifying and sexualizing Lily as a transgender," or like when they show the struggle of Lily going from Einar, transforming from Einar, the man that she was, into this transgender woman. They say like, oh, it's just they're turning Lily Elba into just like a metaphorical whipping boy to show that the it's like there's no end. They'll never be fucking happy because it's
There's
profitable.
no end. You're
There
right.
is no win for look, at the psychological level. They can never be pleased, but at the practical level, they're doing this because it attracts more criticism, more hate. And then when you say that, okay, it's still not good enough, it's still discriminatory, it's still violating all these protected class laws specific for LGBT or minorities or this or the group or that group or whatever the fuck, they can file more lawsuits against them. Cha-ching, take that money, go for the next even more woke media, complain about that, complain about discrimination, lawsuit, money, complaint, new media, lawsuit, media. You see, that's
how I'm looking at it right now.
It's
every time these games journalists come out, it's always the same shit.
Yeah,
they bitch and moan about little things that don't fucking matter in the grand scheme of things.
Because in the long term,
and they make money off of it because, they make money off of it because of the fucking. They make the outrage happen, right?
Mm-hmm. Publicity, eyeballs, click, click, click.
Everyone else keeps talking about it. So everyone else talks about the same fucking story because they get the same fucking clicks. And it just goes on and on. And I'm hoping these fucking these game journalist companies just fucking eventually because a lot of people don't really go to their site. Some people just listen to this YouTuber going to their site and talking about it. It's the same thing like when Tim Pool talks about CNN. We don't go to almost nobody goes to CNN. They go to Tim Pool to listen to what he had to say about CNN. So CNN's losing out on those possible clicks on their website or their YouTube channel. And you know what? I'm fucking happy. I'm happy these companies are, because they're just talking shit. They're talking shit, and it's just this endless shit. Anyway.
It's just flies orbiting a pile of shit. Exactly.
There you go. Yes.
In order to break apart this mountain of shit, you must blow it up, blow it into smaller pieces, and then that's where you see this thing called decentralization happening. So whether it's medicine, like the medical bureaucracy is losing trust with the people, especially after the Cororo vaccines. Let's call it that, right? You're starting to see an emerging trend of alternative medicine, whether it's like chiropractors, whether it's the keto diet. There is people, and like these are just like many branches of this like central pile of shit being blown up and spreading out.
Right.
It's like a consumer based revolution against the central bureaucracy, or let's say cars. Cars are becoming more and more computerized, more and more plastic, less and less end user serviceable. So what is the rebellion against it? Resto mods, restoration modification of older cars. And yes, this will drive up the price of used cars, but hey, what else are you going to do to decentralize like the Skynet of new cars coming in? Media, entertainment. So Hollywood is going woke. Nobody likes their shit. Everyone hates them. Game companies are starting to move in that direction as well. Big game like AAA companies are starting to move in that direction as well, or they just become Fortnite or Call of Duty Modern Warfare, or just microtransaction this, loot box that. What is the rebellion against it? Indie games. Indie developers, with lesser budgets, they'll create things like Killing Floor. Killing Floor is a very well published like B title rather than a AAA compared to the AAA competitors. And even though it's just it's basically like the zombies mode of Call of Duty, it's pretty well produced, and it's from a smaller studio called what is it called? It's some small studio in the UK. It's a well-made game. # not sponsored. Go play it. Download it on Steam. It's probably like $20.
What game?
Killing Floor 2. TFM used to play this game, by the way, back when he was cool. But he stopped being cool.
When he was cool.
Yeah. So
Back when he had a fun show.
Back when he was willing to teach as much as he was to learn. Now he just likes to teach, but he doesn't want to learn anymore, and he's suffering from it. And honestly, yeah, he kind of deserves it. Sorry. So,
Oof.
that being said, I
That's
can
a-
appreciate the man he was, and I learned a lot from him. So,
Yeah, I could see that.
but anyway, yeah,
Well, I
back to
think he just hit a block of he's given out all the information, and he's sick and tired of repeating it, I guess.
So what I think is going on is like what happens whenever a pro cyclist has a bad day. So when a pro cyclist, like, he's really he just feels like shit at the race, he's not doing well, or he just drops out like Matthew Van Der Poel does. I love that guy, by the way. It's because of all the other factors leading around the race. It's not about the performance itself, it's about the show behind the closed curtains. So something's going wrong in his personal life that is causing him to be able to put less effort and bring less of his shtick to his show and his content. And that's why his quality's suffering, and he's starting to lose fan base. And it's not just because of censorship. It's because whatever pizzazz he used to have, he was not able to provide it anymore. And
Well, it could
who knows
also
what's causing
be
that?
his,
Likely
could also
health
be
and job
his,
problems. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I see your point, but it also might be the lack of comedy. I mean, man, his show used to be hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
He had fucking Cat and obviously DDJ. I mean, DDJ was good for like information, but then he had to fucking go his own way. Ha ha ha! All right.
Or Fling My Turds.
Ingratiate himself.
The music he used for his curated videos.
Fucking can't even say the word. You know, those fucking men's rights guys. I don't fucking know their names.
MRAs.
I can't remember. MRA, yeah, right. Anyway, I think maybe it also has to do with the guys that are there right now. I mean, he's got Shogun.
Mm-hmm.
He's got fucking Kuroi. And
I think
George.
Troy he's moving somewhere. I forgot where he's going. Maybe Alaska.
Oh, okay.
And Shogun, yeah, Shogun's he's just a black pill doomer. He's not very interesting.
Exactly. But he's been that black pill doomer this whole time, and it's just.
I think like George Takei he's a bit more. And I'm not saying upbeat just to be like, oh no, he think of the bright side. I think he's like, he has a positive attitude and has more valid reasons as to why you should be too. He's a much better example of like a quote unquote stoic attitude than other people who self-proclaimed stoics. So
I like George, but
of course he's probably kind of limited by his language ability, and yeah, that's well.
He's actually not bad.
Mm-hmm.
He seems to know English really well. And a lot of the concepts that we talk about. So, but whatever.
Well, yeah, not my show, not my problem. I tried to be part of it, and TFM wasn't happy. So yeah, he can kind of.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know you were on it. I mean, I knew you were on it for like a short period of time.
I was on episode. I was on show for the entire show, I believe, on December 10th. Last December 10th, yeah. And then he started talking.
Okay.
He remembered what I said wrong. And then he started talking shit about it talking shit about me behind my back next week. Not letting me defend myself at all. And I suggested corrections to him on the 10th when I did show up. No. I think I sent donations on probably the next week's show after the 10th, which is like a 17th.
So it's an ego thing.
I think
right?
I don't want to air out my dirty laundry. I think I was outshining the master there.
Oh boy.
He got up and he said he wanted to take a shit while I was talking about like insulin or something to what was it, that Australian guy. I forgot his name already.
No idea. I must have not listened to that whole show.
I mean, it's a long
I'll be
show,
honest with you. I mean, look, as much as I enjoyed the TFM show back in the day, um, like for the past year or so, I haven't really been. I mean, I show up every once in a blue moon, man. I like some of hanging out, during a live stream, but I don't watch every 6 hour episode. You know what I mean?
I listen to his shows. I mean, there's nothing to see. It's a talk show.
Oh, I know. That's what I meant. Listen. I don't I mean sometimes I do. I'll listen to some of it, but he'll just get on a topic that I don't really care about and I'm like, I'm gonna watch Pop. Pop Pop will just
Pop's
his show is
entertainment.
kind of
He's
funny.
not very
Yeah,
informative.
he's entertainment. And that's what TFM used to be. He used to be kind of a form of informative and entertainment, and it was just fun hanging out.
I
Now
think,
he's too fucking serious, and he's bullheaded, and he can't ever be wrong, and he's got so much of an ego
and he's really sensitive too.
and sensitive.
Very
Yeah, so
easily
it's
insulted.
just
By
yeah.
me. And if you can go, and if any TFM fans here are watching me and are about to dogpile on me, go fucking watch that show. Tell me what I did wrong. I was honored to be on part of his show, and he just spat in my face after the show, like he couldn't make up his mind whether or not he's mad at me during the show while I was low key. I took up a lot of the floor. I'd admit, but I let him talk for like I only was like running my mouth for like the first 2 hours. And after that, it was completely his show, and I just kind of buzzed off. I went to the kitchen to go cook food for the other half of the show.
Shit.
So what the hell did I did wrong? I don't know. I don't know what he did. So I think I got him. I outshined the master. I threatened some part of his show, and he just decided that he let it swim around in his head for a little bit. Then he remembered that he thought I was a vegan, pushing veganism down people's throats, attacking him
Oh,
for
boy.
telling him that here. What I said was, if you want to lose weight, well, try electrolytes, try eating like salt or potassium and magnesium before eating food if you want to lose weight, and count your calories. And I can show you how to count calories. Just ask me about it. And he heard this, and the next week he thought that I was saying, if you don't count calories, you suck. And if you want to eat healthy, eat salt and eat potassium, don't eat food. And then his response is, but I want to eat food. I want my meat. I'm doing keto. Like a fucking
Oh,
child,
boy.
which is really caused me to lose a lot of respect for him.
That's what's weird.
So-
I maybe you'll take this the wrong way. I hope you don't. I mean it as a compliment, actually. In many ways, you do mirror a lot of what TFM talks about.
Yeah. Yeah, I love
Now,
him.
I'm not saying you're the exact same person. Obviously, you've got your own views, and I think you're maybe a little bit more serious than TFM is. I think that's part of the reason why TFM has. Oh wait, what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, dude. I haven't talked to you in 2 years, so I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's just based off of my circumstance and listening to you over the years. So actually, I haven't really listened to your stuff since 2 years ago. So sorry.
I mean, I guess like so. Well, I guess I used to be a bit more serious, and my sense of humor wasn't as developed, especially back when I lived in a shitty place.
Now you're a serious cyclist. Huh?
I've
That
gotten
sounds good.
more serious with that. That is true. I think I'm a lot. I don't. I'm thinking of doing more like humor-oriented content in the future as I let my creativity
Yeah,
run
that's
loose. That's
a good
I
idea.
think I'm learning from TFM's failure in the sense that he is narrowing. So I guess he's probably experiencing a lot of stress in his life, and his cortisol. He stated his cortisol levels are too high, which is ironic, considering his whole persona, testosterone being hormones of the gods, or so on and so forth. What cortisol does, it gives you tunnel vision. It makes you
Oh, yeah.
focus. So yeah, if your cortisol's too low, you feel like your brain fog, and it's hard to develop the dopaminergic feedback loop. And
Wow.
if he's so hyper focused on one thing, then he's forgetting how to think out of the box, and that's what caused him to lose his creativity. What made his content rich was the variety of comedy, entertainment, but also serious and informative things. Stimulate both your left and right brain if you subscribe to that left brain right brain theory. But now he's just going down to like, oh, we're just talking about money, 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 collapse, 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 politics, 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 and then donation, donation, donation. Right? That's a very like cortisol mentality. So something's stressing him out in his professional life or his personal life, and he's struggling to deal with it.
Yeah.
And that's what's killing his content.
I remember not too long ago listening to TFM, and I think he was saying it during his stream at that time. He says, "I don't know why anybody's even listening to me at this point." Basically, all of us have already. If you're still here, you've already heard it all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because if you're here, it took you. Nobody just gets here, right? If you're discussing Discord, MGTOW stuff, or whatever, doing online stuff, you've already invested a lot of time and energy into this deal. So
that actually kind of reminds me of how the Sandman thing works. Sandman's still creating the same shit he created fucking in 2013. It's maybe a little bit better quality nowadays, and he knows how to joke a little bit better. But it's essentially the same stuff. It's not. I mean, I think for TFM, he just gets sick and tired of the same shit.
But that's exactly what he's doing.
Well, I mean, he moved from the same shit when it talked to the MGTOW stuff, like the going your own way from women and all that, and he moved on to some other stuff. So he talks about the same shit when it comes to politics, economy, and those are the areas that he's most talented in. But yeah, I get that. He's getting more ego based though. I don't know.
Like I said about pleasure,
maybe it's related to his.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go okay, go ahead. I was just gonna say, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't fucking know.
Well, we'll never know. This is obviously all speculation. No one knows what's really going on in his head.
Right. I don't know if it's related to the whole waifu digital, thing, but he's the only one that I've heard of who's really delved into that. There's other guys that are kind of jumping into that themselves and discovering it. For me, it's not for me. I don't care about that so much. But yeah, he's the only one in the community who's really delved into the waifu with his sex robot,
which we're all supportive of. I mean, it's amazing technology, but I mean, like, you can only talk about it for so long before like your audience is like, okay, sex dolls are awesome, but can we talk about something else now?
Yeah, well, the other problem is there's other guys out there that'll just keep that conversation going, and you're like, crap, here we are. We're stuck in this sex doll stuff. And I'm not like against them or anything. I get annoyed by the frequency of how much they're talked about.
Well, not just the frequency, like the duration at which he talks about it. And that's where again losing. That's where he loses some of his audience.
It just gets really annoying after a while.
Right.
Monotonous.
So I guess this goes back to what I was talking earlier about the pleasure versus pain, and how these two, the existence of one cannot be without the other. So whenever he's constantly exposed himself to like the pleasure of expressing his ideas and sharing and building a community, then once he grows desensitized to that pleasure. So then now it just becomes kind of like a chore, a low level pain. So he just does this. Yeah. He probably just does this out of habit. He does it for the whatever, I guess, few $100 he makes every show for donations, and he's again back to the cortisol mindset, tunnel vision, closing in on money, money, money. But then, what is he doing with the money? He's not moving out of Cali, so
Allegedly,
Yeah.
he might have. But
One
you're
theory,
right.
yes.
I mean,
So like,
but I mean, you might be right because I mean, it might actually explain his mood. It might actually explain why he's no longer full of
fitful,
life anymore.
jumpy, angry. Yeah.
Yeah,
And meanwhile,
it
I've
might.
taken the other course in life. I've moved from we switched positions. Used to be he was the more tepid, and I was more short tempered and anxious and angry. And now we've moved positions.
Yeah,
Now we're opposites. So
that's yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I think his content is good for some guys, and like it's. I mean, okay, I could go back to Sandman for a bit.
Mm.
His content is not something I'm really interested in. However,
Mm.
guys who are just getting into this space, it's perfect for them because it's like basically MGTOW
Preschool.
kindergarten,
Yep.
right? Preschool. Here you go. So it's perfect for them. And then they move on to the more higher tier people. And then maybe one time, maybe they eventually find TFM. I don't know. Not a whole lot of people fucking come to MGTOW TV though.
Mm-hmm. So you start out
Maybe
just like popping a couple cigs or just a little tobacco or a little dip, right? And that's like your Sandman, your better bachelor. But then once that's not enough of a
right.
high, you gotta find harder and harder shit to move the needle, right? So you
Yeah,
start rolling some, I don't know, start rolling some joints, and that's like
TFM's
good.
about the hardest, I think.
I think that's like the end of the drugs, and then you're like, well, I'm tired of drugs. I'm already shooting like 10 mils of heroin every day or whatever dosage that
Well,
heroin comes
what it
comes.
reminds me, well, what something that comes to mind, and this sounds very defeatist, even on my part.
Mm-hmm.
But you remember Luca Venditti, the guy that was shilling his Southeast Asia like
How to
thing?
retire on $10,000
Yeah, yeah,
in Southeast
yeah, yeah,
Asia.
yeah.
Yeah.
There was that guy, and then there was the guy who did. Oh fuck, I can't remember what his thing was about. Basically, it was everything's going to shit, so you might as well just enjoy life. For I mean,
Aaron Clary, enjoy
whatever
the
is
decline.
left, enjoy the. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoy the decline. And so you take if you can't make it to the Southeast Asia one, or maybe you can. I don't know. But say you can't. Well, then enjoy your life because everything is going to go to shit anyway. So you might as well just go this other route. But either of them are basically the same thing. Southeast Asia, man, it sounds like sounds like heaven right now in comparison to what it is over here.
Not really.
But
They're poor
eventually,
countries with very restrictive, authoritative governments, and they're just They're just a hop, skip, and a step away from being squashed by China. So, do you want to deal with that?
Well, I guess I didn't look at it from that standpoint.
Well, maybe
I
if you've
thought
actually been to a couple places in the world, that kind of
guess I haven't been
breaks
there.
some
Yeah,
illusions.
that's true.
So
I wouldn't have known.
the way I look at it is that wherever you go, whatever you do, first of all, I'll be right there waiting for you. Well, aside from my creepy presence, wherever you go, whatever you do, there's always trade-offs, as TFM points us out. Whenever you do one thing, for example, let's say if I'm looking for a new car, I choose a pickup truck. So a pickup truck is bigger, it's heavier, it's less fuel efficient, but it can carry a lot of stuff, and it might be able to seat 4 people. Or if I get a 2-door pickup truck, it is smaller, it is a bit lighter, it can still do pickup stuff, but it can only carry 2 people. Or if maybe I might think, okay, well maybe I don't need a 4-door truck, but then I get one anyway, or I am given one by my company, my family, etc. And then I realized, hey, even though I don't use the 2 back seats for 2 people that I don't have in my life, I can just throw all extra stuff in there and take that with me to work. And then it just turns out, okay, well, it turns out to be a useful thing. Or I go down the route of just going with a 2-door truck, and I just think, well, now it's smaller, so I can park in tighter spaces. It's not as long. I can park it in my garage, and I don't have to park it outside. which is nice in case the weather's bad or there's a hailstorm and it beats the shit out of the truck. Whereas if I parked it in the garage because I got the smaller one, well, it turns out it was better. So life is just a game of farmer and not a game, a demonstration of farmer and the horses. You really cannot predict what decision will take you where. So then at some point you just have to make a fucking decision and just move and just go with it. So, or like with the truck problem I just described, truck versus new car problem. If you can't make it blind, just save your money. The cheapest vehicle in you can buy is the one you already have. So just keep driving that thing. So a lot of times, like the world, especially in the internet age, we're giving more and more and more options. And a lot of people, ironically, even though options are wealth, they are being suffocated by the excess of options available. This is known as it's known as decision fatigue or analysis paralysis. And I don't know, flip a coin or roll a dice. If it's a yes or no decision, flip a coin. If it's a decision between 6 or 10 items, 10 options, roll the dice. Because someone in my family told me very wisely, like if the decision is between 2, 3, 6, 10, 12 things that are so close in preferability, then it doesn't matter. So you just got to choose one. So just pick one. And if you still can't pick one, leave it to chance. Or just save your money. And don't choose anything at all. So
Yep.
yeah, I hope that was useful advice. Yeah. So anyway, back to Epic Games. So someone got salt in their pussy about Epic. Someone just really doesn't like Epic Games. So they decided to write the article or work with Mr. Omar Mosleh to write the slam article on Fortnite. And this is just effective journalism at its best. They hit you with a headline that does not directly accuse Epic Games of spying on children, but states with the implication shows Canada has fallen behind in protecting kids' privacy. And this doesn't, better yet, it doesn't even accuse Epic of being negligent with children's privacy. It says Canada has fallen behind in protecting kids' privacy. But they didn't put Canada first. They put Canada second and Fortnite makers, which is Epic Games, first. So when you look at the title, the first few words, that's what catches most attention. That's where you have the highest dopamine level when reading the headline. How Fortnite maker, you think, okay, Epic Games. $520 million settlement in the U.S. Oh, big lawsuit. Oh my God, big lawsuit, big drama. Ooh. And then later on, they slide in, shows Canada's fallen behind in protecting kids' privacy. So, is he criticizing Epic Games? Is he criticizing Canadian law? We don't know. In any case, this sentence is so well designed to make you think, Epic Games, children, spying. See how that works? But then when you actually read the article, and then you see, okay, well, someone is trying to spin the absolute necessity of information you need to collect from your customer. For example, their IP. So you can do like networking to do a multiplayer game. Duh. And then spin it as, oh, look, they're spying on children. Okay, how are they spying on children? They are they're collecting the children's preferences in fictional characters. Okay, well, how's that an issue? Well, the children didn't agree to this. Okay, well, the parents signed, probably bought, like, well, Fortnite's a free game. The parents, they let their children play it. And whether or not the players are children, how do we verify that? Oh, we ask them their age. And then, excuse me. Oh, we ask them their age, just like RTA for porn sites. You know, like there's a Steam.
Oh yeah.
Like Steam asks you, like, you know,
are you 18?
Are you 18? Yes or no, or better yet, they ask you for your birthday, and you just put in some, like when you were a kid, you know, you're fucking downloaded an M-rated game.
Totally bypass that shit.
You just hit like you're born like 100 years ago, and then you hit OK, and then they let you in. It's like you just can't stop kids. Like they'll fucking figure a way out at some point. Like, what did you do as a kid? You think you let those things stop you checking out porn or M-rated video games? Fuck no.
You know, it might have stopped me at first, but then I clicked anyway, and I noticed how easy it was to just bypass. What the fuck?
Like kids, like children. No one's really in the developed world. You know, obviously not the same thing in like third world shitholes, but kids ruin their own innocence because they are curious, and no matter what you do, they are smarter than you. They'll fucking find a way around it to go find the porn and the crazy like the porn and the M-rated games. That's what kids do. That's what I did as a kid. That's what you did. Everyone's innocent, quote unquote innocence was ruined by it. And parents are becoming so fucking sensitive. First of all, we stopped spanking kids because that's child abuse. Okay, I roll, right? And then we started to continue to pussify the public schools. Like, you know, if boys get in a fight, well, they both get in trouble. So then boys stop fighting. And now they don't have an outlet for their anger. So what do? They bring a gun to school instead.
Yeah,
brilliant.
What do you know?
So
brilliant. You did it to yourself. Wah. Oh wait,
I guess that's copyrighted by by Terrence Pop.
Wait, what is?
Wah. You know.
The wah?
Yeah. Anyway.
No, that was TFM.
Not that.
TFM said it that way. No. TFM was the one that said you did it to yourself.
You did it yourself. That's right.
Okay. But I don't know. Is it copyrighted?
I fucking hope not. That's just another inefficiency that would just ruin the whole manosphere. Anyway, so I gotta ask you, what the fuck could Epic Games could have done to better avoid this problem? It's just like the same problem where like no matter what you do, someone's gonna find a way to bitch because they want your money. Follow the money. It's always the answer. So
follow the money.
Follow the money. Yes, sir.
You're right.
And because of all these fucking stipulations and all these lawsuits, it is completely bogging down the things we love in life. Like video games, for God's sake. You can't play video games with all these fucking all this legal bullshit left and right for both the player and the company making it. It's just like, what the fuck? Is this really what we're spending all of our time, money, and patience on? It's just tragic, really.
What I hate is when they pull that kind of crap for games that are single player, and you're like, okay, you don't need this extra shit for single player games. If you're gonna add it to multiplayer games, whatever. But because I don't care. I mostly play single player games because I don't want to fucking play online with a bunch of fucking morons. You know?
So another sneaky thing about this article. So it's a criticism of both. And I think deep inside it's actually a criticism of. Excuse me. Upon further examination, I actually think it's more intended as a criticism of the Canadian government rather than Epic Games. But Epic Games was put there at first, so the journalist might actually be subtly criticizing the Canadian government without attracting the attention of government officials, maybe. And then throwing Epic Games under the bus as like a decoy to make people think, oh, it's just an anti-corporate slam article. But reality,
I'm hoping that people everywhere are just starting to notice that when it comes to the media now, they're doing what they can to make money.
Mm-hmm.
They're making a big issue out of nothing so they can make money. That's being.
They're inventing a crisis where there is none.
Follow the money.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I'm hoping that's what people are seeing because it's a pattern. It's a pattern that you see. You can recognize it, and then you can go, okay. Anytime someone makes a big stink about something stupid, like
read
in
the whole
this game
article
or whatever.
That's what I tell people whenever they see some.
Nobody's gonna do that.
Well, yeah, because it takes work.
Yeah, nobody like. Well, not nobody, but like very few people. Like maybe 1% of the people is going to look at the whole article.
Mm-hmm.
Most people are going to read the title and go, "Oh my gosh, let's be outraged, everyone."
The journalist may or may not actually have an agenda. Maybe he's just new to the game, and he's just like, "Well, I got to put something in the title, so just gotta
make money."
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Man,
yeah, that's. Look, okay, look. As terrible as it is now, I mean, do you remember American journalism in say like the 19th century? There was this thing called yellow journalism, and that do you think this? Do you think this dog shit is bad? Wait till you see what was going on 200 years ago.
okay.
Yeah.
I guess I'd have to look. I mean, I know. When it came to like the pharmaceutical companies, they did some weird, fucked up shit.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, there were like random guys on the side of the street trying to sell some fucking elixir medicine shit, and there was no FDA or anything back
Oh
then,
yeah.
so they could just snake oil
Literal
salesman,
snake oil. That's where the term comes from that time period.
So
Uh-huh.
yeah, the
Yellow
whole fucking.
journalism, I think a good simple example of it. So people were like, "Oh my god, technology bad because Photoshop." Well, have you ever seen a doctored picture of a farm boy sitting on a husk of corn that is 6 feet tall and 30 feet long? That was from the 1800s. How did they do that? Well, I guess perhaps with the most primitive of cameras. They took back when when they had really shitty pictures of a ear of corn, they cut it out, they print it out. I guess it's like not a stenograph. What is it? What is it called? Like a lithograph. And they cut out the lithograph, and then they print it on an oversize, or they do a close up picture of the corn, and then they paste it onto and then they cut out like the corn, like say that it's a picture of a farm boy riding a horse. They cut out the horse, and then they put the corn on there, and then they write article like I don't know, like
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Ohio farm
Yeah.
produces oversized corn ear, and then everyone's like, "Whoa, that's a huge piece of corn." Let me see if I can find the picture of it.
Yeah, and people get all retarded and they think it's real. Yeah.
Photoshop.
But then again,
1800s.
they have made like some plants can get big, but
So yeah, yellow journalism was something that I learned about in public school. The few things that fucking public school taught me.
wow,
Yeah.
something the public school taught you that
I
wasn't
can't believe it
complete
either.
and utter
So,
boring nonsense.
Um,
Well, actually, it depends on
I think
who you are.
boy riding oversize.
I
Ear
probably
of
would have
corn.
found that boring as shit as a kid, but then again, it's appreciated as an adult, I guess. I didn't really start liking history until I was like 25.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
in school,
yeah.
it was just like, fuck, I hate this subject. Can we talk about something else? Nope, you got to be trained in all this shit.
So
Columbus
you can take the state regulated
Test.
performance exam, because that's where the school's funding comes from. If the higher you as a student scored on that exam, the more money the school got.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
I guess I never understood that.
3-word phrase I say a lot. I wonder if that might be relevant to the topic at hand.
Well, I was also a retard, so fuck.
Yeah.
I was shit at everything.
Oh
Math,
shit. Oh wow, here's a
everything.
good example. So yeah,
What?
before
Okay.
Photoshop was a problem. Take a look at this. Take a look at this.
Let me turn my screen back on. Let's come on, phone. Come on. Do it.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
How old is this picture? Let's see if there's a story behind it. All right, postcards from Exaggeration Land. A look at Nebraska's history. Oh, fuck off. Oh, God. Let me see if I can get rid of this shit. Hot element. Delete it.
Damn, dude. I'm actually amazed on how long we've been talking. How long are you streaming?
Usually they're just like 2 hours, but we're breaking a record today.
What's the time looking like?
5 hours and 14 minutes.
Get the fuck out of here. 5
man.
hours? Damn.
See, that's tip. Like for the past couple of days, me and Mormon have been talking about this, and we're always amazed by how long we're fucking talking. I'm like, holy fuck, dude, it's been like 6 hours. What the hell happened? We're not like intentionally making it long. It just kind of topic after topic, and it just bouncing right and left. It's all that craziness.
Well,
Did you mean to open up that? Whoops.
Well, whenever
Did you-
whenever I stream by myself, it's just super boring. But whenever I have people to ricochet my
Interact.
ideas off of, like the ideas just keep bouncing around in that metal room, and it just
Right.
continues to like to snowball into itself, and it just keeps going and going, and it's just not
So
only
how does it go with alcoholics and gaming, dude?
he it kind of it's a similar dynamic, but he actually I think he talks even less than you guys. No, not to bash him
Oh,
behind his
cool.
back, but yeah.
Well, I guess your show just needed the autism spigot then.
Yeah, I always thought you guys. Always thought you guys were a pretty good team, and I kind of
We
figured
are.
that I figured you were kind of AVC. I figured you were the kind of the main the interviewee, and alcohol gaming was kind of the the helper to get you going. I kind of looked at it that
That's
way.
kind of that's kind of the at least with the like the news article type content that I produce. That's usually what goes on. But I got him into I kind of got him into producing his own content, and his shtick is more what he's doing with two other guys. They work together on a gaming and comedy channel where they like play different kinds of games and just crack jokes. So by the way, go check him out. Yeah. So he's putting a lot of work. He's putting a lot of hours into that, and I'm proud of him.
Okay. Right on.
So yeah. Anyway, so yeah. I guess to close on this topic, you can. I'm sorry, you guys can barely see it because these journalist cocksuckers want me to pay for their bullshit. So postcards from Exaggeration Land. A look at Nebraska's history of Photoshop before Photoshop. Here's a giant slab of corn that fits on a flatbed truck, and here's a guy that's probably, I guess for you Americans,
what browser are you using? I
Brave.
can't tell. There should be a way to turn off scripts, I think.
I opened the source code of the website, and there's way to like hide it. There's ways to like hide and delete elements. Let me see if I can. But often,
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I kind of wonder if you can just right-click on the picture and open it in another tab or something. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm looking for like the article, like the talking about the history and what this is.
Okay. My bad then. Well, don't worry about it. We'll just
okay.
Yeah,
I guess I got my point across. Like fraud, deception. You can't fucking blame technology for this. This has been, still is, and always will be a problem in human society, and technology is just one means of producing or combating it. So, yeah. Anyway, I guess we can probably hit one more topic. You guys sound exhausted, and I'm blown away. I'm able to outlast you too. This is why endurance sports are great. All right, you could just keep on trucking, no matter what it is you do.
Yeah.
Anyway, so last topic, our final topic is, I guess ironically, real brief video. Let's do some. Let's hit you with a little more health science.
Okay.
Oh, come on. So, I don't know if you guys can hear the audio. Let me change the stream to audio.
Oh, fuck.
Oh boy, now you're yawning.
Dude, it doesn't really matter. I mean, for the past few days, I've been staying up till like 2 a.m. talking to Angry Mormon. Yesterday was a little weird, though. We did fall asleep at the fucking, like, almost the end of the night or whatever. It's weird.
Oh. So whenever you stay up late, I guess here's some more useful health advice. So it's always easier to stay up late than get up early. And that is because it's not because of neurochemistry directly, but because of your behavior in those different circumstances. Let's say you are staying up late and you are talking to someone who can keep a conversation, aka not most girls nowadays, not most women nowadays, or as if that ever was. Or you're on the internet just perusing, going down rabbit hole after rabbit hole. During the nighttime, you have less obligation. There's less negative consequences to that. You have all night to dick around, to, I don't know, just to go down YouTube or Wikipedia rabbit holes and learn more information. And then you click on, then there's like the suggested bar. There's like this shit here on the right side. There's like relevant, like extra suggested content. You click on that, and then you watch that. And then there's like more shit on the right side. You click on that. And it goes on and on and on, right? But you just keep telling yourself, okay, well, I could just stay up a few minutes later. That's not a big deal. And then you click on the next video, and you're like,
a few minutes turns to
just a few more minutes, just a few more minutes, and then the next thing you know, it's already morning, right?
You're like, oh fuck. Well, I got to call into work and say I'm not going to be there today
because I stayed up too late watching fucking YouTube videos. Yeah. Meanwhile, in the daytime, it's harder to do this because the negative the threats. There's a more immediate threats to that, or negative consequences to that behavior. You can't like spend all day. You don't fire up YouTube in the morning and you go like la 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 la. Ooh, just a few more minutes, and then all of a sudden you're gonna miss work.
Depends on what job you're in.
Oh yeah, that too. But if you work an hourly job, like I guess most people do, often your first thought when you wake up and you look at the clock, you're like, oh shit, I'm about to run late for work.
Yeah.
And then you hurry on your preferred transportation to work, whether car or bike or bus or, I don't know, donkey. And often you are in a hurry. And whenever you are in a hurry and you are in control of your vehicle, you make some bad decisions. And that's why you see car wrecks happen from 7 to 8 in the morning very frequently. Yep.
Right.
So anyway, okay. Back to there's for any self-proclaimed insomniacs, there's your problem explained to you, and it's up to you what you want to do about it. You're in control of your behavior. So yeah, let's watch this video. I hope you guys can hear it, and if not, I guess we'll just
Okay, I'll turn my screen back on.
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
Okay.
We talk about exercise. We know the importance of exercise. Yeah. We talk about it all the time, but it actually turns out it can also build up our resiliency.
Yeah, and the
that sucks. What the fuck?
Zero audio.
Hey, by the way, I just figured out the mute button on my phone here instead of the headphones. You guys didn't hear me cough. You guys didn't hear me cough a minute ago, did you?
Nope.
No,
sounds
you're
like
good.
it works.
Sweet.
Yeah. Well, since you can't hear,
there's no audio.
What the fuck? All right.
I mean, I see. You know what? Just direct us to the video. We can watch it ourselves. Just copy the URL or whatever.
We talk about exercise. We know the importance of exercise. We talk about it all the time, but it actually turns out it can also build up our resiliency.
Yeah, and the reason this study caught my attention, you guys, is because we tend to associate exercise with something that we can see, something superficial, cosmetic, aesthetic, vanity related. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but we have to remember also the benefits of exercise really are for building our resilience against all kinds of stressors, whether it's an accident, an illness, a psychological trauma, or low point in our lives.
Are you in the actually, which chat do we want to use? I'm in that stream schedule whatever chat.
I'm on the one that says Angry Vegan Cyclist Live, and I'm clicking on it, and we got a blue screen that says live. Oh, never mind. It says there's a news lady.
I DM'd the link to you guys, so you guys can play that while I'm playing this for the audience.
Oh, it's in the open chat then. Okay.
Well, I sent DMs to either of you, so.
Oh, it's a DM? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. It's in the open chat. Okay, cool. So I'll click on that. Yahoo.com. Man, I haven't used that site in fucking 2 decades.
To talk about exercise, we know the importance of exercise. We talk about it all the time. But it
Probably
actually turns out it can
15
also
years.
build up our
Yeah, Yahoo's kind of like a MySpace thing.
resiliency.
Yeah, and the reason this study
like
caught
a
my attention, you
MySpace.
guys, is because we
I remember
tend
having a
to
Yahoo
associate
email.
exercise
Holy fuck.
with something that we can
They've
see,
got a
something
fuck ton of ads and
superficial,
trackers
cosmetic,
on this
aesthetic,
site.
vanity.
Yeah, this got a lot
Not
of.
that there's
I'm
anything
still
wrong with
loading
that,
for a
but we
while.
have to
Holy
remember also
balls.
the benefits of exercise.
I'm watching how my ad and tracker thing builds, and it's like 10, 20, 30, 40.
An illness, a psychological
Like, is it going to stop soon?
or,
Okay, finally.
And this latest
That's
study,
one
it
thing
was
I
small,
really
but
love
it
about
looked at
Brave.
people for 8 weeks.
Because my phone's
Put a
actually kind of old, so.
non-exercising group, which of course
All right, so I'm going to play
pertains
this.
to a lot of people, against an exercising group
What do you want us to
3
pay
times a week of
attention to
aerobic
at
cardio
this?
for at least 30 minutes. And then when it
I mean-
studied
Angry
them after about
vegan.
8 weeks of time.
I could go as deep as you want me to go. If you just want the spark notes, I can hit you with that, or I can go with like a sentence by sentence analysis.
Okay. All right, so we should just watch this and then respond to it?
Yeah.
Is that
Okay.
what you're-
So yeah, I need to go piss. So I'll play this video so the audience can finally hear it, and then you guys can watch it, and we'll come back in like probably about 2 minutes, because that's how long.
Oh,
the video
okay.
is. So
Right on.
all right,
All right.
Perfect.
hit play, and I'll see you later.
To talk about exercise,
Okay.
we know the importance of exercise. We talk about it all the time, but it actually turns out it can also build up our resiliency.
Yeah, and the reason this study caught my attention, you guys, is because we tend to associate exercise with something that we
Weird,
can see,
they're actually
something
silent on mine,
superficial,
too.
Cosmetic, aesthetic,
The fuck?
vanity related. Not that there's anything
Oh.
wrong with that, but we have to remember also the benefits of exercise really are for building our resilience against all kinds of stressors, whether it's an accident, an illness, a psychological trauma, or low point in our lives. And this latest study, it was small, but it looked at people for 8 weeks, put a non-exercising group, which of course pertains to a lot of people, against an exercising group 3 times a week of aerobic cardio for at least 30 minutes. And then when it studied them after about 8 weeks of period of time, it found that they actually had a 15% gain in their physiologic resilience. So they looked at a blood pressure
Oh,
map
shit.
on the arm to simulate stress,
Whoops.
because it's hard to simulate a physical stress.
Can't close
They
your
did find a benefit. So this may be kind of a common sense, study finding, but I think it reinforces to us, you never know when you will be in an accident or confronted with an illness.
Or lose a job or something.
That's right, psychological stress, psychosocial stress. And so our exercise is so important. Just like you have a rainy day fund in your bank account, exercise no different for building up that resilience for us.
And Rhiannon and I were talking about this earlier. Who wants to go to the gym after losing a job, after a big breakup?
Yeah.
What do you do in that small window when you just don't want to
Listen,
move?
I'm a big believer in listening to your body and mind, and if you feel like you need a little break, take it, but then get right back in the saddle and get back in there, because it is so important, and this study backs that up.
That
Once
little
you start,
break
you keep
turns
going.
into
Yeah,
days.
you know it.
Yeah.
All right,
do
Dr.
it.
Jen, thank you.
Today, work crews in New York City fixed an electrical outage at John F. Kennedy International Airport. Limited operations resumed at Terminal 1 3 days after a power outage canceled or delayed hundreds of flights, forcing passengers to scramble. Some incoming flights were canceled. In one case, an Air New Zealand flight
Yeah, I
today
agree.
was forced to turn back halfway through the flight, becoming a
I agree.
16-hour trip to nowhere.
I hate to agree, but I agree.
Finally tonight, the daily backup on California's
Oh,
freeways
shit.
Fuck.
Did you watch that, or did you hear through my stupid speaker?
I can't even watch it on my end. It's having a loading issue.
Oh. Are you using Brave?
Just on my phone.
I mean, are you using Brave on your phone?
I have no idea.
What?
I don't think so.
Oh. So I use Brave browser on both my devices. Well, I'm surprised it's giving you issue. Just refresh the page, see what happens.
Yeah, I keep doing that. I may not be able to comment on this one.
Oh,
It's
okay.
all right.
Maybe he'll get it to play again. But they're just talking about exercise and basically if you don't exercise, you're just going to cause more problems for yourself as time goes on. It's stuff that I already know.
Yeah,
It's,
I
it's,
still
it's
can't hear it, but it does say a new study shows that intentionally stressing our bodies through exercise can make us more resilient to a variety of stressors. So it sounds like the argument here is stressing your body is good for building resilience. I mean,
yeah, it's. I think it's all common sense stuff. I already know. It's not really that new to me
Right. I
as a
think
concept.
what you guys might have missed is that the Dr. Jen Ashton was talking about how, oddly, training yourself through physical exercise has caused people to respond better to non-exercise related stresses. For example, suffering loss in the family, or
Okay.
a stress at work at the job,
Oh, you're
or
right. I did
recovering from a car crash. And the principle that she was talking about is dealing with the quote unquote stress hormone, which in reality cortisol does all kinds of things. It's the energy production hormone. No, excuse me. So regularly exercising makes certain parts of your body as well as your brain tolerant to cortisol. I'm not sure exactly what neurotransmitters go off whenever you experience pain, but exercise in some sense is a form of pain. And just like how you can desensitize yourself to pleasure, you can also desensitize yourself to certain types of pain. For example, if you're a child or someone who has never gotten your hands dirty, so to speak, your skin is probably very sensitive when you're doing that woodworking job that I was talking about earlier. And your skin might peel, it might start blistering, it kind of like starts to, it hurts doing your job. But eventually, the skin on your hands will grow rougher, thicker, and then it won't hurt anymore. That's just another symptom of your body adapting. Exercise is actually in the short term degrades your health. But whenever your body, the intelligent organism that it is, 7 to 21 trillion cells strong, it starts to sense, okay, we are dealing with a stress. So in order to maintain homeostasis, one of the imperatives of life, we must make adaptations to deal with the stress either more efficiently or to deal with it quicker or to become stronger against it, more resilient, more flexible, etc., which is literally developing training fitness, right?
Right.
And I hate to brag, but you guys sound tired. And here I am still talking like almost as coherently as I did in the start. And maybe that's
oh man, I'm good to go. Keeper's the grandpa here.
No, I've when I ate, I ate something kind of sugary, and it's kind of get me a little relaxed, I guess.
Yeah.
So,
insulin.
I'm still awake. I'm still awake though. Like, I mean, I had some coffee today, so.
Well, what's strange is that I just ate a solid chunk of like angel food cake, and I ate 4 bagels throughout the show, which is about 200 calories each. And
Holy
here
balls.
I am, my brain is still buzzing. So,
wow.
So
what happens
is that whenever what you're experiencing might be something called postprandial somnolence, which means that whenever you eat something that's either it's worse with both, but anything that's really fatty and really rich in carbs, what will happen is that it will cause an elevation in your blood sugar, and in response to an increase in blood sugar, you will secrete insulin, and the insulin is and insulin does many things, by the way, other than just turn sugar into fat, which actually doesn't really do that either. It facilitates it. What it will do is that it actually contradicts cortisol. Cortisol, the stress/energy hormone, tries to push things in the other direction. It tries to free things from your body and let it go into your blood. Insulin goes the other direction. Insulin tells your cells to absorb things out of your blood and put them into the cells. Whether it's like your adipocytes taking sugar and turning it into fat, or your muscles taking sugar and packing it into glycogen, and all kinds of stuff. And that's why you're feeling kind of like a little bit sluggish or relaxed, depending on how you rationalize the feeling. And yeah, postprandial somnolence, also known as a food coma. What's probably going on in my body is that I am still running on a lot of cortisol, and that is kind of suppressing the insulin, but I'm also very hungry. So the sugar probably, I'm not, the scientists, it sounds like the jury's still out on this as well. If you exercise regularly and you're always in a constant calorie deficit, it's kind of hard to say whether or not you're actually secreting insulin. So then where do the calories go? Then I guess the muscles find a way to suck it up regardless. And then it gets put back into my muscles as glycogen. So I'm ready for my next bike ride or training session, so on and so forth. So there's all kinds of wacky adaptations that your body undergoes whenever you're regularly exercising, whether it's strength training, whether it's endurance sports, etc. And because of all the incredibly complicated nature of the human body, or especially what happens when you train it to deal with stress, like exercise, turns out and ends up conditioning people to prepare for stresses that surprisingly are completely unrelated to exercise itself, like a car crash, like losing a job, like emotional distress due to changes in life circumstance. So that's why everyone is that's why quote unquote health professionals, and I know you probably don't trust these people, they can't stop beating the drum of how important diet and exercise are. And once again, we have to say this to people because clearly people aren't doing it. Perhaps for a number of reasons. I'm not here to judge you. I am judging you, but don't, like, it's up to you if you want to be upset by my judgment of you. That people's health won't change unless this drum just keeps being beaten, and then enough people will actually take on the advice and then do it. So I don't know if that's making any sense, but that's what I gathered from this video, and I think that's the whole reason why it exists in the first place, is because it's still an ongoing issue that really is not that complicated. It's just that no one's willing to put in the effort, or they don't know how to. And this journal, of course, news, is designed to appeal to the broadest audience possible. And sometimes you have to really dumb it down to people who are, below you in the ability to comprehend information. Like, yeah, it is common sense, but common sense isn't common, isn't it? So, and I know I don't intend to insult any of you guys. I just thought this was just an interesting article, not an article, a video that seems mundane, but I saw something behind the scenes that's complicated and interesting that's going on. I thought I wanted to share it. So.
Yeah, it's pretty inspiring too. I mean, I'm ready to go work out right now.
What kind of workout are you gonna do?
I mean, I'm not saying I'm gonna go work out. I'm just saying I feel like I ought to work out.
Yeah, probably should. Your body will thank you. So.
In my experience, my body doesn't thank me for that shit. Well, okay, obviously. No, I mean, okay, it does, but I have to take it fucking easy. Otherwise, I just fucking hurt myself.
That's perfectly valid. It's in order to express. So, exercise itself can be like a drug a lot of times. Obviously, there's people who are exercise addicts, like yours truly included, and you got to start at the baby dose, obviously. And then once you grow tolerance to the exercise, and which is literally fitness. Then you gotta, as always, you gotta get harder and harder shit to move the needle.
It becomes easier.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Yeah.
So gradual exposure. You start at a small dose, and then gradually you'll become a pro addict, I guess, to exercise.
You'll become an addict. An
Once
addict
you-
at cycling.
I'd
And then you'll
say.
become a vegan somehow.
And then you start talking shit on YouTube.
And then I start talking shit about somebody's name. I'm just fucking with you, dude.
History repeats itself, doesn't it?
I'm just fucking with you, dude.
I know. I embrace it. So
Yeah.
anyway, yeah. Vague metaphors aside, I think that's all I got for you guys on the show. Unless you have any final closing thoughts.
No, not really. That
Mm.
was a good show. Holy shit, man. How many
Yeah.
hours?
5 hours and 40 minutes. So
Damn.
yeah.
Damn,
Yeah,
son.
it was definitely pretty. It was pretty good on my end. ABC, were you pleased with it, or you want to continue doing something like this, or you want to change it up, or what are your thoughts on it, just so I can know what your intent is?
You guys really helped to keep the show going for more than double its normal length. So both of you are invited to show up whenever you want, really.
All right.
Just make sure you bring headphones. I'd really appreciate that. Other than that, I mean, you guys did great.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
So before I close the show, of course, the two sponsors, David and Michelangelo. Still waiting to hear from him. He's a marketing analyst and advisor from Colombia. And if you want to talk to him, which who am I kidding? He's not around. Anyway, go talk to me on Discord, I guess. And meanwhile, yours truly, another sponsor. I am looking for right now, among a litany of other projects, I'm looking for a AI-powered text-to-speech engine that also uses AI to analyze a voice from like a character or a movie, or a character from a movie or like a TV show. And
I know.
Yeah.
Video game.
Or that.
I know of one for a video game
What's it called?
That you can use.
It's not super great, but
It's better than nothing.
It's called VA Synth. You can find it on Nexus mods for like either Fallout 4 or Skyrim, I think. It's for Bethesda games. So basically it uses the voices within those games and turns it into like something that you can use. You could put some text into it and it will read it in that particular character's voice. And sometimes it sounds really fucked up and monotone, but it does sound like that character. So it's definitely not one of the best. But it does work.
All we can do is work with what we've got, right? So.
And it's free. It is free, so.
I guess. Well.
But
hey.
I think it's a bit of a learning curve. I'll send you a link.
I think I found it on the Steam store. I better go look
what?
at it. Fuck, that's awesome.
Steam store.
Yeah.
They put it on Steam store.
XVA Synth V2 is available in the Steam.
What does it? How is it describing it? Is it describing it how I'm saying it?
XVA Synth is an AI tool for generating high-quality voice acting lines using voices from video games. With hundreds of voices supported across dozens of apps, the app provides rich duration and energy control at per-letter granularity. So that sounds pretty indeed.
Okay, yeah, that sounds exactly like it. Is it free or is it like?
It is free.
Something. Wow, look at that! I didn't know that they were on the Steam store. Holy shit! I thought they were just on fucking Nexus.
I don't know. I don't know what kind of wild hair.
They have like a YouTube video explaining how it works. It's too complicated for me to fucking tell you, but
boy.
The video, I don't understand how it works, honestly.
So it's probably some kind of. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so there's a neural network. So it requires like a GPU, like a decent dedicated graphics card in order to facilitate the calculations necessary to run the neural network AI powered voice generator.
Shit you'd understand and I wouldn't.
Fair enough. So yeah.
There's a lot of modders There's a lot of modders using it currently right now.
Oh, so they can make like fan maps and like make their own characters and shit. Like basically like a fanfic for a game that's playable.
Yeah,
That's pretty
kind of.
cool, holy shit.
Or they'll make just like what modders have a hard time with is finding voice actors for. Yep. And so they're like, well, fuck. The first thing I can go to that's free is I have to use this software, and this software can do everything. I just have to, type in the lines of what the character is going to say at whatever time, and then the character will talk.
Oh shit!
I like
wow.
the Skyrim guards. That one sounds the most normal.
I think.
Anyway.
Oh wow! I got some crazy ideas for this shit. All right, that's cool. Thank you, Keeper. I need to go check that out once the show's over. Fuck.
Right on, man.
So cool. Yeah, I think that's all I got. Thank you guys for watching. This has been a long ass show, and I hope to see on whoever the fuck's watching the stream along with you two around next week.
Right on, man.
All right. Bye bye.
Right on, brother. See you next time.
All right. See you.
Later.